Chapter 4473. The Five Elements Heavenly Sect was one of the top forces in the primordial realm, so the divine sons they nurtured were naturally extremely powerful. In just 500 years, panjamming had already cultivated to the quasi-supreme stage, a stage that surpassed the immortal venerables in the primordial realm. Wang Chun was dumbfounded when he found out about his eldest senior brother's cultivation level, a half-step extreme Tao existence that surpassed the immortal venerables. Wang Chun was just a celestial immortal. The gap between them was just too huge. His eldest senior brother was like a dragon in the sky, while he was just an ant on the ground. This was the confidence of divine sons. Divine sons of such superforces were all peerless figures with nature-defying talent, coupled with the guidance of famous teachers. Their progress was naturally very fast. In fact, the divine sons of the heavenly sects and sacred religions were not very old. They were only a few thousand years old. Of course, some of the former divine sons were also very strong, but they were ultimately failures and couldn't win the competition to sit on the position of sect master. These old divine sons were very strong and nature-defying. I didn't expect senior brother to reach the half-step extreme Tao in just 500 years. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Wang Chun looked at Panjiaming enviously. I'm just a little lucky. Panjiaming smiled. A little lucky? The corner of Wang Chen's mouth twitched when he heard that. You're not just a little lucky, you're nature-defying. Gu Fei didn't say anything until now. He couldn't help but think that this guy was very shrewd. It seemed that he had to pay attention to him. With the arrival of Panjiaming, the divine son of the Five Elements Heavenly Sect, Gu Fei was overjoyed. He was worried about where to find a top-notch cultivation technique, but he didn't expect that it would come to him on its own. He regarded panjamming as a living top-notch cultivation technique. A divine son, like panjamming, was definitely the core successor of the Five Elements Heavenly Sect. As the core successor of the Five Elements Heavenly Sect, he was naturally qualified to come into contact with the Five Elements technique. As long as he could capture panjamming, he would be able to obtain the Five Elements technique. Fellow Taoist Chu, I can see that the light of your primordial spirit isn't very pure. Could it be that you've just broken through to the deity transformation stage? After chatting with Wang Chun for a while, Panjamming finally noticed Gu Fei, who had been sitting quietly on the side. Yes, I was lucky enough to break through to the soul formation stage 3 months ago. Gu Fei nodded. Wang Chun gave Gu Fei a thumbs up in his mind. This guy can lie without blushing or gasping for breath. His skill is really superb. I wonder who fellow Taoist Chu's master is. Panjiaming asked. In his eyes, he didn't even need to lift a finger against a puny soul formation brat. As long as he released his half-step extreme grade aura, he would be able to destroy this fellow's body and soul. What I cultivate is the art of battle, Gu Fei said indifferently. Even in the face of a half-step extreme Tao, he was still calm and unruffled. What? Hearing this, Panjamming's eyebrows twitched. He was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. He thought of a force, but didn't say it out loud. However, he didn't dare to underestimate Gu Fei. Could it be that this guy is actually... Wang Chun thought of something and his forehead began to sweat again. I say, why are you always sweating? Are you very weak? Gu Fei glanced at Wang Chun and said, Weak my ass. Wang Chun roared in his heart, but on the surface, he was full of smiles. Hee, it's a little hot. Why is the weather getting hotter and hotter? Humph. Gu Fei ignored Wang Chun. Could it be that fellow Taoist Chu is also here for the Sirius mountain range? Panjiaming asked. The way he looked at Gu Fei had changed. Hearing this, Gu Fei smiled and said, What on earth is in the Sirius mountain range that attracted Brother Pan's visit? Hearing Gu Fei's words, Pan Jiaming was skeptical. Does this guy really not know the ins and outs of the Sirius Mountain Range? Or does he know the ins and outs of the Sirius Mountain Range and is pretending to be weak to eat the tiger? There must be something extraordinary in the Sirius Mountain Range that attracted a divine prince of a sky sect. One should know that divine princes of sky sects were high and mighty. They wouldn't be interested in ordinary things. Only those rare things would make divine princes of sky sects crazy and want them at all costs. There's a grotto heaven, the grotto heaven of the Sirius Mountain Range. Pan Jiaming stared at Gu Fei for a while before he withdrew his gaze and said slowly, "Grotto heaven? A supreme grotto heaven?" Gu Fei's interest was piqued. An extreme supreme being's grotto heaven would definitely contain the inheritance of an extreme supreme being. However, it wouldn't be easy to obtain such an inheritance. No wonder. Gu Fei had a look of realization. Only a grotto heaven of this level would attract the interest of a divine prince like Pan Jiaming. Pan Jiaming didn't hide anything. In his eyes, Gu Fei was only an ant in the divine transformation realm. There was no threat to him at all. It didn't matter if he told Gu Fei about this. He didn't believe that a puny divine transformation realm cultivator would dare to covet the supreme martial artist's cave. It turned out that the Sirius Mountain Range wasn't called the Sirius Mountain Range in the past. It was named after a big shot died in the Sirius Mountain Range. Before the supreme martial artist died, he even refined his internal world into a grotto heaven. Whoever could enter the Sirius Mountain Range and obtain the inheritance of the supreme martial artist would be able to soar to the sky. Brother Chu, the supreme martial artist's grotto heaven is full of danger. I think it's better if you don't take the risk. Pan Jiaming said calmly. The supreme martial artist's inheritance was not that easy to obtain. Well, Brother Pan, this is a rare opportunity. How about I go and watch the show? Gu Fei said with a smile. Watch the show. Pan Jiaming couldn't help but want to laugh. Did this guy just make his debut recently? He's too naive. The grotto heaven of the supreme martial artist is not a safe place. If he's not careful, he might even die in there. Since this guy wants to die, I won't stop him. All right then. Let's go to the grotto heaven of the supreme martial artist together. Maybe Brother Chu will be lucky and obtain the inheritance of the Sirius. Pan Jiaming said with a fake smile. Although the chaotic god of War Palace was powerful, if this guy died in the Sirius Mountain Range, he couldn't blame anyone. He had already warned him. Wang Chun sat at the side and looked at Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming. He didn't know what to say. Junior Brother Wang, send someone to check the exact location of the Sirius Mountain Range. Pan Jiaming said to Wang Chun. Yes, Senior Brother. Wang Chun completely lost his temper in front of Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming. He didn't dare to offend either Gu Fei or Pan Jiaming. Senior Brother Pan doesn't know how powerful this guy is. Sigh. Wang Chun sighed inwardly. At the same time, Wang Chun was looking forward to seeing who would win if these two guys were to fight. Soon, the people sent by Wang Chun came back. Of the 3 people sent, only one came back. The other 2 were already dead. The one who came back was also seriously injured. There was a scratch on his abdomen, and even his intestines were flowing out. There was a bloody hole in his chest where his heart was, and blood was flowing out. If this guy wasn't a worldly immortal, he would have died long ago. What's going on? Looking at the worldly immortal kneeling in front of him, Wang Chen's tone was extremely cold. Someone dared to touch his people? That was courting death. It's a demon from the Purgatory Demon Palace, the worldly immortal said, panting. He was very weak. What? Wang Chen immediately lost his temper. The Purgatory Demon Palace was an existence that could go against the 5 elements heavenly sect. In their eyes, he was just a sesame seed that could be destroyed at any time. He couldn't help but admire his subordinates' luck. He actually escaped from the hands of the Purgatory Demon Palace and came back to report. To think that the people from the Purgatory Demon Palace are here too. Pan frowned. I heard that the god's son died in the Chaos Immortal Abode. I wonder if it's true. Wang Chun looked at Pan. A while ago, the various factions in the primeval realm had lost their gods and saintesses. This caused a huge uproar in the primeval realm. It was said that even the gods of the heavens' equal sect and the chaotic war god palace had died. He's pretty much dead. Pan Jiaming said indifferently, what did the death of the god's son have to do with him? Senior brother, the people from the Purgatory Demon Palace killed my people. This Wang Chun waved the bloody, worldly immortal away to rest. This kind of injury wouldn't recover anytime soon. Then let's go kill their people. Pan Jiaming looked at Gu Fei and said, if this guy died at the hands of the Purgatory Demon Palace, then there would be a good show to watch. He had already assumed that Gu Fei was from the chaotic war god palace. He didn't look very old, so it was very likely that he was an ancestor of the chaotic war god palace who had reincarnated. This was also the reason why Pan Jiaming was so polite to Gu Fei. In fact, the moment he saw Gu Fei, he knew that he was an existence that had reincarnated. In the primeval realm, this was a very common method of reincarnation. If such a person died, it would definitely cause a commotion. The people from the chaotic war god palace were a bunch of lunatics, and they were extremely strong. No one was willing to provoke them. Pan Jiaming was scheming against Gu Fei, but Gu Fei wasn't so easily tricked. After talking with Pan Jiaming and the rest for a while, Gu Fei went to the place Wang Chun had prepared for him to rest. Wang Chun and Pan Jiaming were having a secret conversation. Junior brother, is this person really an old monster from the chaotic war god palace who reincarnated? Pan Jiaming had become the god's son of the five elements sky sect in 500 years. This was no longer a position that could be reached by luck. Probably. Wang Chun nodded. Probably? Are you not sure of his identity? Chapter 4474. The Celestial Wolf Mountain Range in the primordial beginning realm had a legendary origin. Billions of years ago, there were no mountains here. It was just a barren land with extremely thin spiritual energy. It was not suitable for the cultivators of the primordial beginning realm to live in. There were only weak wildlands living beings here. Even some of the living beings with cultivation bases wouldn't choose to cultivate here. However, a legendary figure walked out of this barren land. This existence was the Celestial Wolf Supremacy, who would later shake the primordial beginning realm. The Celestial Wolf Supremacy's original body was only a Shaoqing wolf. However, this Shaoqing Wolf Supremacy relied on his unyielding will to walk out of this barren land. He went from being extremely weak to going through unimaginable experiences and finally became an invincible supremacy. However, the Celestial Wolf Supremacy still fell in the end. He was plotted against and fatally injured. In the primordial beginning realm, extreme grade supremacies were not necessarily invincible. This was because there was a difference in strength between extreme grade supremacies. Peak extreme grade supremacy could kill a beginner extreme grade supremacy. Although the Celestial Wolf Supremacy was very powerful, he was no match for schemes and cunning enemies. In the end, he fell. However, before he fell, he killed all those who wanted his life and returned to his birthplace, this barren land that had not changed for millions of years. The Celestial Wolf Supremacy died, but legend had it that his physical body transformed into the current Celestial Wolf Mountain Range. The world he opened up became the Celestial Wolf Cave. As a result, The birthplace of the celestial wolf cave changed from a barren land to a place where spiritual energy gathered to cultivate. Legend had it that the celestial wolf cave contained the inheritance of the celestial wolf cave. However, it was not that easy to obtain the inheritance of the celestial wolf cave. Since ancient times, countless people had wanted to obtain the inheritance of the celestial wolf supremacy, but no one had ever succeeded. Instead, many of those people had died. Some people thought that this was a trap laid by the celestial wolf supremacy, waiting for those who wanted to obtain his inheritance to jump into the trap. However, the inheritance of the celestial wolf supremacy was a fatal temptation to any cultivator. Those people knew that it was dangerous and that there was a slim chance of survival, but they still wanted to give it a try. They all hoped that they would get lucky. However, reality is cruel. Throughout the years, countless cultivators have died in the celestial wolf mountain range. Even a few demigods have fallen there and lost their lives. This time, most of the divine sons and saintesses of the primordial beginning realm had gone to the Chaos Rift to fight for the opportunities in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. However, some divine princes and saintesses also had their eyes on the Sirius mountain range. The inheritance of the celestial wolf supremacy was sect. However, the celestial wolf inheritance was, after all, a supreme path inheritance. If one could obtain it, it would be a great fortune. Panjiaming, the divine son of the Five Elements heavenly sect, arrived near the celestial wolf mountain range and found his former junior brother, Wang Chun, Supra 5, Supremacy's sect king. Supremacy, Wang Supremacies, was spirit sect of Supremakoff, of King Supremacy. Holy King Su, Wang of a spirit of the Self sect of Wang of sect. Otherwise, why would those divine sons and saintesses take in so many followers? At this time, Wang Chun and Pan Jianming were communicating with their divine consciousnesses. They were suspicious of Gu Fei's identity, but they guessed that Gu Fei was an old antique from the chaotic god of war palace. However, even if they had doubts, they did not dare to offend Gu Fei. One had to know that Gu Fei might be backed by the chaotic war deity palace. The people in the chaotic war deity palace were a bunch of terrifying lunatics. The consequences of offending them would be dire. In the end, Wang Chun and Pan Jiaming achieved their goal. Regardless of whether this guy was from the chaotic god of war palace or not, it was better not to provoke this guy unless it was absolutely necessary. In the following days, Gu Fei immersed himself in the library of the Five Elements sect and read all the books of the Five Elements sect. However, a small sect like the Five Elements sect does not have many books. They have more than 10 books on cultivation, but most of them can only cultivate up to the worldly immortal realm. The cultivation method of the Five Elements sect could be said to be the most primitive cultivation method in the primordial realm. In the eyes of the disciples of the big sects, the Five Elements sect was nothing but trash. These two guys, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in a room. He could sense everything that was happening outside. He could also sense the secret conversation between Wang Chun and Pan Jiaming. The voice transmission technique was right in front of him, but it sounded like it was right next to his ear. This was the terrifying power of Gu Fei's divine consciousness. An extreme grade supremacy could split the sky and the earth with a single thought. Gu Fei's divine consciousness was at the extreme grade supremacy level. With a single thought, he could directly control the life and death of others. In front of Gu Fei, both Wang Chun and Pan Jiaming were trash. They were not even ants. It was ridiculous for an ant to plot against a giant dragon. This was because in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were useless. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this time, the celestial wolf city, which was not very lively before, was now full of people. There were even figures of divine sons and saintesses of other top forces around the celestial wolf mountain range. This was definitely not a good thing for panjamming. Senior brother, someone saw a divine son of the Taiyu sacred ground in the celestial wolf city today. In a pavilion in the Five Elements, immortal land of the Five Elements sect, Wang Chun transmitted his voice to panjamming. What? Panjamming was shocked. If a divine son of the Taiyu sacred ground could find his way here, the other divine sons would definitely not be easy to deal with. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we clear the area? Wang Chen's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Ha! Why do we need to clear the area? Panjamming sneered. Senior brother, you are... Wang Chen thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't it good to have someone scout for us? Panjamming's face darkened. Wang Chun was speechless. It seemed that his senior brother wanted to use those people as cannon fodder. Panjamming was very cunning, but he didn't know about Gu Fei's background. He was still thinking about how to trick people. Soon, a map that could lead to the Celestial Wolf Cave was circulated. The appearance of the map immediately caused a huge battle among the people gathered in the Celestial Wolf mountain range. Some cultivators started to die. Meanwhile, Wang Chun, panjamming, and the others were watching the show from the side. Gu Fei watched the scene coldly, but didn't say anything. The battle between the supreme talents of the primordial realm was earth-shattering. However, it was strange that even a quasi-supreme existence couldn't destroy the mountain range. Today is the day when the celestial wolf swallows the sun. An old voice suddenly sounded. The voice came from the celestial wolf city, but no one could sense where the voice came from. An expert. 3 people stood on a low mountain outside the celestial wolf city. They were Gu Fei, panjamming, and Wang Chun. I didn't expect such a person to exist in the small celestial wolf city. A gleam of light flashed through the depths of panjamming's eyes. At this moment, the sun was high up in the sky, but the entire mountain range seemed to be enveloped by a layer of mist. It seemed vague. It was a very vague feeling. Yeah. Gu Fei sensed that there was an obscure power hidden within the city lord's estate, which surprised Gu Fei slightly. Panjamming, I never thought I'd actually see you here. At this moment, a figure made his way up from below. He arrived at the top of the mountain with just a few steps and stood before Gu Fei. The first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire, panjamming paled in fright. This person had actually appeared here. He was the first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire. He was supreme, yet he had actually come here. It had to be mentioned that the Pingtian Divine Empire was a tremendous existence that could rival the heavenly sect of 5 elements. The first prince was the son of the current human emperor. The human emperor of the Pingtian Divine Empire was definitely a supreme existence. The first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire possessed a supreme legacy, and the legacy of the Pingtian Divine Empire was much better than the Skywolf Sovereign's legacy. Of course, panjamming was the divine child of the heavenly sect of 5 elements. He was not afraid of the first prince, but he did not want to provoke him either. Greetings, first prince. Panjamming only clasped his hands towards the first prince. Greetings, your highness. Wang Chun had already bowed down. However, Gu Fei crossed his arms and looked at the first prince. He did not say anything. Brother Chu, don't be rude to the first prince. Wang Chun could not help but be surprised when he saw how Gu Fei did not pay any attention to the first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire. Was this guy still so arrogant even at a time like this? Even if this guy really was an old monster from the chaotic war god palace, so what? He should not have dared to slight the first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire. Tisk, Gu Fei smiled in disdain. He did not care at all. With that, both Wang Chen and Pan Jiaming leapt in fright. Did this guy have a heaven-defying background? He actually dared to ignore the first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire? The first prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire could not be compared to the sacred prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire, who had died in the chaotic immortals estate. Although he was the sacred prince, he still had to refer to the first prince as Big Brother. His cultivation was not necessarily greater than the first prince's either. Even Pan Jianming, the divine child of the heavenly sect of 5 elements, did not dare to act impudently before the first prince. He had to lower himself, so Wang Chun would be even worse off. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Although the first prince was dressed in white, his presence was extremely powerful. Dragon chi surged from him, and countless dragons seemed to revolve around him in the air. It was very shocking. If it were anyone else, they would have knelt long ago. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was no ordinary person. However, the first prince of Pingtian was not stupid. Since he could stand with Pan Jianming, he was naturally not weak either. Pan Jianming was the divine child of the heavenly sect of 5 elements after all. Although he was not the strongest, his cultivation was extremely great. However, he was still nowhere close to Wang Chen. Who am I? I'm your grandfather. Chapter 4475. The Pingtian Empire was one of the peak organizations in the grand primordial world. It ruled over an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Who dared to disobey the human emperor's orders? In the past, the first prince of the Pingtian kingdom was suppressed by the sacred prince, so he had always been holding it in. He had held it in for over 1,000 years. Only when his younger brother, the sacred prince of the Pingtian kingdom, died in the chaotic immortal's residence in the chaotic crack did the day come for him. The sacred prince was just too dazzling. His talent was heaven-defying, and he had been taught by the human emperor since he was young. His cultivation was definitely one of the best among all the princes. The human emperor had lived for far too long, so he had many children. He had several dozen princes and several hundred grandsons. The imperial family of the Pingtian Divine Empire was a tremendous race. But now, the sacred prince had died. The human emperor was furious, but he could not personally go to the chaotic immortal's residence to avenge his son. As a result, he could only send the experts of his clan to the chaotic immortal's residence to capture the murderer. At this moment, the first prince, who had just risen up, came to the Celestial Wolf mountain range. He wanted to obtain the Celestial Wolf Sovereign's legacy. Actually, he had come for an item in the Celestial Wolf dwelling. To the first prince, although the Celestial Wolf Sovereign was extremely powerful and had once shaken up an entire region, the supreme legacy of the Pingtian Empire was not necessarily inferior to the Celestial Wolf Sovereign's legacy. At this moment, the god of the 5 elements heavenly sect, Pan Jiaming, and the sect master of the 5 elements sect, Wang Chun, almost knelt down in fright from what Gu Fei had said. How dare this guy be so rude to the first prince? I'm your uncle. The two of them were directly rendered speechless by Gu Fei's words. Swish! They directly charged past Gu Fei. Once the first prince of Pingtian was angered, it would be no small matter. However, although the first prince of Pingtian was taken aback, he did not fly into a rage. Instead, he cast a grim look at the young cultivator before him. Soul formation? The young cultivator's cultivation was far too low for the first prince of Pingtian. He was like an ant that he could squash to death with a single finger. However, he was very shrewd. After waiting for 1,000 years, he finally had the day where he could make a name for himself. Naturally, he advanced step by step and did not dare to be careless. It was exactly because his younger brother, the sacred prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire, was too dazzling and too forceful that he offended people easily and was easily killed off. What sort of place was the primal chaos immortal abode? That was not the backyard of the Pingtian divine empire, where they could do whatever they wanted. Just as the first prince had expected, something really did happen to the sacred prince of the divine empire, who had stood out too much this time. Moreover, the sacred prince had lost his life in the chaotic immortal's residence this time. After all, the sacred prince was his younger brother. Now that the sacred prince had died, it was only natural that he would feel a little sad. Rulers were the most heartless. The first prince of Pingtian actually hoped that the sacred prince would die sooner. What's wrong with soul formation cultivators? Gu Fei looked at the first prince with interest. The Pingtian Empire was a tremendous existence in the primordial world, but no matter how powerful it was, it definitely could not match up to the Tian clan of the ancestral world. Gu Fei did not even fear the Tian clan, the Li family, and the Chu family of the ancestral world. So why would he care about the Pingtian Empire? The so-called first prince of Pingtian was a big shot in the eyes of Pan Jianming and Wang Chen, but he was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei. Sir Divine Son, your friend is quite interesting. The first prince turned around and said to Pan Jianming, who was already halfway up the mountain, "TCH, both of you are cowards." Gu Fei said disdainfully, "He." The corner of Pan Jianming's mouth twitched, and he looked embarrassed. Wang Chen also wished that the ground would crack open so that he could crawl into it. First Prince, Your Highness, Pan Jianming, and Wang Chen returned to the top of the mountain. Originally, they thought the first prince would lose his temper, but unexpectedly, he did not become enraged. At this moment, the celestial Wolf Mountain range was very lively. A few powerful figures would appear in the mountain range from time to time. They were all searching for the entrance to the celestial wolf dwelling. Wang Chen had also sent out all of his subordinates to search for the entrance frantically. However, the celestial Wolf Mountain range was just too large. Even powerful cultivators were unable to find the entrance in a short amount of time. "Sir, why don't we sit down and have a drink and chat?" the first prince said as he directly opened his inner world. He took out a table, a chair, and a jar of aged alcohol before inviting everyone to take a seat. Gu Fei did not hold back. He directly pulled over a chair and sat down. Wang Chen and Pan Jianming sat down as well. At this moment, the first prince took out a beast's leg and placed it in his hand. It was a beast's leg that he had already prepared. Its skin and flesh were actually golden, as if it was made from gold. A ball of golden flames surged out from the first prince's hand. It enveloped the beast's leg and slowly roasted it. Very soon, the fragrance of meat spread out from the top of the mountain. "Is that the leg of a crimson gold dragon beast?" Pan Jianming stared at the beast's leg in the first prince's hand in disbelief. A powerful energy ripples spread out from the leg. Not only was the first prince roasting the meat, but he was also refining the impurities within the beast's leg. He was purifying the spiritual substance within the leg. The leg of a crimson gold dragon beast. Wang Chen was truly frightened. This was a crimson gold dragon beast. Even a cub possessed the strength of an enemy immortal. An adult crimson gold dragon beast could even eat immortal emperors alive. This was because the crimson gold dragon beast possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. Moreover, it was not the bloodline of a mixed dragon, but the true bloodline of an ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon of the primordial world was extremely powerful. It could fight against immortal exalts who were quasi-exalts. If they took another step forward, they could reach the extreme way and become an exalt. Even if there was only a sliver of such a supreme bloodline, it was enough to make a creature like the crimson gold dragon beast so powerful that even immortals would tremble. You really know how to enjoy yourself." Gu Fei looked at the first prince with an indiscernible smile. This person was definitely a formidable existence. He could endure what others could not. People like him were very shrewd. "All right, it's done." The first prince dismissed the flames and placed the roasted leg on the table. "Please, you're welcome." As the first prince spoke, he directly tore off a piece of shiny, golden beast meat from the beast's leg and began eating it. Gu Fei smiled and started moving as well. "Hee, not bad. It's really not bad. Your culinary skills are definitely at the level of the god of cooking. It's a pity that you don't become a chef," Gu Fei said while eating. "It's just something I use to kill time when I'm bored." The first prince of Pingtian smiled. He had endured for so long before he finally stood up, so he was naturally happy in his heart. But his intuition told him that this little guy in the deity transformation realm was very likely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. It was very abnormal for a mere deity transformation realm cultivator to act so impudently before him. There was definitely something wrong with this. The first prince of Pingtian had always been cautious, so he decided to wait and see. He would not attack Gu Fei unless he was completely confident. Unless he could prove that Gu Fei was only a deity transformation realm cultivator, he would directly kill Gu Fei without any hesitation. Right now, he would just play around with these people. Gu Fei did not care about what the first prince of Pingtian was thinking. He could not be bothered with that either. Before absolute power, all schemes would be useless. However, Pan Jiaming and Wang Chen smiled and dealt with him carefully. They even tried to get on the first prince's good side. The four of them drank and ate on the mountaintop. They ate large bowls of alcohol and large pieces of meat. They were very happy. Isn't that, big brother? You're actually in the mood to drink and eat here?" At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Gu Fei raised his head and saw a purple-robed young man with a golden crown descend from the sky on an extremely vicious beast. He landed on the mountaintop. "Your Highness, the third prince." There was a large group of people behind the person. Among them, there were two old men who gave off a very shocking aura. Even Gu Fei could not help but take a few extra glances at the two old men. "Third brother, do you want to drink a few bowls as well?" The first prince stood up. Compared to the entourage of the third prince, he kept a very low profile. This was because the first prince knew very well that only those who kept a low profile would be able to last long. If they were too eye-catching, they would only attract enemies and make others hate them. "Hee, I'm not as carefree as you, big brother." The third prince had a good appearance. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, but the look in his eyes was rather unkind. It was rather sinister, giving off a sly feeling. Now that the sacred prince had died in the immortal residence of chaos, the princes who had always been hiding immediately saw hope. Every single one of them had a chance to fight for the position of sacred prince. The third prince of Pingtian was also a vicious person. In a short amount of time, he had gathered countless people. More accurately speaking, the third prince of Pingtian had been secretly preparing a long time ago. Once the sacred prince died, he would directly appear and show off his muscles to the other princes. There's actually an ant here?" The third prince glanced at Gu Fei and said coldly. "An ant?" Gu Fei smiled. He directly picked up the bowl of alcohol in front of him and gulped it down. Afterwards, he tore off a piece of beast meat and began to eat it. "The third prince is here. Why aren't you coming over and kowtowing, you ant?" A middle-aged man beside the third prince called out to Gu Fei. Everyone looked at Gu Fei. A measly ant like him had no right to stand on equal footing with the princes of the Pingtian Empire. An ant sitting there was very eye-catching. Even the first prince looked at Gu Fei and said nothing. "You're an ant." Originally, Gu Fei did not want to pay any attention to the third prince, but he was just too arrogant. Even his lackeys dared to ask him to kneel. He really was reckless. "What did you say?" Chapter 4476. The third prince of the Pingtian Empire possessed the true bloodline of a supreme human emperor. His bloodline was extremely powerful. However, although the bloodline of the extreme laws was powerful and would be of great help in the early stages of cultivation, once the bloodline was awakened, his cultivation speed would be several times or even over a dozen times faster than others. However, when he cultivated to the limit, the bloodline of the extreme laws would stop him from making the final leap, firmly stopping him from reaching the extreme laws. Some people would never have the opportunity to break through the shackles of their bloodline, unable to make the final leap. However, nothing was absolute, whether it was the primeval world or the ancestral world. Miracles had happened in the history of cultivation in the two primordial worlds. There were people who successfully severed their father's bloodline and embarked on their own path of extreme laws. It was impossible to change one's bloodline, whether it was the supreme genius, the sacred prince of Pingtian, the first prince of Pingtian, or the third prince of Pingtian. They had all reached the level of immortal exalts. However, it was extremely difficult for them to improve further. It was said that there was an item in the celestial wolf sovereign's dwelling that could allow them to sever their bloodline of extreme laws and forge their own path. This was also the reason why the first prince and the third prince had appeared in the celestial wolf mountain range. That item was just too important to them. If the sacred prince of Pingtian had not died in the chaotic immortal's dwelling, he would have rushed over as well. However, he no longer had the chance. At this moment, a cold, murderous aura erupted from a mountain outside the celestial wolf mountain range. "How dare you disrespect the third prince? You deserve to die." A pale-skinned, beardless, middle-aged attendant pointed at Gu Fei. His voice was sharp and strange. "Tisk, so it's a eunuch. Do you have no subordinates, you shitty prince? Since when is it up to a non-male fellow to point fingers in front of others?" Gu Fei smiled gently. "What did you say?" As if someone had grabbed the middle-aged attendant by the throat, his eyes widened and his face reddened. His finger trembled as he pointed at Gu Fei. "Kill him." An old man beside the third prince of Pingtian said indifferently, "Yes." A general clad in golden armor stepped out and slashed at Gu Fei with the halberd in his hand. He was decisive and had no hesitation. Whoosh! Panjiaming and Wang Chun slipped away again, faster than rabbits. Only the first prince remained seated, but he did not do anything. Clearly, he wanted to use his third brother to test out Gu Fei. Although Panjiaming was the divine son of the Five Elements Sky Sect, he didn't have the bearing that a divine son should have. His methods of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity were superior. Although it was said to seek fortune and avoid calamity, it was actually an ability to escape. When the gold warlord made a move, Gu Fei was still smiling and did not take this warlord seriously at all. A puny soul formation cultivator actually ignored the attack of a celestial general. He must be scared silly. He's dead for sure. The third prince's followers looked at Gu Fei. In their eyes, Gu Fei was already a dead man. To them, soul formation cultivators were a joke. Those who wanted to be the third prince's followers had to be immortal emperors at the very least. The two old men beside the third prince were even immortal exalts. In the ancestral world, they would be quasi-sovereigns. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei would be cleaved in half by the celestial general's attack, the halberd in front of Gu Fei suddenly changed direction and slashed back at the celestial general. The celestial general was shocked. He tilted his body and dodged the halberd, which made him break out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? The third prince's followers were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. What was going on? Even with their cultivation, they were unable to tell how Gu Fei had managed to turn the celestial general's attack around. What just happened? One of the third prince's followers rubbed his eyes hard. Ability? Secret technique? Even the expressions of the two old men beside the third prince became grim. Interesting. The third prince smiled. The ferocious beast beneath him roared, and a terrifying fiendish aura erupted from the beast. Even the third prince's followers were shocked. You want to kill me? Do you have what it takes? Gu Fei said in disdain. The celestial general was both shocked and furious. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out an immortal fire towards Gu Fei. As soon as the immortal fire appeared, the entire mountain seemed to have turned into a furnace. The soil and rocks on the ground melted directly. Humph! The eldest prince laughed coldly. At the next moment, a gust of celestial light instantly enveloped him, blocking the celestial fire that was coming at him. He did not protect Gu Fei. Humph, humph. Gu Fei remained smug. He had no intention of doing anything at all. At that moment, everyone stared at Gu Fei without blinking at all. This time, they were going to watch seriously. They were going to watch with all their might just what kind of ability or secret technique this ant-like fellow had that could block the immortal fire from the celestial general. However, everyone was dumbfounded once again. The ant did not give off any ripples of energy at all. Afterwards, the immortal fire that was burning towards him suddenly rebounded towards the celestial general for some reason. He can even reverse that. Even the third prince of Pingtian frowned. How strange. I don't understand. The expressions of the two old men beside the third prince became extremely grim. Boom. The immortal fire that was rebounded directly drowned the celestial general. In the next moment, the celestial general retracted the fire. His entire body was charred, and his golden armor was in tatters. Black smoke was even rising from the top of his head. The third prince's followers wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to. At that moment, the celestial general completely lost his temper. His immortal fire was the true fire that he had cultivated his entire life. It could smelt even godly metal. If it were any other celestial general, they would have been burned to death by the true fire a long time ago. What secret technique is this? Even the first prince was very confused and shocked, as even he could not tell how Gu Fei had done it. Or rather, he had not done anything at all. Instead, he had been defending passively. The defensive technique was rather impressive. Not only could it be used to defend, but it could also be used to counterattack. I'm standing right here. Come and kill me if you dare. You trash. Gu Fei crossed his arms and said scornfully, "How dare a mere ant act so impudently before the third prince?" The middle-aged eunuch said furiously, "I say, you're neither a man nor a woman, yet you still dare to show your face in public. If I were you, I would find a brick and smash myself to death a long time ago. How embarrassing." Gu Fei shook his head and sighed. He did not pity the damned eunuch. No matter where or what world he was in, there would always be people like him. It was not just the eternal empires. Even some large clans had the tradition of raising these people who were neither a man nor a woman. The reason why people like them appeared was actually very simple. They wanted to maintain the purity of their bloodline. This was the simplest and most direct method. You deserve to die. The person screamed and directly attacked. A ball of dark light immediately surged from his body, and the temperature of the surroundings plummeted rapidly. The surrounding space seemed to freeze up. Lunar force. Gu Fei was rather surprised. This person who was neither a man nor a woman actually cultivated lunar force. No wonder he had chosen to castrate himself enter the Pingtian Empire, and become a damned eunuch. Of course, it was not necessary to castrate oneself in order to cultivate lunar force. Perhaps it was due to the cultivation method that the person had chosen to castrate himself. Hee, I'd like to see how you turn around my attack this time, the middle-aged eunuch sneered inside. The middle-aged attendant sneered in his heart. This kind of colding energy was invisible and formless. How was he supposed to block it? The immortal's fire was tangible, but the power of coldness was untraceable. This was because it could not be seen at all. By the time he sensed the coldness, it was already too late. However, Gouffet continued to stand there. He continued to smile. His lips curled up, and there was a sliver of disdain in the coldness. What the middle-aged eunuch could not help but be surprised when he saw this. Could he even block an attack like that? How was that possible? However, in the next moment, the middle-aged eunuch directly turned into an ice sculpture before everyone's eyes. He was immediately frozen. Everyone was directly dumbfounded. Humph! The old man beside the third prince moved. One of them waved his hand and blocked the coldness, while the other pointed at Gouffet. An extremely sharp streak of light immediately shot out from the old man's finger, shooting towards the center of Gouffet's eyebrows in a single moment. This was a strike from an immortal exalt. Wherever the light passed by, space would ripple. However, in the next moment, the streak of light directly reflected back at the old man. Fortunately, the old man was already prepared, so he directly dodged the reflected light. However, an unlucky person behind the old man was the one to suffer. The streak of light directly pierced his body. All he could do was let out a miserable shriek before he was reduced to ashes. Even his soul dispersed in space. This was the destruction of both body and soul. Swish! The third prince's followers immediately dispersed and dodged. They were only following the third prince of Pingtian. They did not want to die. This little fellow was just too strange. On the surface, he was just an ant at the divine transformation realm, but it seemed like immortals could destroy his soul with a single blow. However, the reality was that the ant seemed to be undefeatable. He could even turn back the attack of an immortal exalt. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Everyone's gaze towards Gouffet changed. A mere soul formation stage, and actually caused a group of immortal Tao powerhouses to be helpless. This was simply a miracle. How did he do it? Chapter 4477. Normally, great figures like the first prince and the third prince would not even take a second look at a puny divine transformation cultivator. However, they were staring at the divine transformation, ant right now. They could not even shift their gazes away. This was just too shocking. An ant had actually blocked an attack from a dragon. Not only did he block the attack, but he even reversed the attack and almost injured the dragon. It was unbelievable. It was basically a miracle among miracles. Throughout the billions of years of cultivation history of the primordial beginning realm, there had never been a divine transformation ant who dared to challenge an immortal venerable. After all, divine transformation cultivators were not even immortals. Those below the immortal god realm were all ants. The difference between them could not be bridged at all. No matter how heaven-defying an existence was, it was impossible. One was an ant on the ground, while the other was a perfected immortal. They could not be compared at all. However, what happened right now had directly broken the understanding of the great figures of the primordial beginning realm. It had exceeded the range of their understanding. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets, especially the followers of the third prince. They were extremely shocked. Even an immortal venerable can't do anything to this little guy. Doesn't that mean he's undefeatable? Some people rolled their eyes. thinking about how they could escape. In reality, the loyalty of the third prince's followers was not as high as outsiders thought. Most of them would definitely save themselves first when it came to a life or death situation. In the eyes of these immortals who had cultivated for countless years, things like family and friendship had become very faint. To them, no one's life was more valuable than their own. Say, where did this guy come from? Pan Jianming secretly transmitted his voice to Wang Chun in the distance. How would I know? Wang Chun hurriedly transmitted his voice to Pan Jianming as well. Did this guy pop out from a rock? Pan Jianming frowned. They had initially thought that this fellow was an old monster from the chaotic god of war palace who had reincarnated. However, from the looks of it now, even if those old monsters had reincarnated, it was impossible for them to be so heaven-defying that they could challenge a supreme immortal lord at the soul formation stage. That was a celestial exalt, an existence that was extremely close to becoming an extreme Tao saint immortal. Even an extreme Tao sacred immortal couldn't be this powerful after seizing another's body. That was because even if an extreme Tao divine immortal were to reincarnate, it would be impossible for them to retain their extreme Tao cultivation. They would have to cultivate from the beginning, and perhaps one day they would be able to reach the peak once more. Even if Gu Fei wanted to recultivate by seizing a body, it would be impossible for him to fight against an immortal venerable right after seizing a body. Ha, a bunch of trash. I'll just stand here and let you kill me. Gu Fei crossed his arms and looked at the group of people in disdain as he laughed. In his eyes, whether it be the first prince of Pingtian or the third prince, they were just brats who were still wet behind the ears. They were just abusing their fathers. One must know that the grand beginning realm never lacked extreme Tao Saint immortals. Those existences were existences that even human Emperor Pingtian dared to oppose. Who the hell are you? An old man with white hair and beard beside the third prince stared at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice. He was as plump as a ball. His name was Zong Chun, and he was an ancestor of the Zong family of the Grand Beginning Realm. The Zong family was a powerful clan in the Pingtian Divine Empire, and they supported the third prince. The first prince also had the support of an organization behind him. The Pingtian Divine Empire was not as united as it seemed on the surface. There were many factions in the empire, and there were many hidden factions. Ever since the death of the sacred Prince Pingtian, the other princes became restless. However, most of the princes kept a low profile right now, while the third prince was extremely high profile. Who am I? You don't have the right to know. Gu Fei glanced at the old man and said indifferently, How arrogant! Do you think you're an extreme Tao Saint Immortal? The expressions of the two old men immediately changed. Even the followers of the third prince were quite frightened by Gu Fei. How dare he look down on immortal exalt Zong Chun like this? Zong Chun was one of the few experts in the entire Pingtian Divine Empire. It was exactly because of Zong Chun and Zong Feng's support that the third prince could be so high profile. He wanted people to know that he, the third prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire, had obtained the full support of the Zong family. Brat, don't think that you can look down on us just because you have a secret treasure to protect you. Even human Emperor Pingtian has to be polite to us. Who do you think you are? Zong Feng, who was as skinny as a bamboo pole, stared at Gu Fei and coldly spoke. A powerful pressure erupted from his body as boundless immortal light radiated. It was as if countless stars were exploding around him, terrifying to the extreme. He cultivates the force of stars. Gu Fei was rather surprised. These people were not weaklings. The damned eunuch cultivated the force of Yin, while the immortal general who had attacked him before cultivated the force of fire. They were all peak powers in the world. It seemed like the legacies here were extraordinary as well. They were no worse than the ancestral world. Once these people displayed their might, they would all be extraordinary. Sword chi would surge into the sky, or they would be like the sun or the golden crow. Stars would revolve around them like a universe. Countless dragons vaguely appeared around the third prince. Terrifying dragon might surged into the surroundings, suppressing the vicious beast beneath him into submission. The vicious beast was different. It was a true divine beast, and it was far from adulthood. However, even with that being the case, the divine beast was extraordinary. It could rival immortal kings. If it were an adult golden dragon lion, it would be an existence that could rival immortal exalts. I've already said that I'm standing right here. Come and kill me if you can, Gu Fei said in an unperturbed tone. No one dared to act rashly. There was an inexplicable Taoist charm lingering around this guy's body. No one could tell what the secret treasure on his body was. Cast down the killing formation and refine him to death. The third prince, Yen Sun, looked at Gu Fei indifferently. Yes, Your Highness. The two immortal venerables, Zong Chen and Zong Feng, hurriedly accepted the order. In the next moment, array discs flew out from the hands of the two immortal venerables and smashed towards Gu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The formation discs were activated one after another. Countless inscriptions erupted, immediately enveloping the space where Gu Fei was. Killing intent surged into the sky. What's happening over there? Shocking killing intent. The killing intent that erupted from the top of the mountain was just too powerful. It directly alarmed countless cultivators in the Celestial Wolf Mountain Range. Chapter 4478. The Zong family was a large clan in the Pingtian Empire. They were very powerful. Every single generation of the Zong family would have experts who held important positions in the Pingtian Empire. The current general of the Pingtian Empire was the current patriarch of the Zong family, Zong Yan. The current patriarch of the Zong family had been personally appointed as the general of Pingtian by the human emperor. He was in charge of the million-strong army of Pingtian City and was favored by the human emperor. Actually, the general of Pingtian was just an empty title. So what if he was in charge of the million-strong army? A supreme saint immortal could wipe them all out with a flick of their fingers. True supreme figures only cared about their cultivation and battle prowess. Nothing else mattered. Rumble, killing formations activated one after another on the mountaintop, stacking on top of one another. Endless killing intent erupted from the mountaintop, causing the surroundings to change color. The killing formation at the very center was the fire formation of heaven. When it activated, it directly turned the space where Gu Fei stood into a terrifying cauldron. Every inch of space was filled with flames that could even melt divine metal. However, what made the two immortal venerables want to vomit blood was that the ant in the formation was still standing there with a smile on his face. The monstrous, heavenly fire couldn't even get close to the ant. To everyone's disbelief, the flames that flew towards Gu Fei were actually reversed. The entire fire formation of heaven shook. He was actually using the power of the fire formation of heaven to fend off the fire formation of heaven. Clang! At this moment, another killing formation was activated. A soaring sword light and peerless saber chi violently hacked into the heavenly fire formation. Its target was Gu Fei, who was within the heavenly fire formation. That's the immortal slaughtering formation of 1,000 blades and swords. Someone cried out. Someone cried out in surprise. The saber chi and sword light that erupted from this killing formation were incomparably terrifying. Every sword light was like the sword light that a peerless swordsman had slashed out, sharp to the extreme. This was an existence that could kill immortal emperors. It could even trap immortal exalts. using a killing formation of this level to deal with a deity transformation stage. And who wasn't even an immortal was no different from using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. However, to everyone's surprise, even the immortal punishing sword and thousand sabers formation could not do anything to Gu Fei. Countless sword lights and saber chi were reversed the moment they reached Gu Fei's body. Kill. Gu Fei was like a peerless demon king. He directed all of the reversed sword light and saber chi toward the third prince of Pingtian. That is, when they suddenly saw countless sword lights slashing down on them, they were all shocked. The third prince's followers immediately scattered and fled. The sword light could be seen, but the saber energy was invisible. Even though they fled quickly enough, the unlucky ones among the third prince's followers were directly pierced by the light. Even their souls were destroyed, and they died on the spot. One of the immortal emperors, who was desperately trying to escape, was suddenly split in half. Rise! The third prince of Pingtian waved his right hand, and a ball of immortal light immediately rushed out from his hand. It enveloped him, and the countless sword lights and saber chi were all blocked when they landed on the ball of immortal light. At this moment, the first prince, Yen Zhao, had already retreated to the sky far away. He could not help but feel shocked when he saw this. Fortunately, he did not attack Chu Xiaoyan earlier. Otherwise, he would probably be in a difficult position. Now, his third brother was the unlucky one. The first prince, Yen Zhao, was happy to see his third brother, Yen Sun, suffer. This guy is a freak. In the sky elsewhere, Pan Jiaming and Wang Chen were utterly shocked by Gu Fei's performance. Even the killing formation could not kill him. How did he do it? Could he really have a heaven-defying secret treasure on him? Pan Jiaming was the divine child of the Five Elements Heaven sect. He knew very well that even if Chu Xiaoyan really had a supreme immortal weapon on him, it would require a tremendous amount of immortal power to activate it. How could a mere divine transformation stage cultivator, who was not even an immortal, use a supreme immortal weapon? This guy is not only a freak, he's a super freak. Wang Chen nodded his head seriously. At this moment, the killing formations unleashed their might one after another. Earth, water, wind, fire, all sorts of terrifying energies erupted. All of them were under the control of the two immortal venerables from the Zong clan, and they all rushed towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei just stood there with his arms crossed, not doing anything. All the destructive energies that were rushing towards him could not get close to him. All sorts of energies converged together, erupting into a super terrifying energy wave. The entire mountain peak and the entire void was trembling. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This was the primordial world. The void of heaven and earth was extremely stable. Even immortal emperors and immortal venerables would find it difficult to shake this part of heaven and earth. But right now, the amount of power that was bursting forth from those killing formations was simply way too strong, causing the entire heaven and earth to quake. Is that the Zong clan's immortal venerables? Someone exclaimed. At this moment, numerous powerful silhouettes appeared in the vicinity. This battle had alarmed all the cultivators in the Skywolf mountain range. Zong Chun and Zong Feng, these two old fellows, actually joined forces to deal with a little brat. These two fellows are getting more and more backwards. Someone spoke in disdain. One must know that the two old ancestors of the Zong clan were famous, immortal venerables of the older generation. It was truly beneath their status to act against a little brat. But now, Zong Chun and Zong Feng were already riding a tiger. It was hard for them to get off. They could only desperately activate the killing formations, wanting to refine Gu Fei. I say, you two old fellows, you guys better save your strength. Gu Fei could sense the existence of the two immortal venerables from the Zong clan. One couldn't help but to say that these two immortal venerables' comprehension and cultivation bases were already very deep. Even when compared to that fellow Haitian, they weren't inferior at all. Kill. The Zong clan brothers wanted to kill Gu Fei. They desperately activated the power of the killing formations, wanting to kill Gu Fei. However, all of their power was reversed. Yi Fuqian was basically in an invincible position. All right, let's stop here. Gu Fei didn't want to play with these fellows anymore. He immediately took out a talisman. Ha! You want to use a talisman to break the formation? Zong Chun and Zong Feng laughed out loud. Run. At this moment, outside the killing formations, the third prince Yen Sun, who was originally calm, hurriedly rode the golden dragon lion and soared into the sky when he saw Gu Fei take out the talisman. Just as the third prince Yen Sun fled, Gu Fei had already used the talisman in his hand. At the next moment, boundless divine light radiated from the talisman. Everything that was illuminated by the divine light was instantly turned into ashes. Countless formation, runes dissipated in the void. The two immortal venerables from the Zong clan coughed up blood. At this moment, the killing formations had already gone out of control. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and the entire mountain exploded. Dust rose into the sky. That ant should be dead now, right? Chapter 4479. The Zong clan of the Pingtian Divine Empire was a cultivation clan that focused on the way of formations. This clan was very famous even in the cultivation world of the primordial world. The way of formations was not something that just anyone could cultivate. Moreover, cultivating the way of formations was much more difficult than regular cultivation methods. The Zong clan did not have any supreme saint immortals, but they did have immortal exalts. In particular, the two ancestors, Zong Chun and Zong Feng, were the cornerstones of the clan. With the assistance of Zong Chun and Zong Feng, the third prince definitely had the upper hand in the battle for the throne. Even the first prince was very low profile right now. Actually, the two ancestors of the Zong clan had indirectly revealed some of the human Emperor Pingtian's thoughts to the other princes by supporting the third prince, who was the greatest support of the Zong clan, the human Emperor Pingtian. The Zong clan did not have any supreme saint immortals. This was their greatest sorrow because they had no choice but to rely on the human Emperor Pingtian. Otherwise, the Zong clan would be in great danger. When the way of formations was cultivated to the limit, it was possible to reach the supreme Tao, but it was very difficult. The Zong clan had never produced a supreme saint immortal, so they did not have a divine formation to protect them. If a supreme saint immortal came to invade, they would not be able to block a single slap from the supreme saint immortal, no matter how many formations there were. However, the Zong clan's way of formations was very useful. The Pingtian Divine Empire relied on the Zong clan's way of formations to dominate the world and fend off peak organizations. Without a doubt, the two ancestors of the Zong clan were the human Emperor Pingtian's trusted aides. Human Emperor Pingtian's trusted aide supported the third prince. In other words, human Emperor Pingtian might be interested in the third prince. Was the third prince going to become the sacred prince? The various organizations in the city were all guessing and observing. None of them dared to choose a side so easily. If they chose the wrong side, the consequences would be very severe. It was even possible for their entire clan to be wiped out. However, the third prince had the upper hand right now. The chances of the other princes competing against the third prince for the position of sacred prince were not high at all. This was also the reason why the third prince was so high profile and arrogant. In his opinion, the position of the sacred prince belonged to no one but him. In his eyes, he was full of himself, but in the eyes of others, he was overconfident. Rumble. At this moment, a short mountain on the outskirts of the celestial Wolf Mountain range exploded. Dust rose into the sky, and endless array patterns emerged in the void. However, the moment the formation pattern appeared, it was immediately annihilated in the void. The power that was released was definitely destructive. Formation disks collapsed one after another, killing formations collapsing. Wave after wave of destructive power erupted, obliterating everything. The ground sank, and a huge crater appeared. At the location of the short mountain, the void seemed to have turned into primal chaos. All kinds of powers interweaved, and dazzling lightning tore through the void. This third Prince Pingtian's followers were all dumbfounded when they saw this. The power was just too terrifying, and it was probably close to extreme power. At this moment, Zhong Chun and Zhong Feng's hearts were bleeding. That was a formation plate that they had refined for countless years, and it was destroyed just like that. It was not an easy task to refine every array disk. In order to construct an array disk, especially an immortal venerable level array disk, one needed rare divine materials. Only such divine materials could withstand the formidable power of the array Tao. Rare materials were difficult to find, and the amount of effort needed to refine a formation plate was unimaginable for others. Every single formation plate in the hands of the two ancestors of the Zhong clan was worth an astronomical price. They were comparable to peerless divine fruits. It was impossible for others to obtain a formation plate like that. But now, over 10 of the formation plates that the two ancestors had personally refined had been destroyed. Even the two ancestors of the Zhong clan wanted to vomit blood at such a loss. It's not worth it. The two ancestors of the Zhong clan stared at the dust before them with long faces. The destructive power surged over, but the two of them ignored it. That ant, Zhong Chen's face twitched. He died just like that. In the sky, the first prince remained calm. He was very shrewd and would not reveal his emotions so easily. That way, others would not be able to guess what he was thinking. His instincts told him that the person called Chu Xiaoyan was not as simple as he seemed. However, the power unleashed by the self-destruction of the formation plates was just too great. Could Chu Xiaoyan really block it? He was at the center of the layers of killing formations. Humph! He deserves to die for being so impudent before the third prince. The followers of the third prince were both surprised and overjoyed. He's dead. Pan Jiaming and Wang Chun, who fled even faster than rabbits, were speechless when they saw this. A divine transformation. Brat had actually made the two ancestors of the Zhong clan bleed so much. TSK. Over 10 formation plates, and they're all at the immortal venerable level. Pan Jiaming also felt his heart ache for the two ancestors of the Zhong clan. The Five Elements Heavenly Sect was a peak organization. There were formation masters in the Five Elements Heavenly Sect, but compared to the Zhong clan, the formation masters of the Five Elements Heavenly Sect were like children who had just learned how to walk. Haha, the Pingtian Divine Dynasty sure is wealthy. Even a prince has two immortal venerables. At this moment, a loud laugh rang out. Afterwards, a figure with surging demonic aura broke through the clouds. He took a step and directly arrived nearby. The godchild of the demon palace. The third prince raised his eyelids and looked at the figure that shone with boundless demonic light in the sky like a demonic sun. As a peak organization of the primordial world, the demon palace obviously had more than just one godchild. It's Xue Tushen. That guy's a madman. Why has he come as well? Pan Jiaming could not help but be surprised when he saw the demonic expert. He's Xue Tushen? Wang Chun was shocked when he heard that. Xue Tushen really was a madman. This guy had once massacred an entire city just because someone had underestimated him, leaving nothing behind. Xue Tushun was the most murderous out of all the godchildren of the demon palace. "What are you doing here, you madman? We don't welcome you." A follower of the third prince leapt forward and called out while pointing at the godchild in the sky. "How dare you?" Xue Tushun's face immediately sank. In the next moment, the third prince's followers suddenly cried out miserably and directly fell out of the sky. "Xue Tushun, you dash!" The eunuch beside the third prince screamed out again. The third prince's follower fell out of the sky and struggled violently on the ground. His body was covered in blood, as if there was something inside him. Countless venomous insects seemed to be crawling about in the follower's body, tearing at him. Very soon, he was reduced to a bag of bones. Poof! With a soft sound, countless black poisonous insects broke out of the body of the third prince's follower and flew out. The venomous insects directly vanished as soon as they emerged, which surprised everyone. The venomous insects had eaten an immortal emperor alive. Venomous insects that can eat an immortal emperor. Even the third prince's eyebrows twitched. "Arg! Something's burrowed into my body. Roar, it's a venomous insect." A dozen of the third prince's followers suddenly cried out miserably. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, they were all eaten by the venomous insects. Humph! The old ancestor of the Zong clan, Zong Chun, suddenly waved his hands as over 10 venomous bugs appeared in the air before exploding apart. Zong Feng also killed a dozen venomous insects with a wave of his hand. Spirit-devouring insects of the void. The first prince's expression turned a little unsightly. These venomous insects could even eat immortal emperors. It was truly terrifying. Moreover, the venomous insect's reproductive ability was too strong. After eating an immortal emperor, the number of venomous insects would increase by a few times. After the venomous insects ate the immortal emperors, their numbers increased. They filled the sky like a black mass. However, all of the venomous insects disappeared in the next moment. "It's really these venomous insects. Damn it, I'm done with this." Pan Jianming, the divine son of the Five Elements Heaven sect, slipped away. Before he left, he did not forget to pull Wang Chun away. Wang Chun was only a celestial immortal. The void, spirit-devouring insects could escape into the void. It was impossible to guard against them. Once they burrowed into their bodies, it would be too late. Freeze. The eunuch servant beside the third prince made a move. He wanted to freeze the void, spirit-devouring insects with the power of Yin. A terrifying cold qi immediately spread out from his body. Even the air seemed to solidify. The remaining immortal emperors hastily circulated their energy to resist the cold qi. However, the void was still empty. Not a single void, spirit-devouring insect appeared. What? Everyone was taken aback. Immortal emperors could not resist the void, spirit-devouring insects. Only immortal venerables with extremely powerful divine will could sense the existence of the void, spirit-devouring insects. "Your Royal Highness," the eunuch servant was really frightened. "Humph!" The third prince sneered. He took out a jade bottle and uncorked it. "Withdraw." The third prince activated the bottle. In the next moment, a heaven-devouring power rushed out of the jade bottle. Countless sounds of metal rubbing against each other could be heard in the void. When this sound entered their ears, it immediately caused a layer of goosebumps to appear on their bodies. This is..." Xue Tushun glanced at the jade bottle in the third prince's hand with a strange look on his face. The countless venomous insects that had escaped into the void appeared directly. They were sucked into the jade bottle in the third prince's hand and were sucked into it. "They're just small venomous insects." The third prince said disapprovingly, "There's no insect king. The insect king is in your hands, right?" The third prince looked at Shui Tushen. A bunch of clowns. You want to kill me? What a joke. At this moment, a voice was heard. Even the third prince was shocked when he heard the voice. The expression of the first prince, who was extremely shrewd, changed immediately. He's not dead. How is this possible? Chapter 4480. The godson of the Purgatory Demon Palace, Shui Tushen, was incomparably ferocious. He was definitely a god of slaughter in the primordial world. As long as he could kill his opponent, he would do anything. He had used the terrifying void god-devouring bugs to kill more than 10 immortal emperor realm followers of the third prince of Pingtian, Yen Sun. He could be said to be extremely sinister and cunning. Although the third prince, Yen Sun, was extremely furious, he still calmly collected the void god-devouring bugs with a jade bottle. Blood Massacre God allowed third prince, Yen Sun, to take away the void god-devouring insect. He did not stop him because he had the void god-devouring insect king. The void god-devouring insects were creatures that lived in swarms. There was bound to be an insect king in a swarm of them. This insect king was incomparably powerful and could even threaten immortal venerables. Moreover, only with the Worm King in hand could he control the swarm of void, spirit-eating bugs. Moreover, the Worm King's reproduction ability was astonishing. Therefore, even if the third prince, Yen Sun, took away the swarm of void, spirit-eating bugs, he would not care. Just when the third prince Ping Tian and the godson of the Purgatory Demon Palace were about to fight, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. He's actually not dead. Everyone was shocked. How could this fellow not be dead? That was the power of over 10 killing formations exploding. How could it not kill him? The immortal venerable grade formation plate that the two old ancestors of the Zong clan had painstakingly refined was destroyed. The two old ancestors of the Zong clan, Zong Chen and Zong Feng, couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood when they saw the figure walking out from the dust. This monster, old ancestor Zong Feng, almost fainted from the shock. Could this fellow be an extreme Dao Saint Immortal? Is he pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Zong Chen's voice trembled when he thought of this. Extreme Dao Saint Immortal. The third prince, Yen Sun's brows twitched when he heard Zong Chen's words. Gu Fei walked out from the void with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at the crowd indifferently before his gaze landed on the godson of the Purgatory Demon Palace, Shui Tushen. Those insects are not bad. They look fun. Hand over the insect king. Gu Fei's tone sounded like he was ordering Shui Tushen. Do you know who I am? Shui Tushen sneered at Gu Fei. Who are you? Are you stronger than trash like them? Gu Fei pointed at the third prince of Pingtian, Yen Sun, and the others. Humph, your life is really tough. You didn't die even after that. It was as if the sun and moon were sinking in Yen Sun's eyes. A terrifying aura surged out from his body, and there were visible ripples in the surrounding space. Dragons appeared around the third prince one after another. Although they were only illusions, the powerful presence they gave off left Zong Chen and Zong Feng, the ancestors of the two clans, in the dust. Your Highness the third prince. The two ancestors of the Zong clan were incomparably shocked. Although they knew that the third prince was very strong, they didn't expect him to already have half a foot in the extreme Dao Saint Immortal realm. If it were not for the shackles of his bloodline, the third prince probably would have made the final leap and become the second extreme Dao Saint Immortal of the Divine Empire. The shackles of his bloodline were just too powerful. It was far more difficult for the descendants of extreme Dao Saint Immortals to become extreme Dao Saint Immortals than ordinary people. The bloodline of extreme Dao Saint Immortals was like an insurmountable mountain before them. Some descendants of extreme Dao Saint Immortals could never become extreme Dao Saint Immortals. Even people with great willpower and wisdom were basically unable to achieve that. However, there was an ancient legend in the primal beginning world. There was an item in the world that could allow cultivators to defy the heavens and change their fate, allowing them to reconstruct themselves and sever all past karma. However, that kind of supreme godly item was even rarer than the immortal godly medicine. It was practically impossible to find such a supreme godly item. Otherwise, there were so many extreme Dao Saint Immortals in the primal beginning world that they would have found a supreme divine might for their descendants long ago so that they could break through to the extreme Dao. The old turtle, Qin Yao, and so on were all descendants of extreme Dao Saint Immortals. Even Gu Ling was a descendant of extreme Dao Saint Immortals. Although Gu Ling was not born when Gu Fei was still at extreme Dao Saint Immortal, she still possessed Gu Fei's bloodline. As Gu Fei's cultivation rapidly increased, Gu Ling's bloodline would gradually evolve as well. The connection between the bloodlines was extremely profound and wondrous. It was indescribable, but there would always be a reaction. Now that Gu Fei had returned to extreme Dao Saint Immortal, he no longer needed to use his life lamp or life tablet to sense whether Gu Ling was alive or not. No matter where Gu Ling was now, even if she had entered another world, Gu Fei could still vaguely sense his daughter's life force. It was said that the Skywolf Sovereign had obtained a supreme divine item that could sever all karma from cultivators. However, the Skywolf Sovereign was vicious to his enemies and even more vicious to himself. He had actually created an extremely terrifying tomb for himself. Even supreme exalts would face certain death if they entered. One must know that the Skywolf Sovereign was someone who had obtained great fortune and had once dominated a region of the primal beginning world. At this time, cultivators could be seen everywhere in the Celestial Wolf mountain range. Many of the big shots had come, and countless of the small fries had come. The big shots were fighting for the great fortune in the Skywolf Grotto heaven, while the nobodies were just here to watch the show. Some wanted to try their luck, and some came to train. All in all, the Skywolf City was currently overcrowded. Who is that? How dare he act so presumptuously in front of the third prince of Pingtian? He looks unfamiliar. Could he be a divine son who came out to train in a supreme sacred ground? Am I seeing things? That guy really seems to only be at the divine transformation realm. In the distant sky, many people were pointing at Gu Fei and gossiping. You two don't know what's good for you. Gu Fei looked at the mighty sanguine massacre god and the third prince of Pingtian with disdain. When I was dominating the world, the two of you were still playing in the mud. Dai, the sanguine massacre god from the Purgatory Demon Palace, made his move. He extended his right hand and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. An extremely violent demonic power erupted. Monstrous demonic chi shrouded the entire region, as if night had suddenly fallen. Hee. Gu Fei smiled. He did not move, allowing the other party's demonic hand to grab him. What is this guy doing? Is he trying to take on the sanguine massacre god's attack? He's crazy. No one thought highly of Gu Fei. It was a joke that a mere divine transformation realm ant wanted to challenge a divine son from a top force. However, everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets in the next moment. Just as Xue Tushen's demonic hand was about to grab Gu Fei, Xue Tushen's hand suddenly turned back and grabbed himself. What? Chapter 4481. Tragedy befell the god of Purgatory Demon Palace. He had no idea that Gu Fei could reverse his attacks. Not only did his attacks become ineffective, but he could even injure himself if he was careless. In the next moment, before his demonic hand could really grab Gu Fei, his own hand had already reached out to grab him back. The god of blood slaughter, could not help but be surprised. He hurriedly moved to the side and dodged. What kind of secret technique was this? It was so strange. He had only arrived when Gu Fei was trapped in the killing formation, so he had no idea that Gu Fei could reverse all his attacks. Otherwise, he would not have attacked right away. Another piece of trash. Gu Fei said coldly. What did you say? The god of blood slaughter could not help but become furious when he heard Gu Fei's words. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had never been looked down upon like this. This guy was just too despicable. Just as the god of blood slaughter was filled with shock and anger, the third prince took action. He took out a dermic decree. In the next moment, he activated the dermic decree. In an instant, a terrifying silhouette appeared in the sky. As soon as the figure appeared, the weather immediately changed. The sun and moon dimmed, and everyone felt their bodies sink, as if a divine mountain had suddenly pressed down on them. Those with weaker cultivations had already begun to tremble. They could not even think of resisting. His Highness actually even has something like that. The two ancestors of the Zong family stared at the figure in the sky in shock. Shock and envy filled their eyes. That was the decree of a supreme saint immortal. It was the decree of the human emperor of the Pingtian divine empire. It was also one of the trump cards of the third prince. Yet now, Gu Fei had actually forced the third prince to use this trump card. This is getting a little interesting. Gu Fei stared at the figure formed by the decree. He wanted to fight very much, but now was not the time because he had sealed his own cultivation. Removing the seal was not difficult, but it was not something that could be done in a short amount of time. I'll send you to hell. The illusory figure in the sky directly attacked Gu Fei, and a terrifying power that could kill an immortal, venerable erupted from the illusory figure. Whoosh! The shadow instantly arrived in front of Gu Fei and blasted a punch towards him. Come on, come at me fiercely. Gu Fei did not resist and let the phantom's fist strike him. Bam! The fist landed directly on Gu Fei's chest, but Gu Fei did not move at all. Instead, the shadow was sent flying thousands of feet away. This Xue Tushun was dumbfounded when he saw this. This guy was only at the soul transformation realm, yet he could block human Emperor Ping Tian's attack. It was just too unbelievable. He had broken the laws of this world. Xue Tushun no longer dared to attack Gu Fei recklessly. Even Yan Sun, the third prince of Pingtian, could do nothing to Gu Fei at the moment. Trash like you want to fight for the fortune in the celestial wolf grotto heaven. Gu Fei was very disdainful. You deserve to die. Xue Tushun gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Fei. At this moment, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the celestial wolf mountain range. The entrance to the celestial wolf grotto heaven has appeared. Everyone was surprised and overjoyed. They all charged towards the depths of the celestial wolf mountain range. Let's go. The third prince waved his sleeve and directly soared into the sky on his divine beast, charging into the depths of the celestial wolf mountain range. The third prince's followers hurriedly chased after them. Xue Tushun slipped away as well. The appearance of the celestial wolf grotto heaven stirred the clouds in all directions. All the cultivators charged towards the depths of the celestial wolf mountain range in a frenzy, wanting to enter the celestial wolf grotto heaven. At this moment, everyone else had run away from where Gu Fei was, which made him very depressed. Brother Chu, you're awesome. Pan Jiaming snuck back again and gave Gu Fei a thumbs up. Brother Chu, how did you do it? Wang Chun, who was beside Pan Jiaming, was extremely curious. It's a secret. Gu Fei shook his head directly. This was his trump card. How could he tell others so easily? Only then did Gu Fei realize that the first prince of Pingtian, Yen Zhao, had already left at some point in time. Let's go too. With that, Gu Fei charged into the sky with Pan Jiaming and Wang Chen. Celestial Wolf Grotto Heaven, I'm coming. When the Celestial Wolf Grotto Heaven appeared in the Celestial Wolf Mountain Range in the primal beginning world, an immortal's residence in the chaotic rift was extremely lively. The chaotic qi outside the immortal's residence had been completely devoured by Gu Fei. Just like that, anyone could enter the immortal's residence to try their luck. However, terrifying might of the extreme way suddenly erupted in the immortal's residence very soon. All living beings were extremely terrified. Huge figures appeared in the void, one after another in the depths of the immortal's residence. Every single figure radiated with an extremely terrifying aura of the extreme way. All the important figures stared at the ancient hall that hovered in the void. At this moment, the surface of the ancient hall fell off. It was actually a bronze divine hall refined from bronze. The bronze divine hall was extremely ancient and had existed for countless years. It was unfathomable, and there was definitely something hidden within it that could make even extreme Wei sovereigns go crazy. Gu Ling watched the show from the side under the protection of the Star Beast Sovereign. She was not in a hurry. It would be best if these fellows went all out and both sides suffered heavy losses. Boom. After over a dozen days of confrontation, someone finally took action. The might of the extreme way erupted. A young man extended his hand and was about to take away the bronze divine hall. It was simple and straightforward. Humph! Right at this moment, a massive figure appeared in front of the supreme being that had attacked. Scram! The young extreme Wei sovereign continued to attack. The entire void shook as the terrifying might of the extreme way spread out. Billions of living beings were terrified to the extreme. They finally started fighting. Gu Ling sighed. These fellows had been in a stalemate here for over a dozen days. The battle of the extreme Wei sovereigns erupted. As the extreme Wei sovereigns attacked one after another, over a dozen terrifying figures moved rapidly in the void and violently attacked the Grand Formation. The vast and mighty energy waves shook the entire heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the incomparably powerful force that froze the entire heaven and earth, even an extreme Wei sovereign would be able to destroy this grotto heaven with a single punch. Those extreme Wei sovereigns all wanted to take away the bronze divine hall. However, once someone attacked the bronze divine hall, that person would be forced back by the other sovereigns. The bronze divine hall was very sturdy. Even an extreme Wei sovereign's attack did not leave a single mark on it. This was definitely a supreme item that surpassed the extreme Wei. Chapter 4482. Inside the chaos rift between the primal beginning realm and the heavenly realm, an incomparably huge immortal abode floated in the chaos chi, giving off a feeling of endless vicissitudes. At this time, the surroundings of the immortal abode, on the ground and in the void, were filled with cultivators. Those who could enter the chaos rift had to be at least at the immortal realm. In the past, there were definitely not many people who could enter the immortal abode. That was because the layer of primal chi outside the immortal mansion had blocked countless people, and only quasi-supreme beings and above could pass through it. But now, the layer of primal chi outside the immortal mansion had already been swallowed by Gu Fei. This way, everyone could enter the chaos immortal abode. However, the chaos immortal abode was filled with dangers everywhere. If one was not careful, one could die in the immortal abode and never get out. At this time, an extremely powerful aura suddenly rushed out from the gate of the immortal abode in front of them. Rumble, as soon as the aura appeared, the void of the immortal abode shook. Countless cultivators were so terrified that they directly lay on the ground and trembled. Even the most ferocious beasts, the powerful and ferocious divine beasts, became obedient at this time. They also lay on the ground and lowered their heads. Supremes, even the nearby quasi-supremes, felt their souls tremble. The aura that came from the immortal abode belonged to an extreme grade supreme. Moreover, there was more than one aura of an extreme grade supremacy surging out from the immortal gate. What's happening? Did a battle of extreme grade supreme break out inside? The old fellows were inexplicably shocked. A battle of extreme grade supreme was the most terrifying battle in the world. Not to mention who would win between the two supremes, countless ordinary living beings would suffer first. A battle would definitely destroy the world, and millions of lives would be plunged into misery and suffering. Fortunately, supreme existences usually did not fight with each other. But now that they were inside the chaos immortal abode, the extreme grade supreme had no scruples. There was no doubt that a battle of extreme grade supreme broke out in the chaos immortal abode. A battle of this level was extremely terrifying. When the news spread, it caused a huge shock in the primal beginning realm, the heavenly realm, the human realm, and the ancestral realm. Just what exactly is in that place? Even a supreme being is taking action. The rulers of the top forces in the primogenitor realm were all very curious. One had to know that anything that could make the extreme grade sovereigns fight over it was definitely incomparably heaven-defying. It seems that I also need to go out for a walk. In the human realm, in the depths of the Jiang family's ancestral land, a voice suddenly rang out. At this time, the human world was relatively peaceful compared to the heaven realm. However, the heaven realm was different. The heaven realm was in a mess because of the divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm. The so-called divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm had actually set up arenas all over the heaven realm to challenge all the cultivation geniuses of the heaven realm. In the celestial city of the divine region of the heaven realm, the divine son of Taichun from the primordial beginning realm had already defeated the quasi-supremes in the celestial city. Even the quasi-supremes from other places had been defeated by him. In the past few days, God's son of Taichun had been complacent. Ever since he had set up the arena in Celestial City, he had never tasted defeat. He was arrogant, and supercilious, treating the cultivators of the heaven realm as ants. He actually used the cultivators of the heaven realm to feed his battle pet, the golden lion with 2 wings. That was a divine beast, a heavenly lion. The heavenly lion race was not a weak race in the primal beginning realm, but there were very few of them, and even fewer of them could grow to adulthood. The heavenly lion's battle prowess was astonishing. It was a divine beast that even the primal beginning realm wanted to subdue, because once the heavenly lion submitted, it would forever be loyal and would never betray. At this time, everyone in the celestial city was in a state of panic. Countless cultivators fled, and even the disciples of the Yuan family in the celestial city were eaten by the divine son of Tai Chen's heavenly lion. The heavenly lion fed on human cultivators. The higher the cultivation of the cultivators it devoured, the faster the heavenly lion's cultivation increased. 3 days have passed. Gu Fei, Demon Lord, Di Jiuqian, none of them have appeared. It seems like they are afraid of me. On the arena of the celestial city, the voice of the divine son of Taichun spread throughout the entire city. Seal the city. The divine son of Taichun immediately ordered. If Gu Fei and the others still did not appear, he would start massacring the city. In the next moment, a formation was activated, and the entire celestial city was enveloped by the formation. Even if it was a quasi-sovereign, it would be impossible for them to leave at this time. This was a powerful trapping formation that could trap a quasi-sovereign. Celestial City, the Yuan family, in an isolated secret room, the upper echelons of the Yuan family arrived. "Father, the divine son ordered the city to be sealed. Does he really dare to massacre the entire city?" A black-clothed youth looked at the patriarch of the Yuan family, Yuan Tian, who was sitting in the seat of honor. "Big brother, the kid Tai Chin doesn't seem to be joking." A square-faced, middle-aged man said with a frown. Their Yuan family had submitted to the divine son of Tai Chen, but who would have thought that the divine son of Tai Chen did not put them in his eyes at all? If he wanted to kill them, he would kill them without batting an eyelid. Who cares if he's joking or not? We should prepare for the worst. The patriarch of the Yuan family, Yuan Tian, glanced at his younger brother and son and said, "Celestial City originally had 3 major forces. The Yuan family was only the weakest among the 3. However, the other 2 forces that were stronger than the Yuan family had been annihilated. Time passed quickly. A day passed very quickly. Celestial City. On the stage, the divine son of Tai Chun looked at the sun that was slowly rising from the east. Below the stage, there was a large group of black-clothed people. Each of them was emitting a powerful aura. They were the elites under the command of the divine son of Tai Chun, the Black Wind Guards. They belonged to him and were personally trained by him. The divine son of Tai Chun came from another eternal divine dynasty in the primal beginning realm, the Tai Chun divine dynasty. At noon, the divine son of Tai Chun waved his sleeve and ordered the Black Wind Guards below the stage. The massacre begins. "Kill! Kill them all! Kill them all!" The divine son of Tai Chen's voice resounded throughout the entire Celestial City. What countless people in the Celestial City were scared out of their wits when they heard the voice. At this moment, the Black Wind Guards below the stage rushed in all directions like a gust of black wind. Just as the countless residents of the Celestial City were about to be slaughtered, a loud noise was heard. In the next moment, the great formation that enveloped the entire Celestial City actually collapsed. A figure dashed into the city from outside and headed straight for the arena. The divine son of Tai Chun could not help but be surprised when he saw the figure rushing towards him. "You want to challenge my master, Gu Fei? Eat my fist first." The person directly punched towards the divine son of Tai Chun on the stage. The violent and powerful fist energy spread out and shook the sky. Chapter 4483. Heavenly Realm, Central Domain, Celestial City. A powerful silhouette destroyed a peerless formation that could even trap a quasi-supreme with a single punch and directly charged into Celestial City. That person directly charged towards the arena and blasted a punch towards the arena below. The extremely strong fist force immediately shook the void between heaven and earth. Countless runes appeared on the ring protected by the formation. However, as soon as the runes appeared, they collapsed. Cracks appeared on the ring, as if it could collapse at any time. Divine Sun Taichen stepped with his right foot, and a wave of power surged out from beneath his feet. The altar that was shaking violently stopped shaking. One rune after another spread out from beneath Divine Child Taichen's feet, and the cracks on the altar beneath his feet quickly disappeared. Buzz! A ball of divine light surged from his body. Boom! With a loud sound, the person's fist had already landed on Divine Sun Taichen's protective divine light. Crack! God-Child Taichen's protective divine light actually cracked, and countless cracks appeared on it. What Divine Sun Taichen could not help but be moved. "Who are you to be my opponent?" Divine Sun Taichen stared at the person in the sky and said, "I am Gu Zhong." The person descended from the sky and landed on the ring. "What? He is Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong." Yuan Tian, the head of the Yuan family, who was standing beside Divine Sun Taichen, was shocked. Gu Fei's disciple? Divine Sun Taichen frowned and was a little unhappy. He had challenged Gu Fei, but Gu Fei did not come. Instead, his disciple appeared. "You dare to challenge my master? Who do you think you are?" Gu Zhong looked at Divine Son Taichun disdainfully. Divine Son Taichun was furious. At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation came from all around. The Black Wind Guards that had gone to massacre the city were forced back by a group of people. Those people were wearing purple gold armor and holding purple gold spears. Every single one of them was like a god of war that had descended from the heavens. They were extremely powerful. The Black Wind Guards who wanted to massacre the city were no match for these battle soldiers. They were stabbed to death by the purple gold battle soldiers, one after another. Where did this guy come from? He's actually so strong. The members of the Yuan family were already terrified. The power bursting out from those violet gold battle soldiers was too strong. Every single one of them actually had a saint rank battle soldier. This was a group of saint rank holy soldiers. Even those top powers in the heaven realm could not form a saint army. One must know that every soldier was a saint. This was too shocking. This was because in the eyes of ordinary people, sages were high and mighty, looking down on the common people. Under sages, all were ants. However, the appearance of this army shocked the entire heaven realm, the human realm, and even the primal beginning realm. It caused a huge commotion. How is this possible? Seeing this, Taichun couldn't help but be shocked. In the primal beginning world, there was no such thing as a saint. An immortal emperor was a saint. In his opinion, every violet gold battle soldier that came out from Heaven's sovereign city was an immortal emperor. An army of immortal emperors. How could this be possible? Even the Taichun God dynasty could not have such an army. At this time, the members of the Black Wind Guard fell one after another. On the stage, God's son Taichun felt extremely pained. This was a guard that he had spent countless manpower and resources to build. Every member of the Black Wind Guard was a heaven immortal. However, in front of an immortal Emperor Violet Gold battle soldier, a heaven immortal was actually not much stronger than an ant. Very soon, God's son Tai Chen's Black Wind Guard was completely annihilated. Roar! The heavenly lion beside God's son Tai Chen roared. Boom! At this time, God's son Tai Chen's body exploded with a dazzling divine light, as if he had appeared on the stage that day. Powerful immortal Tao energy exploded. God's son Tai Chen's hair turned golden. His skin also turned golden. He also cultivated the power of metal. Go to hell! God's son Tai Chen roared and attacked. Rays of golden light rushed out from his body, turning into golden divine swords that pierced towards Gu Zhong. Every ray of sword light was extremely sharp. Shocking sword chi spread out, causing the temperature of the entire area to drop rapidly. Humph! Gu Zhong smiled and threw a punch. Golden light spread out, illuminating the heavens and earth. All the golden divine swords that were slashing towards him were shattered by his fist. There seemed to be a terrifying gust of wind blowing in the arena. The patriarch of the Yuan family, Yuan Tian, and the heavenly lion were both sent flying. The patriarch of Yuan family coughed out blood. His injuries were not light. Spear, come. The divine son of Tai Chen extended his right hand, and a spear immediately appeared in his hand. An astonishing ripple of power immediately erupted from the spear. A golden battle tiger shadow rushed out from the spear, bearing its fangs and claws at Gu Zhong, roaring continuously. A dangerous aura spread out from God Son Tai Chen's body. His battle strength increased exponentially with the spear in hand. To be able to die under my sky-dominating battle tiger spear. Your life is not in vain. God's son Tai Chen stared at Gu Zhong, his battle intent surging. Although this opponent was not Gu Fei, Demon Lord, or the others, it was still able to make his battle blood boil. That feeling of blood boiling, God Sun Taichen was infatuated with this feeling. To be able to die under my fist, you can be considered a character. Gu Zhong said with a trace of disdain. Again, God Sun Taichen waved his spear, using it as a rod, smashing it down towards Gu Zhong's head. Swish! Gu Zhong took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, his fist had already smashed onto God Sun Taichen's face. God Sun Taichen's face was instantly filled with excitement. His entire nose bridge was smashed. It was such a sour feeling. The people from the Yuan family, were dumbfounded. At this moment, the purple gold battle soldiers had already surrounded the stage. 500 saint soldiers. The eyeballs of some of the spectators almost fell to the ground. 500 saint rank soldiers. This was definitely many times stronger than an army of thousands. This kind of soldier was enough to sweep through the world. Who has such a great fortune to be able to form such an army? Someone exclaimed. Boom! God Sun Taichun was completely enraged, fighting Gu Zhong with his life. However, with a slap from Gu Zhong, he was sent flying. God Sun Taichen's teeth were all knocked out, and he spat out blood mixed with his teeth. Too weak. Gu Zhong continuously attacked, directly crushing God Sun Taichun. TSK, you only have this little ability, and you still dare to be so impudent here. You're courting death. Chapter 4484. Gu Zhong, Gu Fei's first disciple, disappeared for a long time ever since he set foot on the ancient road of humankind. Everyone thought that Gu Fei's disciple had died on the ancient road of humankind. Although the ancient road of humankind was a path of cultivation, it was filled with danger. It was an extremely dangerous path to prove one's Tao, and one could easily die on the way. Since ancient times, countless geniuses of the human clan had embarked on the ancient road of humankind. However, only a few of them managed to survive. Although some geniuses had embarked on the ancient road of humankind, many of them had quit halfway. The ratio of those who had walked the entire journey was 1 to 1,000. In other words, among the countless geniuses who had embarked on the ancient road of humankind, only 1 in 1,000 geniuses had successfully walked out of the ancient road of humankind. Of course, Gu Zhong and Gu Xiaofeng had embarked on the ancient road of humankind together. They had been trapped in a place for countless years and finally managed to escape after obtaining a great opportunity. Right now, Gu Zhong and Gu Xiaofeng were both quasi-supreme beings. Moreover, Gu Zhong was a martial arts expert. The strength of his martial body had multiplied his combat power. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. At that moment, the entire celestial city was in an uproar. Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong, had beaten the arrogant divine son of Taichen to the ground. You can't even beat me, and you still want to challenge my ultimate god. Gu Zhong came in front of the divine son of Taichen and looked down at him with disdain. Hearing Gu Zhong's words, the divine son of Taichen spat out a mouthful of blood. I heard that you want to massacre the city. You want to feed all the cultivators in the city to your war pet. Gu Zhong's tone immediately turned cold. So what if I am? The divine son of Taichen glared at Gu Zhong and said while gritting his teeth, Roar. At that moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. In the next moment, a beast shadow pounced towards Gu Zhong with its sharp claws aimed at Gu Zhong's head. Scram! Gu Zhong slapped the savage beast's head, sending it flying as it coughed out blood. Boom! The golden celestial lion smashed through a pavilion thousands of feet away before rolling in the ruins. It was unknown if it was dead or alive. When the followers of Godchild Taichen saw this scene, They couldn't help but turn pale with fright. I'll let you slaughter the entire city. Guzhong stepped on God's son Taichen's leg. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by an earth-shattering scream. Godchild Taichen's right leg was crippled. You dare humiliate me? Godson of Taichun was enraged. The pain of his broken bones made his vision go black. I just want to humiliate you. So what? Guzhong said in a calm manner. Godson of Taichun was both shocked and angry. He was unlucky to meet such an opponent when he went out today. This guy was too abnormal. Even he was not his opponent. You. Guzhong then broke Godson Taichun's left arm with a stomp. At this time, the high and mighty godson had fallen to such a miserable state. This made everyone sigh. You bastard, if you have the guts, then kill me. My father will definitely avenge me. I can guarantee that you will die miserably. Godson of Taichun stared at Guzhong and said coldly, Is that so? Then let them come find me. Guzhong was a little impatient. He directly stomped on this guy's body, and even his soul was scattered in the air, completely disappearing. Below the stage, countless cultivators quietened down. They all stared nervously at the two figures fighting on the stage, not missing a single detail. Roar! Guzhong had killed Godson of Taichun. In the eyes of the people from the primal beginning realm, this was definitely a heaven-shattering event. When the news spread, the godsons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were all extremely shocked. Seeing that Godson of Taichun had died, the golden celestial wolf hurriedly rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. Sword, come! Guzhong shouted. In the next moment, he extended his right hand, and a sword light immediately flew back to him, landing in his hand. Whoosh! Guzhong directly slashed at the escaping golden celestial lion. A sword light instantly caught up to the golden celestial lion and flashed past. In the next moment, the beast's movement stopped, and then its corpse was split in half. An extremely powerful celestial lion had fallen just like that. After Guzhong killed the golden celestial lion, he waved his sleeve and recalled the 500 saintesses. Then he disappeared. No one knew where he went. Heaven Realm, another city in the central region, Heaven Marshal City. At this time, it was exactly noon. A group of people appeared outside Heaven Marshal City, directly arriving at the city gate and setting up a formation. It's the guy from the primal beginning realm. Black Dragon Sect. Someone recognized the symbol on the banner of the people outside the city. It was a black dragon. Other than the top forces in the primal beginning realm, there were also countless forces of various sizes. The Black Dragon Sect was actually just a medium sect in the Taichun God dynasty. At this time, there were still people who knew that godson of Taichun was dead. Call Tai Kuang out to die. A black-clothed, middle-aged man walked out. His voice was like a great bell shaking the entire city. Oh no, the city lord offended the Black Dragon Sect a few days ago and injured their envoy. I didn't expect them to attack Heaven Marshal City so quickly. At this time, everyone in the city was inexplicably shocked. I didn't expect it to be the Black Dragon Sect. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, an old man lying on a rattan chair opened his eyes. This person was the supreme patriarch of the Tai family, Tai Zhan. Tai Kuang, if you don't come out to die, when will you? An incomparably dignified voice sounded again. The speaker was the left elder of the Black Dragon Sect. At this time, the city gate of Heaven Marshal City was tightly shut. The guards of the Tai family were on the city gate tower. They were all extremely nervous as they stared at the warriors of the Black Dragon Sect outside. The Black Dragon Sect patriarch is personally taking action. The Tai family will definitely not be able to escape this time. In a pavilion not far from the city gate, a white-clothed young man was watching the show with his arms crossed. Several young disciples of the other forces in Heaven Marshal City were sitting in the pavilion. Tai Kwong had previously fought with the Black Dragon sect. That day, an elder of the Black Dragon sect had almost lost his life here. Tai Kwong was very powerful. He had the cultivation of a sage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to defeat an elder of the Black Dragon sect. Tai Kwong is too arrogant. Now his retribution has arrived, a middle-aged man in his 30s with a short beard said indifferently. A middle-aged man in his 30s with a short beard said lightly. He was from the Martial Dragon sect, and his name was Wu Tianhe. He was Lung Feng's senior brother. Wu Tianhe was the first senior brother of the Martial Dragon sect. His cultivation had already broken through to the Holy Venerate realm. He was definitely an outstanding figure among the younger generation of Heaven Marshal City. Senior Brother Wu, you didn't see how badly Tai Kwong beat up the arrogant and despotic Black Dragon sect. A young man said, "None of those people from the primordial realm are good people. I also want to see those people from the primordial realm being stepped on and begging for mercy," a young man with a gloomy expression said through gritted teeth. A youth with a gloomy expression gritted his teeth. One of his uncles was killed by Li Kwong. Wu Tianhe didn't say anything after hearing these words. Heaven Marshal City originally had many other cultivation clans aside from the Tai, Jin, and Lung clans. These cultivation clans naturally couldn't compare to the three great clans, but they couldn't be underestimated either. The Wu, Lu, and Chun clans originally followed the lead of the Jin clan. However, the Chun clan's patriarch had died under Tai Kwong's fist. Two elders of the Lu clan had also been trampled to death by Tai Kwong. 3 elders of the Wu clan had also died. Once Tai Kwong went crazy, he wouldn't recognize anyone. In the pavilions of Heaven Marshal City, only the Lung clan and the Martial Dragon sect hadn't died at Tai Kwong's hands. At this time, the Black Dragon sect had arrived. Although the various factions of Heaven Marshal City didn't dare to openly oppose the Tai clan, they were happy to see the Tai clan suffer. Since the Tai clan is holed up, then let's kill our way into Heaven Marshal City and destroy the Tai clan. The Black Dragon sect's patriarch sat on his throne and said lazily. He was a peak, holy venerate existence, only half a step away from becoming a quasi-sovereign. However, it was this half a step that prevented the Black Dragon sect's patriarch from entering the quasi-sovereign realm. This time, the Black Dragon sect was determined to conquer Heaven Marshal City. Yes, patriarch. The left and right elders of the Black Dragon sect hurriedly received the order and left. Just as the Black Dragon sect was about to attack the city gate slowly opened, and a figure walked out. His footsteps were steady, and his aura was like a mountain. When they saw this figure, the experts of the Black Dragon sect stopped at the same time. "It's you." The left and right elders of the Black Dragon sect's expressions instantly turned grave. When the Black Dragon sect's patriarch, who was lying lazily on his throne, saw the person who walked out of the city, his eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. At this time, Taijan strode out of the city gate. With every step he took, the void seemed to tremble. His footsteps seemed to move the rhythm of the entire world. In the eyes of the experts of the Black Dragon sect, Taijan was like a mountain moving towards them. His powerful aura was so oppressive that they almost couldn't breathe. Middle-level sage cultivation? No, it should be peak sage. The left elder of the Black Dragon sect's pupils shrank as he stared at Taijan, who was walking out of the city gate step by step. Taijan was the supreme patriarch of Heaven Marshal City's Tai family. At this time, The Black Dragon sect's patriarch's expression turned somewhat ugly. "Isn't Tai Kwong very arrogant? What's the matter? My sect ancestor is here, and you're running away?" The left protector of the Black Dragon sect said coldly, "My Tai family has never had cowards." The old man leaned on his walking stick and coldly swept his gaze across the Black Dragon sect's army. This Black Dragon was indeed an expert of the primordial realm. The Black Dragon sect, he established, was also incomparably powerful. It could be said that he had obtained many benefits by relying on the Taichin God dynasty. There are no cowards in the Tai family. Then why doesn't Tai Kwong come out to die? Chapter 4485. There were quite a few people from the Taichin God dynasty who had crossed over to enter the heaven realm this time. After the godson of Taichin was killed by Gu Zhong, the elites of the Taichin God dynasty could be considered to be finished. Even the divine son had died in battle. It was even more difficult for the other people in the celestial city to survive. The celestial city's Yuan family was directly breached by the furious cultivators of the heaven realm. A large practitioner clan that had been passed down for several thousand years vanished into thin air, just like that. This was the consequence of standing on the wrong side. Although the main force of the Taichin dynasty in the heaven realm was destroyed by Gu Zhong, there were still some forces under the Taichin dynasty wreaking havoc in the heaven realm. For example, the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect was one of the countless forces under the rule of the Taichin dynasty. The Black Dragon sect was only considered a lower middle faction in the primeval realm and even in the Taichin God dynasty. The Black Dragon sect patriarch was a peak, holy venerate existence. Godson of Taichin oversaw the celestial city, and the countless subordinates he brought with him attacked in all directions. The target of the Black Dragon sect was Heaven Marshal City, an ancient city that had existed for countless years. If we take down Heaven Marshal City, the Divine Son will definitely reward us handsomely. The Black Dragon sect ancestor's heart was burning with passion. He didn't want any rewards. He just wanted something from Godchild Taichen's hands. This thing might be able to help him take that step forward. At this moment, the entire Heaven Marshal City was very quiet. The city gates were wide open, but there was a figure standing in front of the city gates. He was the supreme patriarch of the Heaven Marshal City's Tai clan, Tai Zhan. Is there no one else in the Tai family? They actually sent the old and weak to fight. The left protector of the Black Dragon sect said coldly, "TCH, trash like you actually dared to invade my Heaven Marshal City. You're courting death." Tai Zhan said disdainfully, "What did you say?" The left protector of the Black Dragon sect was furious. "Are you deaf?" Tai Zhan said coldly, "Roar, go to hell." The left protector of the Black Dragon sect was enraged. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Tai Zhan. "Roar." A dragon's roar rang out, and the left protector of the Black Dragon sect's right hand, which was grabbing at Tai Zhan, suddenly released a tremendous wave of energy. Then, a dragon shadow ferociously pounced at Tai Zhan. Tai Zhan directly punched out. Boom! With a muffled sound, the dragon shadow that was pouncing towards him immediately exploded. Powerful energy ripples spread out in all directions. Sand and stones flew everywhere outside the city gate, and the sun and moon lost their light. Countless people in the city were terrified to the extreme, especially those with cultivation. They were even more terrified because the Black Dragon sect had once massacred cities in the heaven realm. Before this, the Black Dragon sect had once attacked a small city in the middle region of the heaven realm. These fellows had actually killed everyone in that small city. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or ordinary people, they were all killed. The Black Dragon cult did not have a good reputation in the primordial world. Kill. At this moment, the left protector of the Black Dragon sect let out a furious roar and fiercely pounced towards Taijan. The two experts began to fight outside the city gate. The Black Dragon School had the advantage in numbers, but the Iron Clan of Tianwu City was far inferior. At this moment, in a training ground of the Iron Clan, Tai Kwang sat cross-legged on the ground. He was breaking through the shackles of cultivation. If he succeeded, he would be the only disciple of the Iron Clan of Tianwu City to step into the quasi-supreme stage in the past 10 million years. The Iron Clan of Tianwu City did not have a quasi-supreme stage, but the Iron Clan also had a powerful backer. However, this backer had no time to care about the Iron Clan. Tai Zhan was Tai Kwang's grandfather. It was not that Tai Kwang did not dare to come out to fight, but that he could not split himself at all. The supreme patriarch of the Iron Clan could only block the experts of the Black Dragon sect to buy time for his grandson, so that Tai Kwang could focus on breaking through the shackles of cultivation. At this time, the news of divine Sun Taichen's death had already spread. The major forces under the Taichin dynasty immediately retreated when they received the news. However, the Black Dragon sect still did not receive the news, because the person who passed the message to the Black Dragon sect had already been trampled into meat paste by Gu Zhong. A figure appeared high up in the sky, outside Heaven Martial City. This person was Gu Zhong, who had killed divine Sun Taichin. He had come, but he did not immediately take action. Gu Zhong sensed that there was an obscure and powerful yet unstable power in Tianwu City. This power was so strong that only a quasi-supreme stage like him could sense its existence. The power of the martial way. Gu Zhong was a little surprised. When did his master pass down the inheritance of the martial ancestor in the heavenly realm? Others might not know, but Gu Zhong was very clear that the power in Tianwu City was definitely the purest power of the martial way. This also meant that the person in the city had really obtained the true inheritance. The so-called true inheritance was the true inheritance. This kind of inheritance would not be passed down unless it was a core disciple. In the heavenly realm and the human realm, the orthodox martial way was Gu Fei's line. Gu Zhong had always regarded himself as the orthodox martial way. Who would have thought that this small Tianwu city would actually hide a great martial way expert? He was very curious, so he directly rushed down from the sky. Without alarming anyone, he directly appeared in Tai Kwang's seclusion place. Not bad. He's actually about to break through to the quasi-supreme stage. Gu Zhong sensed the energy fluctuation coming from the seclusion place and immediately knew the cultivation of the person inside. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold aura appear outside Tai Kwang's seclusion place. Someone is plotting against the person inside. Gu Zhong couldn't help but frown when he sensed the mysterious figure that was like a ghost. This person was obviously taking advantage of the fact that someone was in seclusion to kill the person in the seclusion place. Tai Kwang, you're dead this time. That person saw that there was no one around and directly jumped out from the darkness. Then he activated a God Pearl and smashed it towards Tai Kwang's seclusion place. The power that erupted from the God Pearl was very strong. It was definitely at the holy venerable level. That person laughed sinisterly. This time, Tai Kwang would definitely not be able to escape. However, just as that person was fantasizing about killing Tai Kwang, he only felt his collar tighten. In the next moment, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted up, and the God Pearl that he threw out with all his might was directly grabbed by a huge hand. That person's shock was no small matter. Extreme joy begets sorrow. He was about to kill the opponent he had fought with for his entire life, but who would have thought that someone would actually make a move and easily capture him? This was truly a tragedy. Gu Zhong directly read the person's memory. That person is an elder of the Lu clan of Heaven Marshal City. Gu Zhong frowned. There were 4 great clans in Heaven Marshal City: Tai, Wu, Lu, and Chun. Among the 4 great clans, the Tai clan was the strongest. The other 3 clans were completely suppressed by the Tai clan. The clan leader of the Chun clan even died in the hands of Tai Quang. "Who are you?" the elder of the Lu clan said with a trembling voice. "Humph." Gu Zhong clenched his fist, and with a crack, he directly broke the neck of the elder of the Lu clan. A ray of divine light shot out from between Gu Zhong's eyebrows and directly destroyed the Yuan spirit of the elder of the Lu clan. "You want to live in front of me? What a joke." Gu Zhong tossed the corpse to the side and sat cross-legged in the void. At this moment, Gu Fei still had no idea that Gu Zhong had taken action. Moreover, Gu Zhong had slain a god as soon as he struck out. This was truly shocking. At this moment, an intense battle erupted in the celestial Wolf Mountain range in the primordial world. A crack appeared in the depths of the celestial Wolf Mountain range, and strands of light surged out. Like a streak of light, they shot into the sky and cut down the stars in the sky. Who knew how many experts had gathered around the crack? The god of the 5 elements heavenly sect, Pan Jianming, had appeared near the crack sneakily. He wanted to enter the crack. The 2 princes of the Pingtian Divine Empire had arrived as well. The 3rd prince, Yen Sun, had even fought against the god of the Demon Palace of the Purgatory Demon Palace to a draw. However, the god of the Demon Palace of the Purgatory Demon Palace was extremely powerful. He forcefully blocked the attacks of over a dozen experts and made his way into the crack long ago. This fellow was extremely ferocious. Even the 3rd prince of Pingtian was shocked. Who knew how many experts wanted to enter the crack right now, but none of them dared to do so, as it was just too dangerous. Not only did they have to deal with the sneak attacks from the surrounding experts, but they also had to deal with the terrifying streaks of light that shot out of the crack. "Oh, there's actually a broken sword there." Gu Fei's figure appeared on a mountain beside the crack. His gaze pierced through the void and reached the bottom of the crack. A broken sword had fallen into the rubble in the depths of the crack. Light flowed through the broken sword, and it would shoot out with streaks of light from time to time. No one would have thought that the terrifying streaks of light that had shot out of the crack actually came from a broken sword. It can kill saint-tier beings. This sword is not simple. Gu Fei was a supreme existence who had once cultivated to the eternal realm. Even though the broken sword in the depths of the crack had been destroyed, it still possessed such power. Was it an eternal level sword? The sword was broken, and the god within it had dissipated. However, the sword still possessed such great power that even Gu Fei was a little shocked. He also had 2 eternal level Dao weapons that he had refined himself. He knew very well how terrifying they were. "Brother Chu, you're actually here. I've had a hard time looking for you." At that moment, a guy walked up the mountain. "Brother Pan." Gu Fei took a look and realized that it was none other than the god of the 5 elements heaven sect, Pan Jianming. In the eyes of these people, he was still Chu Xiaoyun of the Crimson Firmament sect. This time, Wang Chen of the 5 elements sect did not stay with Pan Jianming, as he did not want to die. He was not Gu Fei, who could reverse any enemy attack. If he were to be targeted by a quasi-supreme being, then he would be dead for sure. Wang Chun retreated and returned to the 5 elements sect. "Why are you looking for me?" Gu Fei looked at Pan Jianming curiously. "Well, I would like to enter the serious abyss with you, Brother Chu. What do you think?" Pan Jianming looked at Gu Fei nervously and longingly. "You want to accompany me?" Gu Fei was even more puzzled. He was just a small cultivator in the incarnation realm, not even an immortal. He was the weakest among them. Why would this guy want to accompany him? Yes, if we join forces, we will be invincible. Who can resist us? Pan Jiaming said, heroically. Chapter 4486. The Primordial World, the Southern Domain, and the Celestial Wolf Tomb weren't secrets to the top powers in the primordial world. They were well aware of Paragon Skywolf's background. Before reaching Tao, Paragon Skywolf had been nothing more than a green wolf. He didn't have a heaven-defying talent, nor did he have a peerless physique, and he wasn't the descendant of some powerful being. He was just a little green wolf that witnessed his clan being slaughtered by others. Before Shaoqing Wolf's mother died, she'd pressed him under her body, allowing him to escape. With great perseverance, he'd taken one step at a time, growing from weak to strong. He'd experienced unimaginable suffering to finally stand at the peak of the multiverse. On the day he became a sovereign, he'd struck down the imperishable celestial dynasty that had wiped out his entire clan. He'd destroyed the dynasty that had ruled over billions of territories and existed for billions of years. No one could have imagined that the one who destroyed the imperishable celestial dynasty was the Shaoqing Wolf from back then. Paragon Skywolf eventually became an overlord, but 100,000 years after he'd become a sovereign, he'd reached the peak of the extreme Tao. There was no path ahead. He wanted to carve out his own path. The peak of the extreme Tao wasn't the end. There was still a path ahead, but no one knew if he'd found it. Some people said that he'd experienced a great terror. It was as if something ominous had happened to him when he'd surpassed the extreme Tao realm, and he'd nearly died on the spot. While he was still alive, Paragon Skywolf used his supreme divine ability to construct a huge tomb for himself. Then, he walked into the tomb himself. The entrance to his tomb was in the Celestial Wolf Abyss. Before Paragon Skywolf built his tomb here, the Celestial Wolf Abyss had been a danger zone in the southern domain of the primordial world. It was a terrifying place. Even a sovereign would be in danger if he entered the abyss, let alone other cultivators. Gu Fei looked carefully and discovered a secret beneath the abyss. The peerless sword light that occasionally shot out of the abyss originated from a broken sword. It was hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying the sword had been before it was destroyed. A single broken sword was enough to keep countless experts at bay outside the Skywolf tomb. This dangerous place in the primordial beginning realm was extraordinary. At this time, other than a few people who had charged into the heavenly wolf abyss, everyone else was watching. Everyone knew very well that in this place, they would die if they were not careful. Boom! The sky above the Skywolf abyss suddenly lit up with an immortal light that resembled a divine sun. The next moment, a sword light rushed up from the abyss and directly split the immortal light in half. The immortal light dissipated, and a corpse fell from the sky into the abyss. Countless experts near the abyss were shocked to the extreme when they saw this. Someone died again. An ancient existence sighed. Over the countless years, this abyss had devoured countless powerful beings. Sovereign Heavenly Wolf is truly a monster. To think that he would actually build his own tomb here. Someone exclaimed. That sword light, Pan Jianming exclaimed on a mountain outside the abyss. That sword light was sufficient to threaten him. If he were to be struck by it, then his body and soul would absolutely be annihilated. Not even his corpse would be left behind. It can hurt a sovereign. Gu Fei looked at the abyss and said indifferently. This Pan Jianming was shocked to hear Gu Fei's words. Brother Chu, you should be able to deal with this kind of attack. Pan Jianming probed. Gu Fei smiled noncommittally. Humph, a bunch of timid fellows. At this moment, a cold laugh rang out. Then, a figure rushed over from the distance. Endless demonic chi erupted from the figure, and the entire world suddenly darkened. It was an old man in a black robe. Streaks of blood-colored light circled around him like blood-colored lightning. A powerful demonic aura immediately filled every inch of the void. "It's the blood demon ancestor of the demonic mountain," someone exclaimed. "Why is he here?" Some experts had ugly expressions. The demonic mountain was one of the two top demonic forces in the primordial realm. The other demonic force was the Purgatory Demon Palace. The blood demon ancestor of the demonic god mountain was an extremely powerful demon ancestor. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the extreme Tao. With a single palm strike, he dispersed a sword light that rushed out from the depths of the abyss. Then he directly rushed into the abyss and disappeared. The demonic might of the extreme grade also disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This demon, the experts of the older generation all felt uneasy. Wherever this demon was, nothing good would come out of it. No one dared to attack an existence at the peak of the extreme grade like the blood demon ancestor. After all, once they offended such an existence, the consequences would be dire. "Brother Chu, there are already 7 or 8 people who have entered. When should we make a move?" Pan Jianming was somewhat restless. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. However, he had unexpectedly learned that there was something in the Sirius tomb that could sever the bloodline of a cultivator. He was very curious. Was there really such a magical thing in this world? It should be noted that it was almost impossible to sever the bloodline of one's father. The bloodline of the extreme grade shackled these descendants of the extreme grade and eventually became a nightmare for them. What's the hurry? Gu Fei looked at the abyss in front of him. His identity in the primordial realm was Chu Xiaoyan, a disciple of the Crimson Firmament sect. Rumble. At this time, there was another shocking sound in the silent sky. A chariot rushed over from afar, pulled by 5 flood dragons. The 5 flood dragons pulled a bronze chariot, and on the chariot stood a tall figure. An extremely domineering aura exploded from this figure, causing the void to tremble. Each of the flood dragons pulling the chariot was a peak paragon existence. As soon as this person appeared, he immediately attracted countless gazes. Lord Long of the Great Dragon God Dynasty. Someone recognized the middle-aged warrior. The Great Dragon God Dynasty was one of the 7 divine dynasties of the primordial realm, and it was a superforce. Lord Long was a peerless expert of the Great Dragon God Dynasty. No one dared to stop him. The extreme grade Saint Immortal of the Great Dragon God Dynasty directly drove the chariot and rushed into the abyss. Countless sword lights rushed up from the bottom of the abyss, but they were all blocked by Lord Long's power. The sword lights rushing out from the abyss could hurt extreme grade supremes. However, the terrifying sword lights in the eyes of others were nothing in the eyes of existences like Lord Long and the blood demon ancestor. Rumble. The chariot crushed the void and directly disappeared into the abyss. After that, several extreme grade supremes rushed into the abyss. Some of them risked their injuries to enter this terrifying abyss. There were also a few quasi-supremes who tried to attack, but they all failed in the end. Some people plotted against them, but the real cause of their deaths was the broken sword. The sword light from the broken sword at the bottom of the abyss was enough to hurt extreme grade supremes and kill any creatures below the extreme grade. Some quasi-supremes even used extreme grade Tao artifacts or forbidden artifacts that could burst out with extreme grade power to force their way into the abyss, but the result was very tragic. Some of them were directly destroyed by the sword light rushing out from the abyss and died. Some were protected by the extreme grade Tao artifacts, and although they were seriously injured, they survived. Those who survived were undoubtedly the luckiest. However, There were even more people who ended up with their bodies and souls destroyed. Gu Fei observed for a long time, and finally had some understanding of the sword light coming from the broken sword at the bottom of the abyss. The sword light from the broken sword had some kind of rule. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. At its strongest, it could hurt a supreme being, but at its weakest, it couldn't even kill a saint-level creature. Somehow, there was a chance of survival. However, this slim chance of survival was very difficult to grasp. Only an extreme supreme being would be able to see through it. Okay, get ready to attack. Gu Fei suddenly said to Pan Jiaming, "Are we going to attack?" Pan Jiaming was instantly overjoyed. This guy was very shrewd. He pulled Gu Fei into the team because he fancied Gu Fei's supreme divine ability that could reverse all attacks. As long as he stood beside Chu Xiaoyun, he could ignore all attacks. After saying this, Gu Fei sat cross-legged. He sat there for a long time. In the evening, when the curtain of night was about to fall, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. Pan Jiaming, who had been guarding beside Gu Fei, immediately became spirited. "Bend down," Gu Fei said to Pan Jiaming. "What?" Pan Jiaming was stunned and did not understand. "You're carrying me?" Gu Fei looked at Pan Jiaming like he was looking at an idiot. "Ah, okay. Pan Jiaming quickly nodded and bent down. Gu Fei did not stand on ceremony and directly jumped onto Pan Jiaming's back. Pan Jiaming could only carry Gu Fei on his back. "Charge!" Gu Fei waved his hand, and Pan Jiaming immediately carried him into the sky, rushing towards the abyss in front of them. Swish! Just as they approached the abyss, a divine arrow pierced through the void and shot towards Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming at an extremely fast speed. "Humph, humph!" Pan Jiaming sneered. He simply did not care about the divine arrow. In the next moment, the divine arrow returned to where it came from, almost injuring the despicable and shameless fellow who shot it. Pan Jiaming directly carried Gu Fei and rushed into the abyss. The moment he rushed into the abyss, a sword light rushed up from the bottom of the abyss and slashed towards them. The sharp sword chi spread out and cut through the void. "This is bad." Pan Jiaming turned pale with fright, but in the next moment, that peerless sword light was reversed. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Reversing the opponent's attack. What kind of magical power was this? What kind of secret technique was this? Some people still attacked Gu Fei, and the others. However, all the attacks were reversed by a mysterious power around Gu Fei. Even the sword light from the bottom of the abyss was no exception. Chapter 4487. Pan Jiaming was extremely depressed. He was the divine child of the five elements, heaven sect. He was extremely noble and respected. Even the princes of the everlasting celestial dynasty had to lower their heads in front of him. But now, Chu Xiaoyun actually wanted him to carry him into the abyss. This made him very unhappy, but he did not dare to show his displeasure. How aggrieved! However, Pan Jiaming had to admit that his choice was absolutely correct. Chu Xiaoyun could really ignore all attacks. In the distant sky, a powerful figure directly threw a spear at Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming. Whoosh! The spear directly broke through the void, crossed the pitch-black void, and stabbed in front of Gu Fei in an instant. However, the inexplicable power on Gu Fei's body showed its might again. The spear was directly reversed by this power and returned to where it came from. That person could not help but be moved. The next moment, that person stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear that had pierced through the void. At this time, rays of immortal light burst out, all blasting towards Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming. The whole world shook as if doomsday had arrived. Oh no! Pan Jiaming, who was carrying Gu Fei on his back, could not help but be shocked when he saw this kind of attack. There was a supreme existence secretly attacking. Heaven and earth reversal. Gu Fei roared, and a power that was several times stronger than before burst out. At the same time, an earth-shattering terror instantly blasted the chaotic power that burst out from Gu Fei's body. In an instant, it seemed as if time had frozen, as if the world had reversed. Countless killing moves that were blasting towards them were perfectly reversed by the power that burst out from Gu Fei's body. How is this possible? This guy defies the natural order. Everyone was shocked by this scene. All the killing moves that were blasting towards Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming were unexpectedly reversed by him without a trace. Screams and screams suddenly rang out. Some people could not dodge in time and were hit by the reversed killing moves. Some people were extremely unlucky and were directly killed by their own killing moves. Some of them managed to escape, while others were heavily injured. While everyone was stunned, Pan Jiaming carried Chu Xiaoyun, who was also known as Gu Fei, into the abyss. This is the serious abyss. Gu Fei carefully looked around and saw that it was gloomy and there was an unknown fog lingering around. The surrounding temperature was very low, but there was no ice or snow on the ground. Boom! The moment Pan Jiaming's feet touched the ground, a demonic light burst out like a demonic sun and blasted towards Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming, courting death. With a thought from Gu Fei, the strange force on his body immediately erupted, and the demonic sun-like light was directly reversed. Roar! The person who had launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei was directly hit by the demonic light. In the next moment, black smoke rose from his body, and his clothes were in tatters. He was in an extremely sorry state. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, a demon child, Pan Jiaming said disdainfully. Sneak attacking Chu Xiaoyun and himself was no different from courting death. Clang! At this time, the shadows of divine weapons appeared in the sky. Each of them was a supreme Tao weapon that shook the heavens. Whoosh! Pan Jiaming waved his right hand, and countless divine weapons immediately slashed towards the demon child. This person was the godchild of the Purgatory Demon Palace, Xue Tushen, who had entered the serious abyss. At this time, Xue Tushen roared towards the sky, and his voice shook the void. It spread far and wide in the abyss, and even outside, so that people outside could hear his voice. A terrifying sound wave spread out, and it actually directly shattered the divine weapons that were slashing towards them, causing them to dissipate in the void. Go! Pan Jiaming saw that the situation was not right, and directly carried Chu Xiaoyun, who was also known as Gu Fei, to escape. Where do you think you're going? Xue Tushen grinned and took a step forward, instantly catching up to Pan Jiaming. The next moment, a giant blood-colored hand suddenly appeared in the void, directly slapping towards Pan Jiaming. He wanted to slap these two ant-like fellows to death with one slap. However, the next moment, his slap was reversed. Bam! Xue Tushen's right hand slammed into his left shoulder, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Damn, what a ruthless guy! Pan Jiaming couldn't help but be surprised. Xue Tushen was decisive in killing, and he was definitely a formidable person. Of course, this also required him to really grow up. This Xue Tushen stared at Gu Fei, his eyes flashing. This guy was just an ant in the divine transformation realm. How could he possibly take an attack from him? He definitely had a heaven-defying divine weapon on him. Xue Tushen couldn't help but think of this. However, he didn't dare to make a move. This little guy is a bit interesting. In a corner of the abyss, a figure stared at Gu Fei. The sun and moon seemed to be sinking in his eyes, but his body didn't emit any incomparably powerful aura. The man disappeared into the void, without a sound. In the depths of the abyss, a short sword lay quietly in a pile of rubble. Gu Fei pointed Pan Jianming all the way to the pile of rubble where the short sword was. Xue Tushin followed Gu Fei all the way. Soon, Gu Fei and the others arrived at the pile of rubble. He directly jumped down from Pan Jianming's back. Then, he rushed into the rubble. There was a golden divine light flowing on the broken sword. Although it was destroyed, it could still erupt with incomparable power that could injure a supreme being. Gu Fei grabbed the half of the broken sword in his hand. That is, Xue Tushin directly rushed over, wanting to take the broken sword from Gu Fei's hand. "Your opponent is me." At this moment, a figure flashed over from the side, then blasted a punch at Xue Tushin. The violent power of the 5 elements erupted from his fist. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two figures directly separated, and the powerful fluctuations of a quasi-supreme being spread in all directions. Sand and stones suddenly flew in the rubble, and the boulders weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms were shaken away. "Die!" At this moment, Gu Fei roared. In the next moment, he held the broken sword in his hand and slashed at Xue Tushin with all his strength. Whoosh! A sword light that was almost invisible to the naked eye flashed, and then a trace of blood seeped out of Xue Tushin's forehead. In the next moment, he collapsed. He didn't even see that sword clearly until he died. This Pan Jianming glanced at Gu Fei, then at Xue Tushin, who had been split in half by Gu Fei. His forehead began to sweat again. This sword. Even Gu Fei didn't expect this sword to be so powerful. However, at this moment his body swayed, and his legs went soft, almost falling to the ground. He only slashed once, but the power of this sword might be much stronger than he expected, because the moment he slashed with the sword, the broken sword had almost devoured all of his vitality. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for this sword to kill a quasi-supreme being. At this moment, Gu Fei put away the broken sword, then came in front of Xue Tushin, squatted down, and carefully searched him. Yes, there are a lot of things. Gu Fei found a lot of things on Xue Tushin's body. They found quite a lot of things, but at the level of the Xue Tu god, the things they had on them would be thrown into the heaven and earth they created. The sanguine massacre god was dead, but the internal world he had refined did not collapse because of his death. That sword. At this moment, Pan Jianming, who was scared out of his wits, was shocked to the extreme. A broken sword could actually kill a quasi-supreme being. The power of this broken sword was really frightening. Gu Fei was just an ant in the divine transformation realm, not even an immortal. However, he was able to kill a quasi-supreme being with just a broken sword. A divine transformation realm cultivator killing a quasi-supreme being. Even in the distant past, such an unbelievable thing had never happened. Pan Jianming was extremely jealous of the broken sword that Gu Fei had obtained, because that broken sword was definitely a great killing weapon. Although he was jealous, Pan Jianming knew that it was absolutely impossible for Chu Xiaoyan to spit it out now that it had fallen into his hands. Gu Fei sat cross-legged next to Xue Tushin's corpse, then used his mysterious technique to carefully sense the void between heaven and earth. Soon, he suddenly opened his eyes and pointed out with a finger. Boom! Like a muffled sound from a heavenly drum, Gu Fei's finger actually opened up an inner world that belonged to Xue Tushin. Gu Fei directly rushed in without hesitation. Pan Jianming did not fall behind. He also turned into a 5-element sword light and rushed into the inner world. However, when Pan Jianming entered this world, he discovered that Gu Fei had already taken everything away. This guy was simply a goose that didn't leave a feather behind. Everything was cleared away. Gu Fei directly found the core of this world, then sat cross-legged in front of the core of the world. He wanted to refine this part of the world. Pan Jianming was a step slower. In this part of the world, he did not obtain any benefits at all. He only picked up some things that others did not want. This part of the world was naturally the inner world that Xue Tushun had opened up. Only Gu Fei's extremely powerful spirit could sense the location of this part of the world. Then he pointed at a node between the outer world and the inner world. This opened up the inner world of Xue Tushun. Rumble. Soon, the entire inner world of Xue Tushun began to shake. This part of the inner world was very big, and there were many living creatures. However, Gu Fei saw through it with a glance. Most of the living creatures in this inner world were brought in from the outer world. The native creatures in this part of the world were pitifully few. Pan Jiaming was filled with jealousy and hatred when he saw that Gu Fei was refining the core of this part of the world. His expression was uncertain, but in the end, he did not attack Gu Fei. Chapter 4488, The Bloody Massacre God, was truly unlucky to have provoked Gu Fei. As a result, he ended up dead. Even the Bloody Massacre God's inner world was directly refined by Gu Fei into his own inner world to supplement and perfect the laws of the world in his inner world. Of course, in the eyes of the Bloody Massacre God, Gu Fei was just a soul formation realm ant from the Scarlet Heaven sect. Gu Fei's identity in the primal beginning realm was Chu Xiaoyan, a disciple of the Scarlet Heaven sect. This guy, at this time, Pan Jiaming was extremely depressed. This Gu Fei was simply plucking feathers from a goose. Pan Jiaming followed behind Gu Fei, but he didn't even get any soup, let alone cold food. At best, he only got some leftovers. The Bloody Massacre God's inner world was definitely his most precious thing. Pan Jiaming was extremely jealous as he watched Gu Fei slowly refine the inner world. Rumble. In less than an hour, Gu Fei had refined the inner world's inner world and directly refined it into his own inner world. Congratulations, Brother Chu. After obtaining the Bloody Massacre God's inner world, your cultivation has greatly increased. Pan Jiaming quickly came over to congratulate him. He was very shocked. Was this Chu Xiaonan really just a soul formation realm disciple from the Scarlet Heaven sect? In Pan Jiaming's view, Gu Fei was very mysterious. One must know that the Xue Tushun wasn't an ordinary quasi-sovereign. The inner world that he had opened up was much bigger than the inner worlds of ordinary quasi-sovereigns. This indirectly proved how powerful the Bloody Massacre God was. The larger the inner world, the higher the cultivation, and the stronger the combat power. This was inevitable. After refining the Bloody Massacre God's inner world, Gu Fei's cultivation must have greatly increased. Gu Fei smiled non-committally. He was still in the soul formation realm, but the essence energy contained in the Bloody Massacre God's inner world was constantly nourishing his body. He did not intend to increase his cultivation. He wanted to build a heaven-defying foundation in the soul formation realm so that he could go further on the path of cultivation than others. In the grand beginning realm, the peak of every cultivation realm was not the limit. There was a limit realm. Beyond the peak was the limit realm. The extreme realm was a realm of cultivation that had been cultivated to its limits and reached perfection. There was no more room for improvement. If he were to take another step forward, he would break through his limits and enter a higher level of cultivation. Therefore, the paramount realm was the most perfect state for every cultivation realm. Many people in the grand beginning realm knew about the existence of the paramount realm, especially the divine sons and saintesses of the top factions. They all cultivated with the paramount realm as their goal. However, every cultivation level had to be cultivated to the extreme state. Even the divine sons and saintesses couldn't do that. Where did this guy come from? Pan Jianming became even more cautious in his heart. a mere soul formation realm and was actually able to refine the inner world of a quasi-sovereign. This was something that was basically impossible. Even the slightest bit of aura that a quasi-supreme being exuded would be enough to make a soul formation realm and soul scatter. However, not only did this Chu Shaoyun completely ignore the pressure of a quasi-sovereign, but he also refined the sanguine slaughter god's inner world. He did what others couldn't. When Gu Fei and Pan Jianming came out of the sanguine slaughter god's inner world, the entire celestial wolf abyss became even darker. A supreme Tao Saint Immortal has made a move. Pan Jianming sensed powerful immortal auras surging out from the depths of the abyss. His expression changed drastically. He raised his head and stared into the abyss, only to see waves of towering blood chi surging out from the abyss, causing the sky above the abyss to change color. Every single one of them was powerful enough to crush the universe and scatter the galaxy. There were actually 5 of such supreme blood and chi. The 5 supreme Tao Saint Immortals were the most powerful existences in the primal beginning realm. They stood at the peak of all living beings and looked down on the entire primal beginning realm. Only supreme existences who were also supreme Tao Saint Immortals could be their opponents. It's just the celestial wolf tomb, yet it attracted 5 supremes. Gu Fei gazed into the abyss with a profound gaze. There was definitely something in the celestial wolf tomb that interested supreme Tao Saint Immortals, something that could pique the interest of a supreme Tao Saint Immortal was definitely no small matter. Gu Fei finally began to have a trace of interest in the Skywolf Great Tomb. What should we do? Doesn't that mean we won't have a chance? Pan Jianming was dejected. There were too many good things in the celestial wolf tomb. Obtaining 1 or 2 of them was already a great fortune. But now that a supreme Tao Saint Immortal had made a move, what chance did they have? Gu Fei didn't say anything. He carefully examined the terrain around him before looking up at the starry sky. Yes, Gu Fei understood. This abyss was no small matter. Was it a forbidden ground formed by the heavens, or was it set up by someone? The great abyss was a killing trap, a super killing trap. This super killing trap borrowed the terrain and heavenly might. This kind of killing trap could even kill supreme beings. The celestial wolf supreme actually dared to build his tomb in the abyss. This kind of courage wasn't something ordinary supremes could compare to. This was the formation Tao. It borrowed the power of the heavens, the earth, and the people. If necessary, a powerful formation Tao expert could borrow any power they wanted to kill their opponents. To a certain extent, even a perilous land formed naturally was also a kind of array Tao, the array Tao of heaven and earth. Let's go and see what a supreme is capable of, Gu Fei said as he strode into the abyss. Brother Chu, are you tired of living? Pan Jianming was shocked. This guy dared to enter the abyss? Does he think he's a supreme Tao Saint Immortal? Even supreme Tao Saint Immortals had to be careful in the abyss. If they weren't careful, they would be injured or even die here. An extreme Tao Saint Immortal had entered the abyss 30,000 years ago, and he hadn't come out since. Some said that the supreme Tao Saint Immortal died in the abyss. That was a place where even supreme Tao Saint Immortals died. Haha, are you coming or not? Gu Fei laughed as he strode forward. This Pan Jianming's expression changed. In the end, he clenched his teeth and decided to go. He chased after Gu Fei. Meanwhile, deep in the abyss, a huge coffin was floating in the chaotic chi. The aura coming from the coffin was shocking. It did not feel like a world was evolving around it. There were 5 experts standing around the coffin. The aura emanating from each expert directly dispersed the cold aura in the surroundings. All 5 of them were supreme Tao Saint Immortals. All 5 of them were staring at the coffin in front of them. Boss E, are you going or should I? A young supreme Tao Saint Immortal turned around and asked an old man beside him with a smile. Although they could see the huge coffin in the primal chaos aura in front of them, there was an invisible force enveloping the coffin. Even Supreme Tao Saint Immortals could not touch the coffin. Hee, it's the same for everyone. The old man called Boss, he said with a smile. There's only one or two items. How are we going to split them? A mysterious man, shrouded in a black robe, suddenly asked. He was like a ruler in the darkness. Although he was standing there and his body was emitting a strong aura, his aura disappeared in the next moment. It was as if he had turned into nothingness. You, Yuan Geezer, will just rely on our own abilities. We won't be able to take what's yours. Hee, you won't be able to get what's not yours either, Bossy said. Rely on our own abilities. Huh? The black-robed Supreme sneered. Humph. A middle-aged man in a white robe emitted 9 rays of immortal light. The light revolved around him as if it could destroy everything. The last Supreme, Tao Saint Immortal, was a disheveled old man. To be more precise, he was an old drunkard. Even in the serious tomb, he was still drunk. Heaven's extremity, what do you say? Boss, he looked at the disheveled old man. Me? Ha! You guys can do whatever you want. What does it have to do with me? The disheveled old man laughed as he opened the wine gourd in his hand and poured a mouthful into his mouth. The fragrance of the wine filled the air. Even the other Supremes could not help but swallow a few mouthfuls. All right, we'll rely on our own abilities then. The other Supremes nodded. Bossy took a huge step forward and punched the void in front of him. An extremely violent immortal Tao power burst out from his fist. However, the attack of a Supreme was earth-shattering. Bossy's punch was enough to destroy a region and kill countless living beings. However, such a powerful punch did not display the power that it should have. Only visible ripples appeared in the void in front of it. The powerful Supreme's power seemed to have disappeared. What? Bossy was shocked. He seemed to have made a grave mistake. Oh no! The Supreme Tao Saint Immortals had extraordinary insight. Bossy's punch allowed the other Supreme Tao Saint Immortals to see something shocking. They were wrong from the start. Haha, this is going to be fun. The old drunkard Tian Jizi laughed. The other Supreme Tao Saint Immortals had ugly expressions. They were high and mighty supreme beings, yet they were actually schemed against by a dead person. They had fallen into a trap. They had actually fallen into a trap, using our power to kill us. Bossy muttered to himself. They realized it too late. They had already put in a lot of effort to break the trap. The power of the 5 Supreme Tao Saint Immortals was unknowingly absorbed. This was not a good thing for the 5 Supreme Tao Saint Immortals. The Sirius Great Abyss was a dangerous place to begin with. They did not expect the Sirius Supreme to change it slightly and set up a trap within a trap. This trap within a trap was used to kill Supreme Tao Saint Immortals. 5 Supreme Tao Saint Immortals came this time. If all 5 Supreme Tao Saint Immortals perished in the Sirius Great Abyss, the entire primal beginning realm would fall into chaos. One should know that the 5 Supreme Tao Saint Immortals each represented a superforce that ruled over billions of territories. Once such a force lost the protection of the Supreme Tao Saint Immortals, it would definitely be devoured by other forces. By then, blood would flow like a river. Preposterous. Chapter 4489. The Celestial Wolf Tomb in the Primal Beginning Realm was a grand trap. It was hard to say if the Celestial Wolf Tomb contained the legendary item that could change one's fate. This grand trap was aimed at the extreme Tao Saint Immortals, especially the Celestial Wolf Sovereign's enemies. Even if he died, he wanted to trap them. The Celestial Wolf Abyss was a desolate region. It had devoured countless powerful beings in the primal beginning realm over the years. The celestial wolf sovereign had chosen this place as his tomb in order to set up a trap. Boom! The entire Skywolf Great necropolis began to shake, and one rune after another appeared on the surface of the enormous coffin, surrounded by primal chaos energy. A powerful force burst out from the coffin, instantly connecting heaven and earth. Rumble, the ancient starfield that had been silent for countless years, had awakened without any warning. The supreme existences in the primal beginning realm immediately sensed it. What's going on? An incomparably powerful energy fluctuation erupted from a part of the star field. Rays of bright starlight rapidly condensed, and billions of starlight directly formed a huge array diagram. Using billions of ancient stars as chess pieces to set up a formation was something even the immortal Tao Saint Kings couldn't do. After all, this was an ancient star field that had existed for countless years. The power of the stars was unimaginably powerful. In just a few seconds, a formation larger than a region of the primal beginning world was completed. The moment the formation was completed, the power of the entire region gathered towards it like crazy. Someone's messing with the starfield? The lofty extreme Tao Saint Immortals in the primal beginning realm released their divine senses. The divine senses of the extreme Tao Saint Immortals were so powerful that they could understand some things with just a thought. This was a super-killing formation made of stars that enveloped the entire starfield. Only supreme existences at the extreme Tao Saint Immortal realm had the ability to set up such a grand arrangement. Yes, it's resonating with the celestial wolf abyss. The extreme Tao Saint Immortals communicated with their divine senses. Is this a trap set up by Little Wolf? Even Paragon Heavenwolf was a junior to such a supreme old-timer who had lived for countless years. He was originally the one who had the highest chance of taking that step. What a pity! The old voice was filled with regret. Unfortunately, those fellows actually killed that little guy. Another equally ancient supreme being sighed. Those people are short-sighted. Sigh. The old man sighed. These existences that had lived for countless years cared about very few things. They only had one goal, and that was to break through their shackles, break through their own limits, and realize the ultimate leap. As far as these super old-timers were concerned, there was a path at the end of the polarity Tao. They wanted to see how far the Shaoqing wolf could go, but some of them were afraid that once the Shaoqing wolf succeeded, they would be killed just like the immortal celestial dynasty that was destroyed by the Shaoqing dragon. As a result, they decided to make a move on the Shaoqing wolf. A great battle broke out in the depths of the starry sky without any warning. It shook the entire sky, shattered countless stars, and turned a region of the celestial realm into a dead zone. Paragon Heavenwolf was so powerful that he managed to kill 3 supreme Tao Saint Immortals before fleeing with heavy injuries. Paragon Heavenwolf's shocking battle shook the entire primordial realm. The deaths of the 3 super antiques directly changed the power structure of the grand primordial world. It caused a huge upheaval and almost caused the grand primordial world to enter a dark age. Each of the 3 super old-timers was backed by a super faction. Once they lost the protection of the supreme Tao Saint Immortal patriarchs, the factions would become juicy meat in the eyes of others. However, these factions wouldn't just sit and wait for death. The counterattack of these factions was terrifying. In the end, several supreme Tao Saint Immortals intervened to prevent the entire primordial realm from falling into a dark abyss. The Skywolf chaos lasted for nearly 10,000 years in the primordial realm. In the end, Paragon Heavenwolf walked into the tomb he'd built for himself. Some said he died in his tomb, but others said he didn't. However, more than 100,000 years had passed, and Paragon Heavenwolf hadn't reappeared. That was until today, when Paragon Heavenwolf's backup plan was activated. This is Gu Fei suddenly stopped in his tracks as he headed deeper into the great abyss. He raised his head and saw a thick black mist in the sky. The black mist blotted out the entire sky. What's going on? Pan Jianming, who was following behind Gu Fei, also raised his head. His expression changed when he saw the billowing black mist. He was very careful. He had been cautious all his life. He followed behind Gu Fei step by step, following the footprints left behind by Gu Fei. This kind of terrain is like a hidden dragon in the abyss. It won't erupt easily, but it seems like it's awakening now. It's enveloping the entire abyss. Outsiders can't enter, and those inside can't leave. Gu Fei said indifferently. He was still looking at the sky. His gaze penetrated the layer of black mist in the sky and directly looked at the ancient star field in the depths of the starry sky. Damn! Gu Fei couldn't help but be tempted. This was a heaven-earth death trap. It was definitely set up to trap and kill Supreme Tao Saint Immortals. Someone was using the power of the world to trap and kill Supreme Tao Saint Immortals. Brother Chu, why don't we leave this place? Pan Jianming was terrified. This was a heaven-earth death trap. He was just a god from the Five Elements heavenly sect, and not even the strongest one. In front of this kind of death trap, he was nothing more than a fart, not even an ant. Scared again? Gu Fei smiled and retracted his gaze. The heaven-earth death trap was terrifying, but he was confident. Scared again? I've never been scared before. Pan Jianming said angrily. I'm not scared. I'm just a little timid. Gu Fei laughed. I'm not a coward. I'm just worried about fellow Taoist Chu. If we don't leave now, we'll die here. Pan Jianming regretted following Gu Fei into the great abyss. At this time, Gu Fei and Pan Jianming's position was very subtle. Beams of destructive divine light began to appear in the void around them, but not a single divine light appeared within 100 feet of where they were. The divine light came from the ground, destroying everything in its path. There was a flash of divine light, and a cultivator who was retreating out of the abyss in fear was directly turned into a bloody mist by the divine light. Both his body and soul were destroyed. This abyss. Chapter 4490. The great Sirius abyss had completely awakened in the southern region of the primal beginning realm. A terrifying aura filled the entire region. Even the super antiques that had been living in seclusion for countless years had come out. That Sirius brat still wants to screw people over even in death. One after another, extreme Tao-level immortal wills appeared everywhere in the primal beginning realm. Shadows formed by immortal wills appeared outside the Sirius abyss. The great Sirius abyss had completely changed. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire region and isolated the heavenly secrets. Even extreme Tao Saint Immortals couldn't sense what was happening inside the abyss. I don't want to die. Countless experts were running for their lives inside the great Sirius abyss. They cried and screamed. They didn't want to die, they just wanted to live. However, streaks of divine light shot out of the ground and killed all living beings inside the abyss. With a flash of light, powerful living beings were reduced to a mist of blood, destroyed in both body and soul. Even quasi-supreme existences would find it hard to escape death. Even their primordial spirits would be destroyed, and it would be impossible for them to seize another's body and reincarnate. Even a powerful extreme Tao Saint Immortal had one of his arms reduced to a mist of blood when he was struck by the divine light that shot out of the ground. He was severely injured. The divine light that shot out of the abyss contained a terrifying power of loss. It wasn't impossible to recover after being injured by this power, but it was rather difficult. At this moment, The heirs of the major powers outside the abyss were so scared by the sudden scene that their faces turned pale. If they had charged into the abyss themselves, their fates would have been just as miserable. What a great killing trap! Some extreme Tao Saint Immortals tried to break through the power of the abyss to save their heirs. However, the extreme Tao Saint Immortal who tried to break through the abyss was immediately countered by the abyss. A projection formed from extreme Tao Saint Immortal's consciousness collapsed in the void. Even someone as powerful as an extreme Tao Saint Immortal couldn't break through the power of the abyss at this moment. At this time, in the depths of the starry sky above the abyss, beams of starlight descended from the sky and fell directly into the abyss. The power of the heavens layout was finally activated. With the resonance of heaven and earth, this celestial wolf-killing formation could finally be considered to be operating. The power of heaven and earth was like a millstone that obliterated everything. Even the extreme Tao Sacred Immortal couldn't withstand it at this moment. The extreme Tao Sacred Immortal that was injured by the divine light only had time to let out a cry before he died. Powerful extreme Tao level power erupted, shaking the entire abyss, and blood rained down from the sky. The heavenly Tao sensed the death of an extreme Tao Sacred Immortal, and all sorts of phenomena appeared in the entire world. He tricked a supreme being to death. Outside the abyss, the figures formed by the spiritual will of the supreme venerables were stunned. Those were supreme Tao Saint Immortals. Even if they were only at the initial stage, they were still supreme Tao Saint Immortals. An extreme Tao Sacred Immortal was definitely a supreme being that stood at the peak of the grand beginning realm. A single thought from them could destroy the world, shatter the stars, and kill billions of living beings. However, they were fleeing for their lives like mortals in the great serious abyss. In just a few breaths' time, 90% of the experts that entered the great serious abyss were annihilated by the power of the heaven and earth killing formation and completely disappeared from this world. Logically speaking, it was difficult for an immortal to die because an immortal had countless methods to keep themselves alive. Their lifespan was endless, and they could coexist with heaven and earth. However, in the great serious abyss, an immortal was too weak. Even a quasi-supreme immortal venerable could not withstand a single blow. Even an extreme Tao Sacred Immortal would die. Meanwhile, in the great serious tomb in the depths of the great serious abyss, 5 extreme Tao Sacred Immortals were in a sorry state. Eldest Yi's body was charred by the lightning that appeared out of nowhere. His hair was standing on end, and smoke was rising from his body. If it wasn't for the net-like Tao treasure covering his body, he would have been heavily injured by the power of the abyss. The other 4 extreme Tao Sacred Immortals were more or less injured. This was absolutely unimaginable to these extreme Tao Sacred Immortals. One should know that the immortal bodies of extreme Tao Sacred Immortals were extreme Tao Sacred Immortals. Even ordinary extreme Tao immortal weapons could not harm them at all, but now they were injured. A single drop of a sovereign's blood could turn an area into a sea of blood. However, after these sovereigns were injured, the blood that dripped from their bodies was absorbed by the soil on the ground and disappeared. Sirius, I wasn't even afraid of you when you were alive. How dare you stir up trouble after you're dead? I'll destroy your body right now and make you disappear from this world. The young-looking extreme Tao Sacred Immortal roared furiously and attacked. Buzz! A sword hum shook the 9 heavens as a beam of sword light pierced through the sky. This was the attack of an extreme Tao Sword Immortal. Sword chi filled the air, and with just a single sword strike, it actually broke through the layers of chaotic aura and directly struck the giant coffin in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. In the next moment, The sword ray that landed on the giant coffin shattered. The other extreme Tao sacred immortals were taken aback when they saw this. This giant coffin was extraordinary. It could even block an attack from an extreme Tao sacred immortal. What a waste! He's using innate primordial divine metal to forge a coffin? The wing leader exclaimed. What the other extreme Tao sacred immortals were shocked, especially the young-looking extreme Tao sacred immortal. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the giant coffin. If he used this innate primordial divine metal to refine his flying sword, the grade of his flying sword would undergo a transformation. Extreme Tao swords were also divided into different grades. This extreme Tao sword immortal did not manage to find any immortal materials in the past, so the grade of his flying sword was not very high. Now that he saw the giant coffin shrouded in chaotic primordial chi, it was no wonder he was jealous. Innate primordial divine metal was an immortal material that was born in the primordial chaos before the creation of heaven and earth. It was a divine material that was exclusive to extreme Tao sacred immortals. Only extreme Tao sacred immortals were able to refine this immortal metal into a Tao weapon. The giant coffin in front of them was like a small mountain in the chaotic chi. How much innate primordial divine metal was needed to refine such a giant coffin? TSK, you still have the time to think about other people's coffins? Your life is more important. The middle-aged Supreme glanced at the extreme Tao sword immortal and mocked. Meanwhile, the Great Abyss-killing formation was fully activated. Boundless energy of the stars descended from the sky and merged perfectly with the energy of the abyss, trapping the 5 extreme Tao sacred immortals in the Skywolf Tomb's coffin. Roar! A series of roars suddenly rang out from the giant coffin in front of them. The 5 extreme Tao sacred immortals felt their scalps turn numb. Could it be that the Skywolf Supreme who had been dead for countless years has been resurrected? Chapter 44, 91. The abyss in the southern region of the primal incipient realm was one of the most dangerous places in the primal incipient realm. Even without the Skywolf tomb, the abyss had devoured supreme Tao sacred immortals before. The Skywolf Supremacy's tomb was only located at the edge of the abyss depths. Even the Skywolf Supremacy didn't dare to enter the core region of the abyss. The deepest part of the abyss was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Even supreme Tao sacred immortals didn't dare to enter. The Skywolf Supremacy was impressive. He built his tomb at the edge of the abyss depths and used the abyss power to trap and kill his enemies. The Skywolf Supremacy was ambushed and besieged, which resulted in him being fatally injured. He died not long after he built his tomb. He knew that his enemies would definitely dig up his grave after his death, so he set up a trap for them to kill him for all eternity. After countless years, the Skywolf Supremacy's tomb was finally found by the 5 supreme Tao sacred immortals. They charged into the depths of the tomb where the coffin was placed. The 5 supreme Tao sacred immortals triggered the forbidden technique laid down by the Skywolf Supremacy and triggered the deadly trap. Damn, the gate of life is constantly changing. Are they trying to cut off all life? Gu Fei continued to deduce and quickly changed directions with Pan Jianming, dodging those terrifying destructive divine lights that were coming at them. After all, he was once an eternal realm existence. Even if his formation cultivation wasn't as good as He Tian's, his formation mastery definitely surpassed the level of a great grandmaster. I didn't expect Brother Chu's formation mastery to be so profound. Pan Jianming exclaimed. Gu Fei did not pay attention to this coward. From time to time, he would look up at the star domain and down at the terrain. Under the gaze of his divine eyes, the entire void of heaven and earth was filled with formation patterns that others could not see. When Pan Jianming saw that Gu Fei was ignoring him, He smiled awkwardly without any dissatisfaction. He had to rely on Chu Xiaoyun to survive. Perhaps he could leave this place alive if he stayed by Chu Xiaoyun's side. Interesting, interesting. Gu Fei couldn't help sighing in admiration. This heavenly wolf sovereign was definitely an expert in the array Dao. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to lay down such a deadly grand array. The killing formation drew upon the boundless power of the stars from above and the power of the abyss from below. These two powers seemed to have transformed into a gigantic millstone that obliterated all living beings within the killing formation. At this moment, the 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals were roaring at the Sky Wolf Supreme's coffin as they desperately resisted the power of the killing formation. Buzz! A resplendent, immortal light burst forth from the body of the middle-aged Supreme Being. His entire being was like a divine sun that stood in the void, blocking the destructive energy that was about to obliterate everything. However, this killing trap was constantly devouring his energy, although the speed was not very fast. At this rate, his vitality would be devoured by this killing trap sooner or later, and he would become a dried corpse. What should we do? The young, extreme, Dao Sacred Immortal's expression was extremely solemn. Rays of sword rays shot out from his body and directly destroyed the destructive energy that was about to obliterate everything. However, although his sword rays were able to block the power of the killing formation, the power of his sword Dao was also constantly being depleted. Let's break out of here together. Bossy shouted. After all, they were extreme Dao sacred immortals of the older generation that had lived for countless years. They were countless times stronger than low-stage extreme Dao sacred immortals. If it was any other extreme Dao sacred immortal, they would have been refined to death by this shocking killing formation. Rumble, a giant coffin, was faintly visible in the primordial chaos chi. Countless ancient Dao runes appeared on the giant coffin, emitting extremely terrifying energy waves. Roars came from the giant coffin, causing the 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals to be extremely shocked. That heavenly wolf is still alive. Sacred Immortal Serene Yuan was shocked. If that was really the case, it would be very difficult for them to leave this place alive. There's no way he's still alive. The drunken old man murmured. The wine gourd in his hand was emitting immortal light that actually blocked the power of the surrounding killing formation. Among the 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals, only the disheveled old man was unaffected. He was still at ease. Heaven's extremity, what do you know that we don't? Boss-E looked at the disheveled old man. He was almost unable to block it anymore. He could sense that the power of the killing formation was continuously gathering towards the giant coffin. Boom! With a loud bang, the coffin lid suddenly flew up. A hand reached out from the giant coffin. It was a skinny arm with long and sharp nails. A powerful aura of death emanated from the arm. A zombie? The 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals felt their scalps go numb. Was the supreme that should have been dead for countless years crawling out of the coffin? In the next moment, the arm shrouded in death chi shrunk back into the giant coffin. The giant coffin was pitch black. Even the extreme Dao sacred immortals could not see into it. What are we waiting for? If we don't join forces, we'll all die here. Bossy roared. The aura of death in the giant coffin was vast. There seemed to be a terrifying hell evolving inside. The power was constantly increasing and had long surpassed the extreme Dao sacred immortal. All right, that's how it should be. The 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals rushed together. 5 extreme Dao sacred immortals gathered and formed an extreme Dao domain. It was as if the sky was being split open, opening up a different world. This was the terror of the extreme Dao sacred immortals. their power was not as simple as 1+1. The 5 extreme Tao sacred immortals joining forces was enough to sweep through the primordial world. Even the supreme sky wolf might not be a match for them. But now, the ancient killing formation set up by the supreme sky wolf actually forced the 5 extreme Tao sacred immortals to join forces. Boom! The extreme Tao domain instantly expanded. Countless formation runes were destroyed. The extreme Tao sacred immortals joined forces to form a different world. It actually enveloped the giant coffin made of innate primordial divine metal. Ha! Let's see what's in that sky wolf's coffin. Supreme Yu Yuan laughed and arrived before the giant coffin in a flash. At this moment, the primordial chaos chi that enveloped the giant coffin was dispersed. Yuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and break the formation. Bossy roared at Supreme Yu Yuan. Boss, this coffin is the core of the formation. Destroy it, and the killing formation will collapse by itself. Supreme Yu Yuan said. The other Supremes were stunned. Meanwhile, the destructive power that surged from all directions compressed the range of the extreme Tao sacred immortals world. The 4 Supremes were struggling bitterly. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the giant coffin and pierced through Supreme Yu Yuan's chest and came out from his back. The hand was actually holding a heart. Supreme Yu Yuan's heart was pulled out by the withered hand that was shrouded in the aura of death. What? Chapter 4492. Just as Gu Fei was deducing the heaven-shaking killing formation, the heaven-shaking killing formation began to show its power. The 5 supreme Tao sacred immortals who had entered the great Sirius abyss were trapped in the Sirius graveyard. The 5 supreme Tao sacred immortals had to join forces to barely protect themselves. This was only temporary, as the power of the killing formation continued to soar. The power of the ancient stars in the sky gathered towards the killing formation. Beams of starlight larger than mountains descended from the sky and entered the Sirius killing formation. This was the power of the supreme Tao sacred immortals. Even Gu Fei felt a sense of danger. Although he had borrowed Chu Xiaoyun's body to travel in the primordial realm, his cultivation level was still at the supreme Tao sacred immortal realm. He also cultivated the Eye of Eternity, which could see through all falsehoods. Under the gaze of his Eye of Eternity, the entire killing array had no secrets to speak of. Because of this, Gu Fei was able to deduce the life gate of the perfect killing formation. However, the life gate of the killing formation was constantly moving and changing. Pan Jianming, the divine son of the 5 elements sky sect, had already turned pale with fright. Although he was a divine son, he had never seen something like this. Pan Jianming knew very well that he had to follow behind Gu Fei if he wanted to live. Meanwhile, the 5 supreme Tao sacred immortals had joined forces to create a different world where the Sirius coffin was located. Rumble, the power of the killing formation, continued to soar. It seemed like it would not last much longer. Supreme Yu Yuan, who was standing next to the coffin, was suddenly pierced by a sharp claw from the coffin, and his heart was snatched away. Roar! Supreme Yu Yuan roared into the sky. In the next moment, he was directly dragged into the coffin by the sharp claw. Bam! The coffin lid flew back and covered the coffin. All the other extreme Tao Saint Immortals were stunned by this scene. The coffin kept shaking. Soon, it stopped moving. Rays of blood-red light erupted from the coffin. It seemed like the coffin had completely awakened. Yuan, that bastard. Boss E was shocked and furious. He never would have thought that Supreme Yuan would actually die here. That was Supreme Yuan. Back then, the battle between Supremacy Nether Yuan and Supremacy Skywolf had been earth-shattering. In the end, Neither side had been able to determine the victor. It could be said that Supreme Netherworld Yuan had also schemed against Supreme Skywolf. He was the mastermind behind the scenes. What should we do? The extreme Tao Sword Immortal was no longer calm. After the giant coffin devoured Supreme Yu Yuan, the energy fluctuations emitted from the coffin became even stronger. At this moment, the four Supreme Sacred Immortals stayed far away from the coffin and did not dare to approach it. This giant coffin was not ordinary. It could devour people. At this time, Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming arrived nearby. Gu Fei immediately spotted the four Supreme Tao Sacred Immortals who were struggling in the center of the killing formation. These four fellows, Gu Fei could sense that the power of the immortal Tao on the four Supreme Sacred Immortals was weakening. The space the four Supreme Sacred Immortals had created was shrinking. "Brother Chu, why did you stop?" Pan Jiaming asked carefully. "There's no more path ahead," Gu Fei said indifferently. "What?" When Pan Jiaming heard this, his face turned pale, with fright. "What should we do? I don't want to die here." Pan Jiaming immediately cowered. He had no choice but to cower. This supreme killing formation could even trap and kill an extreme Tao Saint Immortal. He wasn't even an extreme Tao Saint Immortal yet. Tisk, chickening out again? Gu Fei glanced at Pan Jiaming. This guy is still a coward after all. "Brother Chu, why are you still in the mood to joke at a time like this?" Pan Jiaming was on the verge of tears. He had worked so hard to cultivate, gone through so many trials, and killed so many competitors to become the divine child of the Five Elements heavenly sect. But in the end, it was all for naught. Buzz. At this moment, a sword hum resounded from Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from his body, and a sword appeared above his head. Although the sword had not been unsheathed, a chilling sword aura had already seeped out, sharp to the extreme. When Pan Jiaming saw this, he was slightly surprised. Why does this little fellow still want to use such a sword? The aura emitted by the sword wasn't very strong, but the moment the sword appeared, the entire world seemed to have changed. The terrifying destructive force coming at them from all directions was blocked by the gentle sword radiance emitted by the sword above Gu Fei's head. This Pan Jiaming was dumbfounded. No wonder Chu Xiaoyan was so calm. He already had a plan and was not afraid of the killing formation at all. Although he could not break the formation, for this killing formation to want to trap him, it was not an easy thing either. "Brother Chu, you scared me to death. Why didn't you use this Tao artifact earlier?" Pan Jiaming calmed down and was no longer afraid. The sword floating above Gu Fei's had released a wave of power that enveloped Pan Jiaming. "Fellow Taoist outside, may I borrow the sword in your hand?" Bossy had already sensed that there were two uninvited guests outside. People who could come to the core area of the celestial wolf tomb were definitely not simple. No way. Gu Fei rejected him directly. "You want to borrow my 9 Heavenly Stars sword? Dream on." The 9 Heaven Stars sword was a Tao artifact that Gu Fei had refined himself. It was an eternal Tao artifact that had surpassed the category of an extreme Tao artifact. Therefore, this super killing array could not do anything to the 9 Heaven Stars sword. "Fellow Taoist, if you can save us, we can agree to any request." The Supreme Sword Immortals said hurriedly, "That's right. We can agree to any of your conditions." The middle-aged Supreme Martial Artist nodded. The Heaven's Extremity also agreed. Although the Heaven's Extremity looked like he would never wake up from his drunken stupor, he knew better than anyone else. Agree to any condition? Pan Jiaming was dumbfounded when he saw the 4 extreme Tao Sacred Immortals trying to curry favor with Gu Fei. The extreme Tao Sacred Immortals, who were usually high and mighty, actually had times when they needed someone's help. Hand over everything you have on you, and I'll think about it. Gu Fei glanced at the four experts trapped in the formation and said, the four supreme sacred immortals exchanged glances. They were displeased, but they had no choice but to grab onto their only lifeline. They had no other choice. As the four supreme sacred immortals lost their immortal energy, they could not hold on for much longer. No, forget it then. Let's go. Chapter 4493. In the primal beginning realm, the number one forbidden ground of the southern region, the Skywolf Abyss erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful energy. Someone had used an unparalleled method to set up an ancient killing trap. It was a prelude to killing extreme Tao sacred immortals. Then, those ignorant extreme Tao sacred immortals actually barged into the forbidden ground and triggered the super killing formation laid down by the Skywolf supremacy. Rumble, countless ancient stars revolved wildly in the depths of the starry sky. The entire starry sky was enormous, but it had already turned into a killing formation. Gathering countless stars to condense the power of extreme killing. Nice move. Powerful consciousnesses surged out from all over the primal beginning realm and instantly soared into the nine heavens. Several consciousnesses manifested near the starry sky formation in the blink of an eye. That little wolf cub actually had such a trump card. It seems like we've underestimated him. A wave of divine sense rippled out from one of the devil's blurry divine sense projections. Humph! If you guys hadn't interfered back then, a consciousness's manifestation that resembled a demonic sun said angrily, "It's all in the past. Why bring it up?" Another figure said disapprovingly, although he was only a consciousness's manifestation, 9 suns floated around him. A bunch of short-sighted fools. A blurry figure said coldly, "Humph." The other consciousnesses were displeased, but they didn't dare to say anything. The owner of this consciousness's manifestation was a super old fogey. All the consciousnesses present were wary of him. You guys want to surpass your limits, but don't allow others to try. You're all a bunch of idiots. The consciousness's manifestation didn't care about any of the other consciousnesses present at all. Old fogey, there's no point flaunting your seniority here. A consciousness's manifestation, shrouded in black, Chi sneered. This guy, the other consciousnesses were shocked. Someone actually dared to provoke this existence. Did he have a death wish? In the next moment, the other divine, Will Clones immediately retreated far away. He's just an old fogey. Why are you all so afraid of him? The consciousness's manifestation said disdainfully, "Little brother, you're awesome." The figure with 9 suns floating around him gave a thumbs up to the young sovereign's will incarnation. "You have guts." Old Antique's divine sense changed, and a senile old man in linen robes appeared in the starry sky. If he hadn't known beforehand that this was just a divine sense incarnation, he would definitely have thought that this was Old Antique's true body. His divine will is so condensed. The other spiritual will incarnations were shocked. Extreme Tao Saint Immortals were also divided into different levels. Extreme Tao Saint Immortals at the initial level of Extreme Tao were only at the entry level of Extreme Tao. Compared to Extreme Tao Saint Immortals at the middle level or greater mastery level of Extreme Tao, they were too weak. As for those at the peak of the Extreme Tao, they could pinch an early stage Extreme Tao Saint Immortal to death with a single finger. The old man had existed for countless years. He was publicly acknowledged as one of the Extreme Tao Sacred Immortals who had lived the longest in the grand primordial world. He was extremely ancient, powerful, and terrifying. The sole purpose of their existence in the world was to break through the shackles of the Extreme Tao and become a truly eternal supreme existence. However, No one in the grand primordial world had been able to break through the shackles of the extreme Tao and become a supreme existence that surpassed the extreme Tao. Sovereign Skywolf was extremely outstanding. These old antique extreme Tao sacred immortals believed that Sovereign Skywolf would surpass the extreme Tao. However, some of them were afraid that Sovereign Skywolf would kill them if he really took that step. Old man, you should go back and rest. Your era has passed. This is the era of us young people, the young sovereign mocked. Your era? The old man spoke. It wasn't a divine sense fluctuation. His voice was extremely old, and his hair was almost all gone. There was no light in his eyes. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave, but no one dared to underestimate this seemingly weak old man. That's right. This is our era. Old man, you should go enjoy your life. The young sovereign smiled disdainfully. You think I don't dare to kill you? Fearless? The old man also smiled. When he smiled, the wrinkles on his face immediately cracked like old tree bark, a bit horrifying. Old man, do you dare? Behind me is... Before the young supremacy could finish his sentence, the old man opposite him waved his hand casually. In the next moment, the young supremacy disappeared into the void. That wasn't all. A strange force actually followed the young sovereign's divine sense and reached the young sovereign's body. Roar! A furious and terrified roar suddenly came from a divine mountain in the eastern region of the grand primordial world. In the next moment, the divine mountain suddenly exploded. A terrifying power of the extreme path erupted. The entire divine mountain, and everything within a radius of billions of kilometers with the divine mountain as the center, was instantly turned to dust. Roar! Who killed my disciple? At this moment, an old voice rang out. In the next moment, a huge hand descended from the sky and directly suppressed the destructive power that was still surging out in all directions. Supreme Ming Yao is dead. When the news spread, the entire eastern region of the grand primordial world was in an uproar. Supreme Ming Yao was Great Emperor Hao Xian's disciple. Great Emperor Hao Xian was the most ancient extreme Tao sacred immortal in the grand primordial world. Only existences like him, who had lived for countless years and possessed unfathomable cultivation, would dare call themselves Great Emperor. The title of Great Emperor was absolutely supreme in the grand primordial world. There was only one Great Emperor in the entire eastern region of the grand primordial world, and that was Great Emperor Hao Xian. Someone had actually killed Ming Yao. This was absolutely shocking. Dao Tian, old ghost, how dare you kill my disciple? I'm not done with you. An old voice spread throughout the entire star field. Great Emperor Hao Xian's figure quickly appeared in the starry sky. It was an enormous figure, and the stars were even smaller than his eyes. TCH, so what if I killed him? What do you want? The old man chuckled. Go to hell. Great Emperor Hao Xian attacked the old man. However, the old man called Dao Tian also attacked. Rumble, two extremely strong forces clashed against each other, destroying each other. Countless stars in the surroundings directly exploded. This kind of energy fluctuation could destroy everything. Although it was a battle between divine will clones, the power displayed was like an extreme Tao sacred immortal attacking with all his might. These two lunatics, the other supremes divine, will clones, all retreated far away. Great Emperor Hao Xian and Dao Tian Great Emperor were both supreme existences whose names shook the ancient times. However, no one expected these two great emperors to fight. A battle between great emperors was a rare occurrence. A battle between experts of this level was terrifying to the extreme. It could easily destroy an entire region and plunge billions of lives into misery and suffering. Hao Xian, save it. It's impossible to determine a victor between us. Dao Tian, Great Emperor, sneered. Damn it, Great Emperor, Hao Xian was furious, but he knew that he really couldn't do anything to this guy. Even if his true body descended, it would be useless. At this time, in the southern region of the primal beginning realm, Gu Fei extorted many good things from the 4 extreme Dao sacred immortals trapped in the Great Abyss Killing Formation. Little guy, you actually didn't use us to escape after getting the benefits. Eldest Yi stared at Gu Fei outside and gritted his teeth. No one had ever dared to lie to him, but this little guy dared to do so. He deserved to die. Wave after wave of extreme Dao energy rushed out of Eldest Yi's body and was devoured by the killing formation. They couldn't even protect themselves. Hee, this is the eternal fire. It can burn everything in the world to ashes. Yes, and this thing, don't be fooled by its black appearance. This is the 9 Heavens Star Iron. It's a divine refining metal exclusive to Supremes. Gu Fei's eyes were shining as he held a large piece of black iron. The 9 Heavens Star Iron was a rare divine material. Back then, he obtained a large piece of 9 Heavens Star Iron and refined it into the 9 Heavens Star Sword. At this time, Pan Jiaming was envious of Gu Fei. This guy is really audacious. He actually dared to cheat the 4 extreme Dao sacred immortals of their belongings. If the 4 extreme Dao sacred immortals were to escape, they would die without a burial place. Even if he was the divine son of the 5 elements sky sect, these extreme Dao sacred immortals would definitely not let him go. After all, if the 4 extreme Dao sacred immortals joined forces, they could ignore the 5 elements sky sect. After all, there were no extreme Dao sacred immortals in the entire 5 elements sky sect. I say, Brother Chu, let's escape. Pan Jiaming was terrified again. TSK, what are you afraid of? These 4 guys are not good people. How can they be good people who came to dig up graves? They deserve to die. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. That's true, but Pan Jiaming wanted to say more, but he was interrupted by Gu Fei. Right at this time, the lid of the innate Grand Mist divine iron coffin in the center of the formation flew up again. In the next moment, a figure covered in black qi rushed out of the coffin. It was Supreme Yu Yuan. To be more precise, it was Supreme Yu Yuan's physical body. Supreme Yu Yuan's physical body had been taken over by someone. Ha, I've waited for countless years. You bastards are finally here. Supreme Yu Yuan laughed out loud. A shocking killing intent erupted from his body. When he opened and closed his eyes, there seemed to be blue divine flames burning. Reincarnation? Boss E and the others were shocked. Supreme Sky Wolf really came back to life. Sky Wolf, give me that thing, and I'll leave. At this time, the drunk old man suddenly stared at Supreme Sky Wolf, who had taken over Supreme Yu Yuan's physical body. You are... Supreme Sky Wolf stared at the disheveled old man thoughtfully. Heaven Extremity? You're... the Heaven Extremity? How is this possible? How did you become like this? Supreme Sky Wolf exclaimed in shock. I want that thing. The disheveled old man continued. Supreme Sky Wolf did not say anything. He only stared at Heaven Extremity. What is it that even a Supreme wants? Chapter 4494. The power of the abyss in the primal beginning world was completely awakened. The power of the super-killing formation kept increasing. The 4 supreme immortals who were trapped in the eye of the formation could not sit still any longer and lost their cool. What shocked the 4 extreme Dao Saint immortals was that Supreme Sky Wolf actually sees Supreme Nether Yuan's body and used such a method to live a second life. Who would have thought Pan Jiaming, who was next to Gu Fei, was already dumbfounded by the scene before him? The legendary Supreme Sky Wolf was not completely dead. and had even broken free. Roar. Supreme Sky Wolf roared into the sky. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, causing the void to undulate like waves. This guy, even Gu Fei, was a little shocked. Supreme Sky Wolf was indeed an overlord, as expected of an overlord-level existence. His strength after taking over someone else's body was actually this powerful. It was truly frightening. Of course, it had something to do with the fact that Supreme Sky Wolf had taken over Supreme Yu Yuan's body. Supreme Yu Yuan was an old Supreme Immortal after all. His cultivation was not much weaker than Supreme Sky Wolf's back then. Moreover, Supreme Sky Wolf's primordial spirit was extremely powerful. The killing formation was constantly drawing the power of the abyss to nourish his primordial spirit. Although he could no longer use his body, his primordial spirit was so powerful that even Supreme Yu Yuan could not compare to it. His primordial spirit was directly shattered, and his body was taken. It was a pity that Supreme Yu Yuan had cultivated for countless years and cultivated an extremely powerful Supreme Immortal physique. In the end, not only did he die a tragic death, but his immortal physique was also taken away by someone else. I only want that thing. The disheveled old man who was trapped in the eye of the formation stared at Supreme Sky Wolf. He was still calm and fearless even though he was trapped in the formation. What thing? Supreme Sky Wolf was stunned. He had once dominated the world and obtained countless treasures. He really did not know what the disheveled old man wanted. Fortune, divine fruit, the disheveled old man said in a deep voice. His eyes also lit up. What? Everyone was shocked to the extreme after hearing the disheveled old man's words. Who would have thought he actually wants the fortune divine fruit? That little wolf cub really obtained the universe fortune divine fruit. The other extreme Tao sacred immortals were shocked. It's actually a fortune divine fruit. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had only heard of fortune divine fruits, but had never seen one before. But now, the Sky Wolf Sovereign actually possessed a divine fruit that could defy the heavens and change one's fate. At this moment, everyone's gazes towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign changed. The fortune divine fruit was a kind of divine fruit that could defy the heavens and change one's fate, as it could sever one's father's bloodline. In this way, the bloodline power from his father's generation would disappear. For people like the old tortoise who were unable to break through to the extreme grade due to the bloodline shackles of their fathers, this fortune divine fruit could help them break through the bloodline shackles. The fortune divine fruit could defy the heavens, change one's fate, and reshape one's true self. This kind of divine fruit was simply heaven-defying, and was hailed as the #1 divine herb in the universe. No one could have imagined that such a heaven-defying divine medicine was in the possession of the heavenly wolf supremacy. The legends were not all groundless. There was still some truth in them. Rumble. At this moment, the endless heaven and earth essence continued to increase, and streaks of starlight that were larger than mountains descended from the sky and entered the killing array. The 4 extreme grade Saint Immortals gritted their teeth and held on. They had no choice but to hold on. At the same time, the 4 extreme grade Saint Immortals' vitality was constantly being devoured by the killing array, while the Sky Wolf Sovereign's strength was constantly increasing. The result was obvious. Heaven Extremity, I have a great use for this fortune divine fruit, so I can't give it to you, the Sky Wolf Sovereign said in a deep voice. At the same time, he attacked Boss E. A giant wolf shadow immediately rushed out from his body and roared at Boss E. With just a single attack, Boss E was sent flying and coughed out blood. Damn it! Boss E was shocked and furious. The other party's strength was extremely tyrannical, and he had exhausted a lot of his vitality. Otherwise, how could this fellow suppress him? I'm not satisfied with the battle back then. Boss E, you're one of the masterminds back then. You can die now. The Sky Wolf Sovereign roared furiously and turned into a cloud of black mist. The black mist penetrated through every opening and instantly enveloped Boss E. What? Bossy was shocked. The black mist entered his body through his pores, and very quickly he became skinny at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, he was reduced to a bag of bones. Bam! Bossy's body exploded, and his body and soul were both destroyed. The remaining extreme grade Saint Immortals were dumbfounded when they saw this. As the black mist condensed, the Sky Wolf Sovereign's figure appeared once again. After devouring Boss Yi's vitality, his cultivation and battle strength had directly recovered to his peak state back then. Streaks of black light revolved around the Sky Wolf Sovereign, and every single one of them easily tore through the void. The terrifying aura that erupted from his body caused the surrounding void to tremble. The three extreme grade Saint Immortals looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Evil technique. It's the demonic technique that was created by that lunatic. The remaining extreme grade Saint Immortals were shocked by this scene. Even the Heaven Extremities expression turned extremely solemn. I'll settle the score with that person after I devour all of you. The Sky Wolf Sovereign glanced at the three extreme grade Saint Immortals and said, "Humph, you." At this moment, the drunkenness on the disheveled old man had already disappeared. At this moment, a strong battle intent burst forth from his body. He was just like an unparalleled god of war, looking down on the world with disdain. Ha, that's more like it. The Sky Wolf Sovereign's gaze landed on the disheveled old man, the Heaven Extremity. His battle intent also boiled when he sensed the energy wave that erupted from the Heaven Extremity's body. At their cultivation realm, they were almost invincible. It was rare to find a worthy opponent. Boom! At the next moment, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura burst out from the Heaven's Extremity's body and spread out in all directions. Every inch of the void was filled with the Heaven Extremity's tyrannical aura. Without any superfluous words, the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy and the Heaven Extremity started fighting. Violent energy spread out in all directions and was constantly refined by the formation. Even Gu Fei and Pan Jianming, who were outside the formation core, were startled. Gu Fei was quickly deducing the killing formation. He was shocked to discover that the only way out of the super killing formation was the formation core. In other words, he could only soar into the sky and escape the peerless Great Tomb if he could destroy the formation core. However, even the energy unleashed by the two extreme grade Saint Immortals could not destroy the formation core. It was definitely not an easy task to destroy the formation. At this moment, the extreme grade Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Nine Sons Supreme attacked the Sky Wolf Sovereign at the same time. Rumble. Within the eye of the killing formation, it was as if a world was evolving. Even the void was being shaken, causing cracks to appear one after another. However, the Sky Wolf Sovereign was invincible in the killing formation. Even the ancient extreme grade Saint Immortals were no match for him. The killing formation drew the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the power of the terrifying abyss. Each of these two powers was enough to wipe out an ordinary extreme grade Saint Immortal. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the 3 extreme grade Saint Immortals were sent flying by the Sky Wolf Sovereign. "That's all you got," the Sky Wolf Sovereign said disdainfully. He stretched out his right hand, and the 3 extreme Tao Sacred Immortals that he had sent flying flew back to him. Clang! At this moment, a sword chime echoed in the sky. An unimaginably brilliant sword ray shot out from the extreme grade Sword Immortal's body toward the Sky Wolf Sovereign. The Sky Wolf Sovereign had faked his death for countless years just for this day. After devouring the power of the extreme grade Saint Immortals, his cultivation might be able to surpass the extreme grade and take the step that he did not manage to take in the past. As a matter of fact, the Sky Wolf Sovereign had already fallen into the demonic path after using the all-devouring divine ability. To the Sky Wolf Sovereign, there was no such thing as being demonic. So what if it was a demonic cultivation technique? It was fine as long as it could improve his cultivation and combat strength. That's enough. A voice came from deep in the sky when the Sky Wolf Sovereign was about to kill the remaining 3 extreme grade Saint Immortals. In the next moment, a giant hand descended from the altar and grabbed at the formation core of the killing formation. Rumble! The entire killing formation was shaking. Countless formation runes were branded in the sky, drawing in the power of the heavens and earth from all directions. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was almost invincible at this moment. Get lost! The Sky Wolf Sovereign clenched his right hand and threw a punch at the giant hand in the sky. There were no divine abilities or immortal arts. It was just a simple and direct punch, and it instantly blasted a path through the void. The force of the punch soared into the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant hand actually exploded. Whoosh! The 3 extreme grade Saint Immortals immediately soared into the sky. They wanted to charge out of the path that the Sky Wolf Sovereign had created and leave this place. However, there was no way the Sky Wolf Sovereign would let them escape. The Sky Wolf Sovereign pressed his hand down, and the bodies of the 3 extreme path sacred immortals immediately exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist that dissipated in the void. Did they die just like that? Someone exclaimed, "Humph, you're underestimating the extreme grade Saint Immortals." Someone said disapprovingly, "All right, enough playing around." A powerful figure had already appeared in the sky. An ancient supreme existence was making a move. An old voice came from the sky and spread across the entire southern region of the primordial beginning realm. At the same time, rays of sword rays descended from the sky. They tore through the chaos and obliterated the sky before slashing at the Sky Wolf Sovereign in the abyss. Chapter 44, 95. The Supreme Saint Immortals of the Primal Beginning World and the Supreme Exalts of the Ancestral World only had different names, but they were actually existences that stood at the apex. They could shatter the universe with a flick of their fingers and destroy the sky with a wave of their hands. The endless universe was their playground. The Primal Beginning World was a world of immortals. Countless existences that cultivated to the limit were Supreme Saint Immortals. No one knew how many Supreme Saint Immortals there were in the Primal Beginning World, but the peak organizations in the Primal Beginning World all had Supreme Exalts. For example, organizations like the Heavenly Sect of 5 Elements and the Pingtian Divine Empire were able to exist until now because they had Supreme Saint Immortals. In particular, the Heavenly Sect of 5 Elements had existed for countless years. They had experienced many eras. Legacies like that possessed extremely great heritage. As long as they had Supreme Saint Immortals, they could continue to exist. Although the Pingtian Divine Empire had existed for a relatively short period of time, it was still a tremendous existence in the Primal Beginning World. It ruled over a region of millions of kilometers and countless lives. The reason why the Pingtian Divine Empire could exist in the Primal Beginning World for several 100,000 years was because the Supreme Saint King of the Pingtian Divine Empire was still alive. Within Supreme Saint King, no one dared to touch the Pingtian Divine Empire. The third prince and the first prince had come to the abyss as well, but they were extremely lucky. Although they had entered the abyss briefly, they immediately retreated, avoiding a disaster. on a mountain 1,000 kilometers away from the abyss. Yen Sun, the third prince of Pingtian, saw the killing aura soaring into the sky in front of him. Beams of destructive divine light shredded experts into pieces one after another. He did not even realize that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. If he were still in there, his soul would definitely be wiped out. Even a death substitution talisman would be useless. Even a death substitution talisman would not be able to protect his life in a place of danger like this. The people behind the third prince trembled as well. The surging killing intent made them feel like a sword was pressed against their necks. Only the two elders from the Zhong family remained relatively composed. After all, they were people who had seen much. In another direction, the first prince, Yan Zhao, broke out in a cold sweat as well. Compared to the third prince, Yen Sun, who had many followers, the first prince, Yan Zhao, was all alone. I wonder how senior brother is doing. In the sky above a city thousands of miles away from the abyss, Wang Chen, the leader of the Five Elements sect, frowned as he looked at the starlight shining in the sky. Skywolf Grotto Heaven was simply a meat grinder. Whoever went in would be unlucky. In Wang Chen's eyes, the legendary Sirius Cave, heaven, in the great abyss, was a world of its own. But who would have thought that the so-called Sirius Cave heaven was actually a trap set up by Sirius Supreme? The unusual movements of the abyss attracted the attention of countless experts. Even quite a few of the most ancient immortal Tao Supremes were alarmed. At this moment, one terrifying sword light after another descended from the sky, directly breaking through the power of the great abyss and slashing towards the Sky Wolf sovereign. However, after these terrifying sword lights, which were powerful enough to annihilate a star domain, fell into the killing formation, they quickly dimmed and disappeared before they could even reach the heavenly wolf sovereign. The supreme sword Tao power was actually devoured by the killing formation. Not bad. An ancient voice rang out. A figure walked down from the sky. Every step he took caused the entire world to tremble. In just 2 or 3 steps, this person had arrived in front of them. This was a white-haired old man. This old man's hair and eyebrows were both white. He was tall and had a mighty appearance. Even though he seemed to be standing casually, he gave off an incomparably oppressive feeling. "It's you!" Supremacy Skywolf looked at the old man. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. "Shaoqing Wolf, come out and accept your death." An aged voice rang out. That old man stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at the heavenly wolf sovereign. At this moment, even though the heaven extremity and the other 2 extreme Tao holy immortals were still trapped in the formation, they had already rushed out of the formation core. Rumble, the terrifying power of the abyss, swept toward the 3 supreme sacred immortals in a frenzy. The heaven extremity and the others joined forces to activate an extreme Tao weapon to block the destructive power that was coming from all directions. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out. Shadows of powerful beasts rushed out of the abyss and pounced toward the heaven extremity and the others. Powerful energy fluctuations emanated from each of the beast silhouettes. These beastly silhouettes were not actual ferocious beasts. They were merely beast souls. However, even though they were beast souls, they were still extremely terrifying. Even an extreme, heavenly immortal would die if they were to be pounced on. The heaven extremity and the extreme Tao sword immortals were shocked to see this. Boom! The first beast soul slammed into the everlasting bell with a loud bang. The bell's ringing reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The ringing of the bell was extremely shocking. The everlasting bell was a supreme Tao weapon that the heaven extremity had refined for countless years. It was used for defense. Even an all-out attack from an ancient supreme existence would not be able to break through it. The shadows of the beasts slammed into the everlasting bell. The everlasting bell shook violently, and countless ancient Tao patterns appeared on its surface. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial times spread out from the everlasting bell. What do we do? The heaven extremity and the others inside the everlasting bell were extremely anxious. They used all their strength to activate the everlasting bell and barely managed to block the attacks of the countless beast souls. However, they would still be in danger as time went on. What else can we do? Let's see if those old antiques can subdue the Skywolf Supreme. The heaven extremity scoffed. Huang Xiaolong only wanted the fortune divine fruits, not the heavenly wolf supremacy. The others more or less had some karma with the Skywolf Supreme. Supreme Nether Yuan was the one who had dealt with the Skywolf Supreme in the past. Boss Yi's sect was also destroyed by the Skywolf Supreme. Even the extreme Tao Sword Immortal was a junior disciple of a super old antique. That super old antique had also attacked the Skywolf Supreme in the past. Kill. At this moment, the heavenly wolf supremacies might reach an extreme. With a furious roar, he sent a fist flying towards the old man in the sky. His punch drew upon the power of the great abyss, causing the entire killing formation to shake. Boundless power of heaven and earth frantically converged on him. The violent fist force tore through the void and shook heaven and earth. Humph! That old man sneered. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying fist of the heavenly wolf supremacy was instantly neutralized, causing him to stagger backward. What? The Skywolf Supreme was indescribably shocked. Could it be that even after plotting for so many years, he still wasn't a match for these old antiques? He recalled how he had been plotted against in the past. His physical body had been crippled, leaving only his nascent spirit trapped in a coffin made of primordial divine iron. In that dark coffin, he had endured unimaginable pain and endless loneliness. Until today, he had finally come out into the world. His nascent spirit was so powerful that he had long surpassed those old antiques. However, it seemed like he had still underestimated them. Humph, you're just an ant. Even if you were an ant in the past, you're still an ant now. An ant will always be an ant. The old man sneered. Humph, that's right. Our existences aren't something you can imagine. Another powerful figure walked out from the distance. This person was shrouded in a layer of mist. He looked illusory, but the aura he exuded was shocking. It was like a world pressing down on the great abyss killing formation. The Skywolf Supreme glared at the newcomer, gritting his teeth. He knew that it was these masterminds who had acted in the past, causing him to suffer for so many years. Ha ha, you bunch of arrogant fools. You think you're all high and mighty, but haven't you all been trapped at the peak of extreme Tao for so many years? The Skywolf Supreme suddenly laughed. The path to the end of extreme Tao. The old man's eyes lit up as he stared at the Skywolf Supreme. So these fellows are looking for a way to surpass extreme Tao. Gu Fei watched coldly from the side. At this time, he already understood that these fellows only had one goal, and that was to surpass extreme Tao. These fellows who had lived for countless years had long become indifferent to everything. However, there was one thing that they would never forget even in death. Surpassing extreme Tao and becoming a truly invincible existence was the only goal of these super antiques. Sigh, what a bunch of pitiful people. Gu Fei sighed. He was the only one who knew how difficult it was to surpass the extreme grade. Even in the primogenitor realm, he was the only one to surpass extreme Tao and become a supreme eternal existence. However, so what if he became an eternal supreme existence? There would still be opponents. Back then, the primogenitor first demon was also an eternal supreme existence. Gu Fei recalled everything that had happened in the past and felt like a lifetime had passed. At this time, the Antique and the Skywolf Supreme were locked in a fierce battle. The two figures gave off an earth-shattering energy fluctuation. The Paragon Skywolf had finally met his match. His opponent was extremely strong. Every single move he made was filled with immense might that sent the Paragon Skywolf flying one after another. The Skywolf Supreme coughed up blood. His extreme Tao immortal physique was riddled with cracks, but no blood seeped out of them. Supremacy Skywolf had possessed Supremacy Yu Yuan's immortal body. This extreme Tao immortal body was unimaginably powerful. It was simply a human-shaped extreme Tao artifact. But now, the extreme Tao immortal physique was actually cracked by the old man. Too weak, too weak. What have you been doing all these years? The old man mocked as he attacked. Flaunting your seniority? Who the hell do you think you are? The Skywolf Supreme sneered. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and strode toward the old man. Li Kuan, you're regressing the more you live. You can't even take care of a puny ant. Another super antique spoke up. If you're that good, then come at me. The old man, named Li Kuan, was done for. Die. Chapter 4496. Supremacy Skywolf was undoubtedly very strong. He could draw upon the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the power of the great abyss. Such power was absolutely unparalleled. Unfortunately, Supremacy Skywolf's extreme path, immortal physique, was too weak. He possessed the body of Supremacy Yu Yuan, who was considered an expert among the Supremacies. However, Supremacy Yu Yuan's extreme path, immortal physique, could not withstand the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the great abyss, not even 1/10,000th of it. Forcefully using this power would cause one's body to explode and their primordial spirit to collapse. Roar! Supremacy Skywolf had no other choice. He frantically drew upon the power from all directions. Rays of divine light wandered around his body like lightning. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from his body. Hey, Li Kuan, that wolf cub is going all out. The blurry figure in the distance said, I can see it. Going all out. You'll need to have the capital to do so. Li Kuan sneered. Going all out? Sure, but he needed to have the capital to do so. Preposterous. Supremacy Skywolf was enraged. This guy dared to look down on him. This daddy will teach him a lesson. Heavenly wolf slaughters the heavens. Supremacy Skywolf roared. In the next moment, his aura soared to the limit. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. Hand seals. Roar. Endless power gathered on his hand seals. A terrifying wolf silhouette appeared in the void, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Without any hesitation, the wolf formed by Supremacy Skywolf pounced at Patriarch Li Kuan. The might of this pounce caused the entire world to tremble. Courting death, Patriarch Li Kuan's face darkened. He waved his sleeve and whipped at the wolf that was pouncing at him. However, in the next moment, immortal ancestor Li Kuan's sleeve exploded. The wolf's sharp claws reached for his head. Damn it! Li Kuan was enraged. A ball of immortal light erupted from his body and instantly enveloped him. The wolf's sharp claws were directly blocked by the immortal light. It couldn't break through the immortal light's defense. Li Kuan directly stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 front legs of the fierce wolf. With a forceful pull, he actually tore the fierce wolf into 2 halves. Although the fierce wolf was formed by the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign using the Heavenly Wolf slaughtering heaven art, it was incomparably real, just like a real fierce wolf with flesh and blood. The wolf that was torn in half by Patriarch Li Kuan dissipated into the void. The moment Li Kuan broke the Sky Wolf supremacy's mystic art, a divine light instantly pierced through Patriarch Li Kuan's body. This left Patriarch Li Kuan in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Patriarch Li Kuan lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest. He saw that his wound was suddenly burning. I can't accept this. Old ancestor Li Kuan revealed a look of despair. With his wound as the center, his entire body turned into ashes, and the ashes dissipated into the world. A powerful immortal Tao old ancestor, or to be precise, a supreme immortal ancestor, died just like that. His body and soul were completely obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Even the internal world of the supreme immortal ancestor silently crumbled, and everything inside was obliterated. The other supreme path immortal ancestor in the sky was dumbfounded when he saw this. Impossible, a supreme immortal ancestor exclaimed in shock. Humph, do you really think I'm that easy to bully? As the Sky Wolf Sovereign looked around, his eyes flickered with a bright light. Pretending to be a pig, to eat a tiger, the mysterious figure in the distance sighed. Patriarch Li Kuan was a super old fogey with an extremely powerful cultivation base, but he still died at the hands of the Sky Wolf supremacy. That's right. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Sky Wolf supremacy had pretended to be weak before suddenly erupting with power and killing Patriarch Li Kuan. The truth was that the Sky Wolf supremacy had only succeeded because Li Kuan hadn't put him in his eyes. He had been too careless. What's going on? Didn't Patriarch Li Kuan have the upper hand? Patriarch Li Kuan lost. Heaven Extremity and the others who were still trapped in the killing formation were utterly shocked. In their opinion, Patriarch Li Kuan was a supreme immortal who had lived longer than them. He was known as a supreme immortal ancestor in the primal beginning realm. The death of a supreme immortal ancestor was unprecedented. One should know that a supreme immortal ancestor was much stronger than a supreme immortal. Although it was hard to believe, Patriarch Li Kuan was truly dead. He couldn't be more dead. Who else wants to fight? The Sky Wolf supremacy stood in the sky and emitted a boundless immortal glow. No one dared to accept his challenge. Li Kuan is dead. Hao Xian, you're next. The Sky Wolf supremacy's voice echoed throughout the primal beginning realm. What? He's challenging Emperor Hao Xian? That's a great emperor. An older cultivator exclaimed in shock. Great Emperor was the title given to the supreme experts in the primal beginning realm. The extreme Tao realms in the primal beginning realm could be divided into 3 realms: Supreme Saint Immortal, Supreme Immortal Ancestor, and Supreme Great Emperor. Supreme Great Emperors were invincible existences that could do whatever they wanted in the primal beginning realm. Ha! Hao Xian, that brat is challenging you. What? You don't dare to accept the challenge? In the depths of the starry sky, 2 powerful figures were facing off against each other. The phenomenon of the 2 figures was shocking. One of them was like the ruler of a star region, with a star region faintly appearing around him. The other figure was surrounded by vast primordial qi. Humph! Great Emperor Hao Xian sneered, but he did not say anything. Hao Xian, you seem to be getting more and more timid. Emperor Tao Heaven sneered. Tao Heaven, let's settle the matter of you killing my disciple first. Emperor Hao Xian stared coldly at Emperor Tao Heaven. Who's afraid of you? Emperor Tao Heaven said, as he took a step forward. Primordial chaos qi revolved around his body. Each strand of primordial chaos qi was bigger than a mountain. Die! Emperor Hao Xian roared in anger and attacked. Rumble! In the next moment, countless stars smashed towards Emperor Tao Heaven. The Tao Heaven Emperor pressed his right hand forward, causing the countless stars to explode in the void. the destructive power spread out, shaking the heavens. The two great emperors started fighting. At this moment, in the abyss, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look at the sky. "How do you three want to die?" Sovereign Sky Wolf stared at Heaven Extremity and the others in the killing formation and asked coldly. The Extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Extreme Tao Saint Immortal were in despair. However, Heaven Extremity was still calm, as if he still had something to rely on. "Lord Sky Wolf, I'm willing to submit," the Extreme Tao Sword Immortal hurriedly said. "Lord Sky Wolf, I'm also willing to submit." The middle-aged Supreme also chose to submit. No one wanted to die. As long as they submitted, they could live. "What about you?" Sovereign Sky Wolf looked at Heaven Extremity and asked. "Surrendering without a fight isn't my style," Heaven Extremity suddenly said with a smile. At this moment, the Extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Supreme retreated far away. "Then let's fight." Chapter 4497. Supreme Sky Wolf knew how to endure. To be precise, he was an expert in disguising himself as a pig to eat a tiger. In Gu Fei's opinion, Supreme Sky Wolf's methods were definitely comparable to Hei Tian, Old Turtle, and Little Monk Fan Xiu. These guys could endure what others could not. He had schemed for countless years, set up a killing trap, and even sealed his Yuan spirit in a coffin made of connate primordial divine metal. All of this was to kill his former enemy. Today he had done it. He had killed Supreme Yu Yuan and immortal ancestor Don Yun. Although Supreme Yu Yuan was an extreme Tao sacred immortal of the previous generation, immortal ancestor Don Yun was extraordinary. She was an existence in the ancestor realm, an immortal ancestor who stood at the peak of the extreme Tao. Li Kuan's death would definitely cause a huge upheaval in the primordial realm. Countless living beings would die as a result, and even the structure of the entire primordial realm's cultivation world would change. At this time, he had to subdue the three extreme Tao sacred immortals trapped in the killing formation, the Extreme Tao Sword Immortal, and the other Extreme Tao sacred immortal chose to side with Supreme Sky Wolf because they were terrified when Supreme Sky Wolf killed immortal ancestor Don Yun. That was an immortal ancestor, yet she was killed just like that. "Heaven Extremity, I have to admire you." Supreme Sky Wolf stared at Heaven Extremity. "Admire me for what? I'm just a drunkard." Heaven Extremity opened his wine gourd and took a huge gulp. Then he plugged the gourd and wiped the wine off the corner of his mouth. "Drunkard?" The Sky Wolf Supremacy frowned and immediately attacked the Heaven Extremity. Heaven Extremity did not side with Supreme Sky Wolf like the Extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the other Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal. Instead, he chose to fight Supreme Sky Wolf. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, and a powerful force spread out in all directions. Countless formation patterns appeared in the surrounding void. These formation runes dissipated in the void. The Extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal were sent flying. This is Gu Fei, who was deducing the formation, was also alarmed by this battle. Is this the power of an Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal? Pan Jiaming was dumbfounded. He was not as calm as Gu Fei. In fact, it was his first time witnessing a battle between Extreme Tao Sacred Immortals. It should be noted that it was not easy to encounter a battle between Supreme Sacred Immortals. In fact, if it wasn't for Gu Fei, a mere divine child of the Five Elements heavenly sect would have been killed by the extreme Tao pressure released by the Extreme Tao Saint Immortal. This shocked Pan Jiaming. This young man called Chu Xiaoyan was only a little cultivator at the soul formation stage, but he was able to withstand the pressure of an Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal. With Pan Jiaming's cultivation, he was naturally unable to see through Gu Fei's depth. There was a faint aura around Gu Fei that blocked the pressure of the extreme Tao sage, immortal. At that moment, the Heaven Extremity's hands were constantly forming hand seals that blasted out towards the Sky Wolf supremacy. Every single one of those hand seals brought with them a tremendous amount of power. Is this your true strength? The Sky Wolf supremacy clenched his fists and punched out again and again. The power of the countless hand seals was completely dispersed by his fists. At that moment, the Sky Wolf supremacy's battle intent swept through the surroundings. Apart from Gu Fei and a few others, all living beings who sensed it were scared out of their wits. Even the countless cultivators outside the abyss were trembling. Roar! The ferocious beast under the third prince, Ping Tian, roared uneasily on a mountain. The faces of the third prince's followers had already turned pale. They were extremely terrified. Why don't I use the power here too? Gu Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If he could use the power here, he would be able to move freely in the killing formation like he was walking on flat ground. What? Brother Chu, you want to use the power here? Pan Jiaming was shocked when he heard Gu Fei's words. What was this place? It was one of the famous forbidden grounds of the primordial world. Yet Chu Shaoyan dared to use the power here. He was basically courting death. Gu Fei ignored Pan Jiaming and sat down on the ground. In the next moment, rays of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's body and entered the surrounding space. Afterwards, Pan Jiaming suddenly realized that he could no longer sense the young cultivator's existence. Gu Fei seemed to have fused with the surrounding space. If he had not seen Chu Shaoyun standing before him with his own eyes, it would have been as if there was no one there at all. What? Pan Jiaming was shocked again. He never thought Chu Shaoyun would be able to form some sort of connection with the killing formation with a snap of his fingers. At that moment, the Sky Wolf supremacy suddenly sensed something. His expression became rather grim. Little ant, don't overestimate yourself. The Sky Wolf supremacy sensed the movements of the killing formation while fighting with the Heaven Extremity. In the next moment, terrifying destructive lightning bolts appeared above Gu Fei's head with a thought. Countless destructive lightning bolts bombarded Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming. This Pan Jiaming was scared out of his wits. Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. Then, the destructive bolts of lightning that were descending upon them suddenly disappeared when they were only a few dozen feet away from the top of their heads. What? The Sky Wolf supremacy was shocked when he sensed this. A little ant could really use the power of the killing formation he had set up. Even an extreme Tao formation supremacy can't do this. The Sky Wolf supremacy was in disbelief. A little ant could actually shake the peerless killing formation he had set up. He was distracted and was almost hit by the Heaven Extremity's hand seal. At that moment, the Heaven Extremity realized that the speed at which the killing formation devoured his vitality had slowed down. Who the hell are you? The Sky Wolf supremacy had planned this for countless years. He thought everything was under his control, but now a variable had appeared. And this variable was actually two ant-like fellows. This little guy seems to be quite capable. At that moment, the extreme Tao Sword Immortal and the middle-aged Supreme realized something was wrong with Gu Fei. It was already a miracle that Gu Fei and Pan Jiaming were able to survive the peerless killing formation with their cultivation bases. It should be noted that the killing formation was connected to heaven and earth, drawing the power of the 9 heaven stars and the power of the great abyss. It was a peerless killing formation that could kill an extreme Tao sacred immortal. Moreover, an extreme Tao sacred immortal was killed when the killing formation was activated. We have a chance of survival. Chapter 4498. No one wanted to die if they could live. Although the Supreme Sword Immortal and the Middle-Aged Supreme who were trapped in the Supreme Killing Formation were forced to submit to the Sky Wolf supremacy, they did not want to become the Sky Wolf supremacy's slaves and be enslaved. Gu Fei's appearance was undoubtedly their chance of survival. What caused these two Supremes to be in disbelief was that this fellow, who was as weak as an ant in their eyes, was actually able to draw upon the power of this killing formation. After all, this was a supreme killing formation that could kill an extreme Dao Saint Immortal. Even an extreme Dao formation sovereign would not be able to break through it in a short time. However, what Gu Fei was doing now was not to break the formation. Instead, he wanted to control the entire killing formation and use its power for his own use. Rumble, at this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have become one with the killing formation. Countless formation runes appeared and intertwined on his body as he deduced the killing formation. Every formation had a weakness. As long as he knew the weakness of this formation, he would be able to break it. Given Gu Fei's current formation Dao cultivation, he was definitely not inferior to He Tian's. After all, he possessed an extreme grade spiritual force. The stronger the spiritual force, the easier it was to deduce the formation Dao. Yes, found it. Very quickly, Gu Fei found the weakness of this supreme killing formation. It seemed like the strongest place was usually the weakest place. He did not expect this supreme killing formation's weakness to be the core of the formation. Below the core of the formation was a bottomless pit. Endless power of the abyss gushed out from this bottomless pit and provided the killing formation with an endless supply of power. Correspondingly, the star array above the 9 heavens was also providing the killing formation with endless power of the stars. It was these two forces that supported the operation of this supreme killing formation. As long as the source of the supreme killing formation's power was cut off, the entire killing formation would naturally collapse on its own. However, Gu Fei did not want to break the formation. He wanted to seize control of the killing formation, and the array disk that controlled the killing formation was suspended above the black hole. Whether it was the power of the stars descending from the sky or the power of the abyss surging up from the depths of the earth, they all needed to be refined and fused by the array disk before they could be supplied to the killing array. That mountain-like formation disk was the source of the killing formation's power. It was the transfer point between the star power and the abyss power. Understanding this, Gu Fei was confident. Brother Chu, at this time, Pan Jiaming was nervously looking at Gu Fei. The terrifying aura from the surroundings caused his soul to tremble. This was an absolute suppression. As a divine child of the 5 elements sky sect, Pan Jiaming couldn't bring himself to resist at all. In fact, the reason why Pan Jiaming was still alive was entirely because of Gu Fei. Otherwise, he would have been directly strangled to death by the power of the abyss, just like the others who had charged into it. A mere ant wants to shake a giant dragon? You're overestimating yourself. The heavenly wolf supremacy's voice came from the sky, filled with disdain. A little guy in the divine transformation stage actually wanted to control the super killing formation that he had set up. This was simply a huge joke. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? The heaven extremity said as he attacked the heavenly wolf supremacy. At this time, the heaven extremity seemed to have become a different person. He held a wine gourd in one hand and the Wuji bell in the other, forcing the heavenly wolf supremacy to continuously retreat. Clang! The Wuji bell rang and terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. Countless formation runes in the surroundings were continuously destroyed and directly disappeared into the void. If this was the outside world, the Heaven Extremities attack could directly destroy an area and turn billions of living beings into dust. But in this killing formation, the power of the Wuji bell was greatly suppressed. The power of the Wuji bell could only break a small area, but this was already very shocking. However, the power of the Wuji Bell was also devoured by the killing formation. The power of the killing formation grew stronger as the battle went on. As the controller of the killing formation, the battle strength of the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy would also increase along with the power of the killing formation. Haha, Heaven Extremity, the outcome of this battle has long been decided. You can't win against me. The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy laughed loudly as he attacked. Is that so? The Heaven Extremity smiled noncommittally. In response to the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy was a bell that shook the 9 heavens. That was the killing power of sound. It directly penetrated the void and acted on the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy. The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy roared and immediately retreated. 9 heavens wolf howl. The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy roared. In the next moment, a terrifying sound wave directly came out of his mouth and blasted towards the Heaven Extremity opposite him. The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy also knew the killing technique of sound. Buzz. The 2 killing powers of sound instantly collided. In the next moment, countless formation runes appeared in the entire void. These formation runes then dissipated in the void. Even the void was filled with countless black cracks that looked like strands of hair. The 2 figures retreated at the same time, but they immediately clashed again. Although the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy had the upper hand, the Heaven Extremity was too powerful. He was far stronger than ordinary Supreme Tao Immortal Ancestors. Moreover, he had many treasures on him. Even the wine gourd in his hand was a Xiantian divine item born from the chaos. The Heaven Extremity actually used a Xiantian divine item to store wine. This was too much of a waste. Xiantian divine items were extremely powerful. The wine gourd emitted divine lights from time to time that pierced towards the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy like peerless divine swords. While the 2 powerhouses were fighting, Gu Fei's primordial spirit had already left his body and directly appeared in the center of the killing formation. Gu Fei's expression changed when he saw the hill-sized formation platform floating above the black hole. The formation platform connected the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. A beam of starlight larger than a mountain fell from the depths of the starry sky and directly landed on the formation platform. Below the black hole, a black light also descended from the sky and landed on the formation platform. This formation platform converted the energy of the stars and the energy of the abyss. A vast energy spread out from the platform and fused into the killing formation. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to refine this formation platform. He probed with a finger. Whoosh! A beam of divine light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger and penetrated the formation platform in front of him. Uft! The beam of divine light shot out by Gu Fei's primordial spirit suddenly exploded when it was about 10 zhang away from the formation platform. A layer of formation runes appeared in the void, but very quickly these formation runes disappeared into the void as if they were never there. As expected, Gu Fei nodded. This formation platform couldn't be without defensive power. There was a force that enveloped the entire formation platform. In order to refine the formation platform, the first thing to do was to break the defensive formation. How to break the formation. Chapter 44, 99. The primal beginning realm was the fiercest place in the southern region. It attracted the attention of countless living beings. The grand abyss of the southern domain was a deserted place to begin with. But at this moment, countless cultivators had gathered outside the grand abyss. All of them were watching. Endless divine light rushed out from the abyss, and a beam of starlight fell from the 9 heavens, falling directly into the abyss. This ray of starlight was extremely condensed. Rumble! The abyss shook and a shocking, murderous aura rushed out of it. All the cultivators were shocked. The abyss was much more terrifying than usual. This time, the abyss had turned into a shuraba. No, to be more precise, it was even more terrifying than the shuraba. Countless cultivators who had entered the abyss died in the abyss, apart from a few particularly lucky ones who had retreated before the killing formation exploded. Everyone else had died in body and soul. However, Gu Fei and Pan Jianming were an exception. Gu Fei and Pan Jianming, the divine prince of the Five Elements immortal sect, were still in the abyss. Those two, meanwhile, Gu Fei had started to break the formation. Gu Fei's primordial spirit appeared in the eye of the big abyss killing formation. The eye of the formation formed a world of its own. A formation platform floated above the abyss. It could reach the heavens above and reach the 9 serenities below. To the 9 serenities killing formation, this formation platform was directly related to the ownership of the killing formation. Brother Chu, Pan Jianming, stood next to Gu Fei's body. He didn't dare to go anywhere else. Yes, at this moment, in the eye of the formation, Gu Fei witnessed an unbelievable scene. As long as he controlled the array platform, he would be able to control the entire killing formation. However, Gu Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy to control the killing formation. The surroundings of the array platform were protected by the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign's array formation. If one wanted to control the array platform, one would have to first break the array formation outside the array platform. The Celestial Wolf Supreme was very careful. He had thought of everything. However, he didn't know that Gu Fei wasn't a creature of the primal beginning realm. Void reversal. Gu Fei's nascent spirit directly used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. In the next moment, his nascent spirit actually seemed to fuse with the surrounding space. Gu Fei's soul directly lunged forward and instantly passed through the killing formation, as if it had passed through a layer of transparent ripples. Gu Fei's primordial spirit seemed to have turned into air. What? The Sky Wolf Sovereign, who had been sensing all the movements in the formation core, stopped smiling at this moment. In the next moment, a spiritual sense descended from the sky and directly entered the formation core. A figure silently appeared in the eye of the formation. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged on top of the array platform. He was casting a mysterious skill in an attempt to refine the array platform. Kill. The figure that appeared in the eye of the formation directly attacked Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Whoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from the Sky Wolf Dragon Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation and instantly pierced through Gu Fei's soul. Buzz! The void rumbled, and the divine light that had pierced through Gu Fei's primordial spirit was reversed and directly shot towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation. What? The Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation was taken aback. He never expected that his opponent could actually reverse his attack. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was a supreme in the end and had extremely rich battle experience. His spiritual will incarnation instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation suddenly appeared in the sky above Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Boom! Powerful immortal Tao power erupted as the Sky Wolf Sovereign's spiritual will incarnation turned into a huge seal and smashed down towards Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Tao, soldier transformation? Gu Fei's primordial spirit couldn't help but be shocked when it saw this. This divine ability was very powerful, but so what? It couldn't do anything to him at all. Gu Fei's primordial spirit formed a seal with both hands and blasted upwards. He also knew seal techniques, so the seal he formed with both hands released a dazzling divine light. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces instantly collided, and an energy storm swept out in all directions. Formation patterns appeared in the void one after another before collapsing. The entire formation platform shook. The operation of the formation platform was immediately affected. The power of the stars that descended from the 9 heavens and the power of the abyss that came from the 9 underworlds almost went out of control. Crack! Cracks appeared on the formation platform, one after another. Gufei's primordial spirit was shocked. The power of the 9 heaven stars and the power of the abyss that came from the formation platform was too powerful. Even if the formation platform was refined with immortal materials, it almost couldn't withstand the two forces. Fortunately, the two forces only went out of control for a short while and immediately returned to the right track. Rumble, the formation platform continued to operate, continuously converting the power of the stars and the power of the abyss. At this moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign's main body sensed what was happening in the formation eye, and his face turned pale. Once the formation platform collapsed, it would definitely be a huge disaster. Little guy, you're courting death. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was really angry. A puny ant actually dared to threaten him. This little guy's primordial spirit was actually so powerful that it was hard to believe that he was a supreme. Ha! Sky Wolf, give me the thing and I'll leave immediately. How about that? The Heaven Extremity laughed. The moment the formation platform and the formation eye lost control, the Heaven Extremity felt that the entire killing formation's influence on him had completely disappeared. However, this only lasted for a moment. The entire killing formation actually showed a moment of weakness. To an extreme Tao powerhouse, this kind of weakness could almost determine life and death. Sky Wolf, you bastard, you want me to be your slave? Go eat sh*T. At this moment, a voice came from outside the killing formation. It turned out that the Supreme Sword Immortal and the Middle-Aged Supreme, who were originally trapped in the killing formation, had actually rushed out of the killing formation and arrived outside. They captured the flaw in the operation of the killing formation. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for them to escape. You guys, the Sky Wolf Sovereign was infuriated. He didn't plant a forbidden technique on these two guys. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to be so presumptuous. At this moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign suddenly roared. His body shook, and he staggered, almost falling from the sky. Kill! The Heaven Extremity didn't hesitate, and directly punched the Sky Wolf Sovereign's head. In the next moment, the Sky Wolf Sovereign's head disappeared and instantly turned into a bloody mist. Clang! The everlasting bell rang, and a terrifying sound wave spread out. The Sky Wolf Sovereign's body also turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 4500. Heaven Extremity was extremely domineering. He used the everlasting bell to shatter Supreme Sky Wolf's supreme immortal physique. Boom! The instant the Sky Wolf Supreme's extreme Tao immortal physique exploded, it was as if a blood-colored divine sun had suddenly appeared in the great abyss killing formation. The terrifying sound of the great Tao spread in all directions. The death of a supreme Sky Wolf was a huge commotion. A rain of blood fell from the sky as heaven and earth mourned. Every drop of Supreme Sky Wolf's blood emitted a blinding blood-colored radiance. A single drop of Supreme Sky Wolf's blood could destroy the universe. Sky Wolf, that bastard, died just like that. Some extremely ancient figures appeared outside the abyss. Every single one of them seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. Their Tao rhyme and aura seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. One had to admit that these existences were much stronger than ordinary Supreme Sky Sacred Immortals. Even if they weren't Supreme Sky Emperors, they could definitely be considered half-emperors. Supreme Sky Emperors were the true rulers of the various regions of the primordial world. They stood high above and looked down on the world. Supreme Sky Emperors used the primordial world as a chessboard to compete with the world. Those Supreme Sky Sacred Immortals were merely chess pieces in the eyes of Supreme Sky Wolf. Wasn't Supreme Sky Wolf also a chess piece? That guy died? Impossible. In the eye of the Supreme Killing Formation, Gu Fei's primordial spirit, who was refining the Killing Formation disc, looked up at the blinding, blood-colored radiance in the sky with a calm expression. When he was in the primogenitor's realm, he fought everywhere, and countless extreme Tao Supremes died in his hands. He even killed the primogenitor's first demon. Even if the Sky Wolf Supreme had really died, he wouldn't be moved. What was there to make a fuss about if an extreme Tao Saint Immortal died? Moreover, Supreme Sky Wolf probably wouldn't die, because if this guy was so easily killed, he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Rumble, the entire Killing Formation suddenly shook. The blood mist that exploded quickly gathered together. In the next moment, the boundless blood-colored radiance disappeared, and a figure appeared in the void. This person was Supreme Sky Wolf, who was just killed by Heaven Extremity's everlasting bell. I knew this guy wouldn't be killed so easily, Gu Fei's primordial spirit muttered to itself. At this moment, the power of the great Tao in his body began to erase a brand on the array disc. It was the brand of the Skywolf Paragon. However, the moment he came into contact with the seal, a blinding celestial light burst out from the seal. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the sky. You want to steal my great array? You can die now. The illusory figure smiled at Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Gu Fei couldn't help being stunned. The imprint left behind on the formation plate wasn't an ordinary mental imprint, but a soul imprint. It was a strand of the Skywolf Sovereign's soul. Logically speaking, after cultivating to the extreme Tao Saint Immortal realm, one's primordial spirit could be divided into millions of primordial spirits. However, it was overkill to brand a primordial spirit on a formation plate to control it. After all, once the soul imprint was destroyed, it was an extremely painful matter. It was as if a person's soul was being torn apart. After all, it was a Yuan spirit. Once a Yuan spirit was destroyed, the person would naturally suffer a great impact. Die. The Celestial Wolf Sovereign's soul directly attacked Gu Fei's soul. The Celestial Wolf Sovereign's soul made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a spear immediately appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the shrunken version of Supreme Sky Wolf directly attacked Gu Fei's Yuan spirit with the spear. Humph! Gu Fei's Yuan spirit smiled. In the next moment, a sword light shot out from his body and directly split the Yuan spirit of Supreme Sky Wolf in half. How is this possible? Heavenly Wolf Supremacy's soul spirit sent out such a spiritual sense fluctuation before it dissipated. In my eyes, nothing is impossible. Gu Fei's Yuan spirit said, indifferently. The sword light flew back and circled around him. An eternal aura spread out from the sword light. Roar! The moment Gu Fei's Yuan spirit destroyed Supreme Sky Wolf's Yuan spirit, Supreme Sky Wolf, who had just reformed his extreme Tao immortal body, suddenly hugged his head and roared. Is this guy crazy? Heaven Extremity was in no hurry to make a move. He could sense that the power in Supreme Sky Wolf's body was very chaotic, as if he was about to lose control. This was not a good thing. However, he quickly calmed down, and his expression became extremely sinister. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows, and fresh blood seeped out from it. Little guy, Supreme Sky Wolf was truly furious. Although his Yuan spirit could be divided into millions of Yuan spirit, the destruction of a Yuan spirit was equivalent to losing a life. Rumble. At this moment, the entire killing array suddenly shook violently. Countless array patterns appeared in the void, overlapping each other endlessly. The runes wove into one formation diagram after another. Everyone could see countless formation diagrams appearing at the edge of the abyss's depths. The diagrams enveloped Heaven Extremity, Supreme Sky Wolf, and the others. Each diagram exuded a shocking, murderous intent. This is an absolute formation. It doesn't seem to have a way out. An ancient half-step great emperor exclaimed. There are still some gaps between the diagrams. That's a chance of survival. An old voice rang out. An old man with white hair and beard walked over from the distance. There were two Taoist children by his side. One of them was holding a box, while the other was holding a 9-section whip. The 9-section whip had countless twinkling stars on it. It's Formation Venerate by Chun. Someone exclaimed. Formation Venerate by Chun? Some of the older generation, supreme immortals, were shocked. They didn't expect the disturbance in the abyss to alarm the number 1 Formation Venerate of the primal beginning realm. Bai Chun was the founding ancestor of the profound Heaven Array sect. If he claimed to be second in the primal beginning realm, no one would dare to claim to be first. He had also seen through the killing formation's weakness. However, there were too many diagrams. Even if there were gaps between the diagrams, they would be blocked by other diagrams, turning the path of survival into a dead end. The countless array diagrams that had appeared disappeared in an instant, directly hidden in the void, completely disappearing without a trace. Yes, this supreme killing formation has a new owner. Formation Venerate by Chun said indifferently. A new owner? Chapter 45:01. The abstruse Heaven Array sect wasn't one of the 10 great sects of the primal beginning realm, but its power wasn't inferior to the 10 great sects because its founding ancestor was still around. He was a supreme existence who'd become a supreme through Formation Tao. Formation Venerate by Chun was the strongest expert in Formation Tao in the primal beginning realm and the first to become a supreme saint immortal through Formation Tao. He could form a formation with a thought and had refined a supreme immortal artifact called the Star-Studded Whip. To be more precise, it was the Star-Studded Whip. The star-chasing 9-segment whip had great power. It could drive the stars and chase the moon, and use the stars in the world to set up a formation. Baichen also had a supreme treasure called the Myriad Formation Diagram. With the star-studded whip and the Myriad Formation Diagram, who would dare underestimate Bai Chun and the entire abstruse Heaven Array sect? Moreover, the defensive formations of the major forces in the primal beginning realm were basically set up by formation masters from the abstruse Heaven Array sect. Even the 10 great sects and great figures of the imperishable celestial dynasties came to invite Bai Chun to set up a formation in their ancestral lands. The price of Bai Chen's help wasn't something anyone could afford. I didn't think someone could seize control of this killing formation from the hands of a traitor like Sky Wolf, said Formation Venerate Bai Chun in surprise. So Sky Wolf really did join the abstruse Heaven Array sect. Someone couldn't help but be shocked when they heard Formation Venerate Bai Chen's words. Some people recalled the past. Supreme Skywolf was originally a Shaoqing wolf who happened to eat an exotic fruit and gained sentience. That was how he embarked on the path of cultivation. Skywolf, who hadn't yet become powerful, went around seeking masters and learning skills. He took things one step at a time and made up for his lack of talent with perseverance and hard work. Finally, in a short span of 1,000 years, the ordinary Shaoqing wolf became Supreme Skywolf. On the day he achieved Tao, he slammed the capital of the imperishable celestial dynasty that killed his parents into the ground with a single palm. Destroying a celestial dynasty with a single palm. This was Supreme Skywolf's strength and dominance. No wonder this little wolf cub can set up such a killing formation that can seize the fortune of heaven and earth. An ancient extreme Tao sacred immortal said in realization. Only the supreme experts of the Xiantian array sect could set up such a supreme killing formation that could kill supreme sane immortals. Ordinary experts of array Dao, even those at the quasi-supreme level, could not set up such a killing formation. In fact, not many people in the entire Xiantian array sect, or even the entire primordial realm, could set up such a supreme killing formation. At this moment, within the big abyss killing formation, the expression on the face of the Sky Wolf Utmost Being was absolutely fascinating. There had never been anyone who could break through his formation, especially a supreme killing formation like this. Even Array Venerable Baichen wouldn't be able to break this array so easily. Brother Chu succeeded. Pan Jianming, the divine son of the Five Elements Heavenly Sect, was pleasantly surprised when he sensed the changes in the power of the array around him. In his eyes, Gu Fei was a disciple of the Scarlet Firmament Sect, Chu Xiaoyun. Rumble, the extreme killing formation, was still in operation. However, at this moment, the power of the extreme killing formation was condensed, all of them rushing towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign, causing the entire void to tremble. Damn it! The Sky Wolf Sovereign almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had planned this for countless years, but in the end, it had all benefited this little fellow. Boom! The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy opened up a part of the world and blocked all the terrifying destructive power that came crashing down. However, Supremacy Heavenly Wolf's inner world was shaking violently. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the stars hanging in the sky directly fell from the sky, smashing heavily on the ground. Every time a star fell from the sky to the ground, the entire earth would shake. The Sky Wolf Sovereign's inner world suffered a great impact. Ha! How satisfying! In the core of the killing formation, Gu Fei's spirit laughed. In his right hand was an array disk surrounded by primordial qi. With a thought, the power of the 9 heaven stars that fell from the sky directly turned into battle spears that pierced towards the Sky Wolf Sovereign. Every battle spear that flew out of the core of the killing formation left a crack in the pitch-black void. This was the power of the extreme Dao. Ordinary Supremes would not be able to withstand it at all. One after another, the battle spears pierced through Sky Wolf Supreme's inner world. One of the battle spears pierced through a mountain peak. In the next moment, the mountain directly exploded and turned into dust. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was going crazy. He was an extreme Dao Saint Immortal, and his inner world was extremely stable. However, the power that was attacking his inner world was at the extreme Dao level. Any inner world, even a truly perfect great world, would suffer unimaginable damage when it was attacked by the extreme Dao level power. If an ordinary inner world was hit by a battle spear controlled by Gu Fei, it would immediately disintegrate. In just an instant, the Sky Wolf Sovereign was trapped by the extreme Dao killing formation that he had set up. This shocked and angered him. He could not understand how a puny ant could actually refine his array disk and control the entire killing formation. How the hell did you do it? The Sky Wolf Sovereign was very unwilling to accept this. He had schemed for thousands of years and originally wanted to trap and kill all his enemies in the Great Abyss. However, it seemed that he had only trapped and killed a few small fish. The real big fish had not taken the bait yet. Back then, he had only killed Ancestrally Su, who was at most a half-step Great Emperor. However, there was more than one half-step Great Emperor who attacked him back then. You overestimated yourself and underestimated me. Gu Fei's Yuan spirit sat cross-legged in the center of the extreme Dao killing formation with the array disk in his hand. He was like a formation supremacy, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The Sky Wolf Sovereign was really angry. You're just a puny divine transformation realm ant. Do I still have to overestimate you? However, the truth was right in front of him. He had really been tricked by this little guy. At this moment, the power of the great abyss arrived, and the Sky Wolf Sovereign's inner world directly collapsed. A large area was turned into dust, and one mountain after another was instantly turned into dust. Roar! The Sky Wolf Sovereign was extremely embarrassed. He used all his strength to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to block the power of the great abyss, so that the entire inner world would not really collapse. How dare you ruin my plan? I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. The Heavenly Wolf Sovereign was enraged. In the next moment, an array diagram flew out from his body. This array diagram instantly became incomparably huge. It flew out from his inner world and actually covered the entire extreme killing array in an instant. At this time, even Heaven Extremity, who was watching the show on the side, could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the Sky Wolf Sovereign could turn the tables? A battle of Formation Tao. Then let's see whose Formation Tao is stronger. Gu Fei's divine sense fluctuated from the center of the formation I. At the same time, the entire extreme Tao killing formation shook. Countless array patterns emerged in the void again, filling every inch of the void. At the same time, Heaven Extremity and Pan Jiaming were instantly moved out of the extreme Tao killing formation by Gu Fei. A battle of formation Tao. Chapter 45:02. It had been a long time since a battle between the formation Tao had occurred in the primal beginning world. A battle between extreme Taos hadn't occurred in over 100,000 years. The last time there had been an extreme Tao-level formation Tao duel was hundreds of thousands of years ago outside the Xiantian Array sect. At that time, the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign had succeeded in his cultivation, and before leaving the mysterious Heaven Formation sect, he had taken one of the mysterious Heaven Formation sect's treasures. As a result, the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign had completely offended the mysterious Heaven Formation sect. In the end, the Xiantian Formation sect's founding ancestor, Formation Venerate Bai Chen, had also participated. Although it had been a short battle, it had been a soul-stirring battle that would go down in the cultivation history of the primal beginning world. Paragon Skywolf's betrayal of the Xiantian Formation sect had shaken the entire primal beginning world's cultivation world. Even Formation Venerate Bai Chen hadn't been able to stop him. Countless years had passed, and the world had changed. However, Formation Venerate Bai Chen was still alive, and Paragon Skywolf hadn't died. However, Gu Fei's appearance was the greatest variable. At this moment, an array diagram flew out from the Skywolf Sovereign's body. The array diagram rapidly expanded, directly enveloping the entire extreme Tao killing array. That's the Xiantian Tao sect's Formation Venerate Bai Chen was startled and infuriated. Grandmaster, is that the 10,000 formation diagram? A boy beside Venerate Bai Chen exclaimed in shock. Formation Venerate Bai Chen didn't say anything, but his expression was frighteningly dark. The 10,000 formation diagram was the Xiantian Formation sect's supreme treasure, but it had been lost for countless years. When Paragon Skywolf had betrayed the Xiantian Formation sect, he had taken the 10,000 formation diagram with him. Rumble, the 10,000 formation image pressed down from the sky, and the killing formation below was actually affected. The speed of its operation gradually slowed down, and the countless formation patterns gradually became dim and lifeless. Is this the Xiantian Formation sect's 10,000 formation diagram? Exclaimed an ancient extreme Tao sacred immortal. The myriad formation diagram was the mysterious Heaven Array sect's ultimate treasure. It was the most powerful and important treasure in Array Venerate Reverence Chen's possession. Array Venerate by Chun had spent a total of 3,000 years to refine the myriad formation diagram. 3,000 years. In these 3,000 years, he had only done one thing, and that was to refine the myriad formation diagram. The myriad array diagram was all-encompassing, and Array Venerable by Chun had used all of his insights into the array Tao on the myriad array diagram. The moment this formation diagram appeared, the world lost color and the sun and moon lost their light. Celestial lotuses descended from the sky above the mysterious heaven formation sect. Billions of rays of celestial light bloomed, lighting up the world. The 10,000 formation image could break through 10,000 formations, and it could also set up 10,000 formations. This treasure looks pretty good. Gu Fei's soul looked up at the formation that descended from the sky, and his eyes could not help but light up. In the next moment, the sword light around him stopped. It stopped in the space before him and gave off a faint glow. An aura of eternity spread out from the sword light. This was just a strand of sword chi from the 9 heavenly stars sword, not the real thing. However, even a strand of sword chi was enough to threaten powerful beings at the extreme Tao level. It must be known that this was the power of eternity. The power of eternity innately suppressed the power of the extreme Tao. If the sword chi of the 9 heavenly stars sword struck them, even an extreme Tao Saint Immortal would be injured. With this sword chi protecting me, I'd like to see who can threaten me. Gu Fei's soul smiled. He had no plans to undo the seal and restore his extreme Tao cultivation. Chu Xiaoyun's physical body, which he had possessed, was still sitting cross-legged in the void outside the formation I. Pan Jianming, on the other hand, was like an ant on a hot pan, restless and extremely anxious. Ha! A mere ant dares to challenge a giant dragon. Little fellow, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Sovereign Skywolf stepped on the myriad formation diagram, laughing as he descended from the sky. At this moment, his entire body had fused with the myriad formation diagram, as if he had attracted the power of the myriad Taos to his body. He was extremely powerful. This traitor, up in the sky, Array Venerate by Chun stared at the figure on the myriad array diagram as a shocking killing intent erupted from his body. The myriad array diagram was a supreme array Tao treasure that he had painstakingly refined for 3,000 years and an inexhaustible amount of blood and sweat. But now, this supreme treasure of the Tao of arrays had fallen into the hands of the traitor, the Skywolf Sovereign. Array Supremacy. Bai Chen almost went crazy as he watched the traitor flaunt his supreme Tao treasure. Grandmaster, this traitor Skywolf actually... One of the Tao children behind Array Supremacy, Bai Chen spoke in a trembling voice. This traitor actually dared to step on their supreme Tao treasure. This was an insult to the supreme Tao treasure. Gather the disciples. I want this traitor dead. Array Supremacy, Bai Chen roared angrily. Yes, Grandmaster. The 2 Tao children hurriedly accepted the order and turned to leave. The Xiantian Array sect was a little far from the southern region of the Grand Beginning Realm. This was because the Xiantian Array sect was not located in the southern region, but in the eastern region. The Grand Beginning Realm was too big, and the distance between the eastern region and the southern region was too great. Even an extreme Tao supremacy would need some time to rush over at full speed. The power of the world in the ancestral realm was so powerful that even an extreme Tao Saint Immortal would be suppressed. Of course, if an extreme Tao Saint Immortal were to rush over at full speed, it wouldn't take long for them to get from the eastern region to the southern region. The problem was that there was only one extreme Tao array supremacy in the entire Xiantian array sect. It was too difficult to become an extreme Tao supremacy through the formation Tao. Although Sovereign Skywolf also cultivated the formation Tao, he didn't become a supremacy through the formation Tao. At this time, even if someone from the Xiantian array sect traveled at full speed, it would still take them 10 days to half a month to reach the great abyss of the southern region. However, if it was an extreme Tao Saint Immortal, the time would be greatly reduced. Soon, a huge teleportation array was set up in the sky by the two Tao children. Soon, the teleportation array platform was activated. Rumble, a huge beam of divine light soared into the sky and disappeared into the heavens. At the same time, in a peerless treasure land in the eastern region, an ancient array platform suddenly lit up. An aura that seemed to originate from ancient times spread out from the platform. What's going on? Why is the teleportation array platform in the ancestral land activated? The ancestor is summoning us. An old man walked out. Greetings, eldest senior brother. 12 powerful figures appeared around the teleportation array platform. They were the 13 formation great grandmasters of the Xiantian array sect. Those who could be called formation great grandmasters were absolute experts in the formation Tao. Array Venerable by Chen had a total of 13 personal disciples, and each of these 13 disciples could hold their own. Let's go. Since Master is summoning us, what are we waiting for? Chapter 45:03. Although the mysterious Heaven Array sect wasn't one of the 10 great heavenly sects, their formations were the strongest in the entire Grand Beginning Realm. Although the eastern region of the primordial beginning realm was far from the southern region, it was much more convenient to travel between the two regions through a teleportation formation. In the Grand Beginning Realm, only the formation masters of the mysterious Heaven Array sect could set up formations at any time. Of course, not all formation masters in the world came from the mysterious Heaven Array sect. There were also people from other sects and great clans who cultivated this incomparably complex formation Tao. Formation masters could form formations with a single thought. This was the goal of countless cultivators who cultivated the formation Tao. Rumble, Formation Venerate by Chen's two little Taoists retreated to the side after setting up the transportation formation. Even if two transportation formations were separated by an endless void, as long as one was activated, the other would react and follow suit. Just as the little Taoist from the mysterious Heaven Array sect was setting up the formation, Gu Fei encountered a great crisis. The Sky Wolf Supreme stepped on the myriad formation diagram and descended from the sky. The myriad formation diagram immediately enveloped the entire killing array. The operation of the killing array was immediately disrupted. Gu Fei activated the killing formation with all his might, but the entire killing formation seemed to have sunk into a swamp. Its operation speed slowed down, and its power was naturally greatly reduced. Sensing the mighty aura of the myriad formation image, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The myriad formation image really lived up to its reputation. Smelting 10,000 formations, breaking 10,000 laws with one image, Gu Fei couldn't help muttering to himself as he looked up at the image in the sky. In truth, when Formation Venerate by Chun had refined the myriad formation image, he had really been aiming to break 10,000 formations with one image. Moreover, not many people had thought that he would succeed. However, just when everyone thought that Array Venerate by Chun would fail, he actually succeeded. One image to break 10,000 laws. The super antiques, watching from afar, were all moved. No one had expected that the treasure supremacy Skywolf had stolen from the mysterious Heaven Array sect was the myriad formation image. The myriad formation image was Formation Venerate by Chen's lifeblood. Sirius, looking at the awe-inspiring heavenly wolf sovereign standing on the 1,000 formation diagram. Array Venerable by Chen's anger sword to the heavens. If not for the fact that he was desperately trying to restrain himself, he would have long charged forward to kill him. At this moment, one powerful aura after another suddenly appeared in the world. A total of 13 extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared. Although the powerhouses that appeared weren't extreme Tao Saint immortals, they were still half a step into the extreme Tao realm. The mysterious heaven's 13 children have all arrived, someone exclaimed. The mysterious heaven 13 disciples were the 13 disciples of the mysterious heaven array sex, array, venerate, reverence Chun. The 13 mysterious heaven children were existences that surpassed array Tao grandmasters and were known as array Tao great grandmasters. Their array Tao cultivation was extremely powerful. The mysterious heaven 13 science had all gathered in one place. This was something that rarely happened in the past 10,000 years. It had to be known that every single one of the mysterious heaven's 13 scions had extraordinary statuses. They could stand on equal footing with the ruler of a country or the leader of a sect. Greetings, Master. Under the lead of their eldest senior brother, the mysterious Heaven 13 scions arrived in front of Array Venerable by Chun and bowed respectfully. At this moment, the mysterious Heaven 13 scions finally understood why Sirius had summoned them from hundreds of millions of miles away. Sirius Sovereign, the traitor, was actually still alive. The mysterious Heaven 13 scions were both shocked and enraged. Sirius, the eldest senior brother, Chu Ao, was especially enraged. Back then, Sirius Sovereign had cheated him out of the Thousand Formation image. The Thousand Formation image was the mysterious Heaven Array Sect's ultimate treasure. Other than Array Venerable by Chun himself, only his eldest disciple, Chu Ao, could have come into contact with the Thousand Formation image. I'll kill this guy. Chu Ao was about to attack. Don't be impatient. At this moment, Array Venerable by Chun spoke. Master. Chu Ao looked at Array Venerable by Chun. He didn't understand why his master wouldn't allow him to attack. Wait. Array Venerable by Chun stared at the figure on the Thousand Formation image and gritted his teeth. Yes. The mysterious Heaven 13 scions acknowledged the order in unison. At this moment, Chu Ao also realized that his master was waiting for Sirius Sovereign and that person to mutually injure each other before making a move. His master was indeed his master. He could actually remain so calm at this moment. The mysterious Heaven 13 scions couldn't help but admire his master. If Array Venerable by Chun knew what his disciples were thinking, he would probably roar, "Calm my ass!" He wanted nothing more than to tear Sirius Sovereign into a million pieces. However, the Thousand Formation image was in that guy's hands. No one knew the power of the Thousand Formation image better than Array Venerable by Chun. Even Array Venerable by Chun himself wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat Sirius Sovereign with the Thousand Formation image. Although the Myriad Formation image was powerful, it consumed Yuan Qi to use it. That was why Array Venerable by Chun was waiting. Little guy, die. Sirius Sovereign was truly enraged. His plan, which had been set up for thousands of years, was ruined by a mere ant. This almost drove him crazy. You want to kill me? You don't have the right. Gu Fei's primordial spirit waved, and his body flew into the eye of the formation. Then his primordial spirit fused with his body. Although this body was only at the soul formation realm, it was a native of the primal beginning realm. If Gu Fei wanted to comprehend the great Tao of this world, he really needed this kind of body. However, this Chu Xiaoyan's body was just too weak. But that didn't matter. Gu Fei wanted to use this opportunity to refine this body again. Rumble, he directly used the power of the 9 heavens stars. When the power of the 9 heavens stars entered his body directly collapsed into a mist of blood. The mist of blood did not disperse. It was bathed in the light of the 9 heavens stars. All the impurities were refined by the power of the stars. Every drop of blood became crystal clear and emitted a powerful aura of life. Even at this time, he's still using the power of the 9 heaven stars to refine his body. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This guy was too careless. Even at a time like this, he was still thinking about cultivating. "Little guy, how dare you look down on me like this?" Sirius Sovereign's voice trembled. He was still cultivating when he was fighting with him. He did not take him seriously at all. He was so angry that he used all his strength to activate the 1,000 formation image under his feet. The 1,000 formation image was sinking. The power of the killing formation below was constantly being worn away. Countless formation runes directly dissipated in the void. The entire formation was actually collapsing. However, the killing formation had used the power of the 9 heaven stars and the power from the depths of the abyss. The formation plate in the eye of the formation was constantly converting these two powers. Chapter 4504. The formation plate was the core of a killing formation and the foundation of its existence. It didn't matter if the formation runes were destroyed. Even if all of them were destroyed, it didn't matter. As long as the formation plate was still there, the killing formation would still exist and wouldn't be truly destroyed. A formation grandmaster could form a formation with a single thought, and those who had a formation plate could instantly form a formation even if they weren't a formation grandmaster. Formation plates were very important, but right now, Gu Fei was facing the Sky Wolf Supremacy, who possessed the Myriad Formation Diagram. The Myriad Formation Diagram was much more powerful than any array disk. One after another, killing formations emerged from the Myriad Formation image, each of them exuding a shocking, murderous aura that wasn't any weaker than the Great Abyss Killing Formation. Countless killing formations emerged and crushed down on the Great Abyss Killing Formation below. Rumble! Countless formation runes were dissipating and countless formation diagrams were collapsing. In just a few breaths' time, 1/3 of the formation runes of the Great Abyss Killing Formation had been destroyed, and the entire killing formation was almost at a standstill. Humph! Today, I'll show you what it means to be crushed. Supreme Skywolf stepped on the Myriad Formation image and descended from the sky, heading straight for the core of the Great Abyss Killing Formation. Rays of murderous light shot out from the Myriad Formation image and pierced through the Great Abyss Killing Formation. Spring wind and rain, Myriad Tao restoration, Gu Fei's divine, will rippled out from the blood mist in the formation's core. The murderous light that pierced through the formation's core dissipated in the void and turned into the most primitive spirit chi of heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What kind of divine ability was this person using? The eyes of the old antiques, watching the battle, lit up. They sensed the aura of the immortal Tao, the purest aura of the immortal Tao. This guy was a supreme existence of the immortal Tao. How could he be a divine transformation stage? Gu Fei was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the returning truth secret art. A supreme Tao ancestor once walked out of the soaring dragon ancestral star in the human world and created the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme secret arts of the immortal Tao, and each of them contained the supreme Tao aura of the immortal Tao. As the saying went, an expert would know the depth of a person's skill the moment he made a move. Since Gu Fei had used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, those super old-timers were naturally able to see through him at a glance. The power of returning essence instantly enveloped the entire array. No matter what kind of array force it was, as long as it was close to the array, it would be instantly refined and absorbed by Gu Fei. The Heavenly Wolf Sovereign narrowed his eyes as he stared at the array core below. This little ant actually had such an ability? I don't believe I can't kill you. The Heavenly Wolf Supremacy bellowed. Kill! Heavenly Wolf Supremacy roared, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat a mouthful of blood on the myriad formation diagram. Buzz! The myriad formation diagram let out a deafening hum, and in the next moment, the entire myriad formation diagram lit up. Endless array lines intertwined, and shadows emerged from the myriad formation diagram. They were unimaginably powerful figures. They were not real existences of flesh and blood. Instead, they were condensed from the power of a formation. The big shots who were watching the battle from afar were somewhat moved. The myriad formation diagram actually had such a wonderful use, using the power of arrays to condense immortal war souls, existences that were indestructible and undefeatable. Unless the myriad formation diagram was destroyed, such existences would never dissipate. Controlling the 10,000 formation image was like controlling an indestructible army. This guy actually, Array Supremacy by Chen's eyes widened at the sight. This Heavenly Wolf Sovereign was simply a monster. He had even comprehended a supernatural power like the myriad formation diagram. Of course, the myriad formation diagram wasn't just a supernatural power. Array Supremacy by Chen was a supreme array supremacy who had refined the myriad formation diagram. Master, this time we definitely can't let this traitor Heavenly Wolf live any longer. The eldest of the Black Heaven 13 sons, Chu Ao, said to Array Supremacy by Chun. He didn't hide his murderous intent towards Heavenly Wolf Sovereign. All right, you guys go and prepare. Array Supremacy by Chun nodded. Yes, Master. The Black Heaven 13 sons acknowledged the order and dispersed. Eldest senior brother, Master didn't say what array to set up. Someone transmitted a message to Chu Ao. Set up the 9th Heaven 10 Earth's immortal extermination array. Chu Ao said through gritted teeth. The other disciples were shocked to hear this. Was there a need to be so ruthless? The 9th Heaven 10 Earth's immortal extermination array was the #1 killing array of the Black Heaven Array sect, other than the Black Heaven 13 sons. Only Array Supremacy by Chen could set up the 9th Heaven 10 Earth's immortal extermination array by himself in the entire Black Heaven Array sect. In Chu Ao's view, using the 9th Heaven 10 Earth's immortal extermination array to kill Heavenly Wolf Sovereign wasn't ruthless at all. Back when Heavenly Wolf Sovereign tricked Chu Ao out of the 10,000 array diagram, Chu Ao was almost beaten to death by Array Supremacy by Chun. In the end, he was punished to face the wall and reflect on his misdeeds for 3,000 years. That was 3,000 years, not just a month or a year or even 10 years. 3,000 years. This eldest senior brother of the Black Heaven Array sect had to face the wall for so long that his heart was twisted. And all of this was thanks to Heavenly Wolf Sovereign. Now that his enemies had met, Chu Ao's eyes were no longer red. His eyes were about to drip blood. Soon, a shocking murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth. The figures of the Black Heaven 13 sons appeared around the abyss, measuring the mountains and rivers, changing the momentum of the heavens. A powerful array master could change the momentum of heaven and earth, fusing a killing array with heaven and earth. In this way, the power of heaven and earth would be for their own use, and the power of the killing array would be endless. Yes, those guys from the Black Heaven Array sect do have some skill. The extreme Tao old-timers watching from the sidelines couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Array Tao was also one of the 10,000 Taos in the universe. It wasn't impossible to become a supreme through the Array Tao. When the 10,000 Taos in the universe were cultivated to the extreme, they could also achieve the ultimate leap and become a supreme Tao fruit. Array Supremacy by Chen allowed his disciples to do as they pleased. He just stared at the figure standing on the 10,000 array diagram in front of him. At this time, the killing array controlled by Gu Fei had already fallen apart in the abyss. Countless formation runes had been obliterated by the mighty power of the 10,000 array diagram. The 10,000 array diagram was the nemesis of all arrays. Powerful figures stood up one after another from the 10,000 array diagram. There were 365 of them in total, and each of them exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. It was as if 365 terrifying killing gods from hell had walked out of the 10,000 array diagram. The entire void shook under the impact of the terrifying power that erupted from the 365 figures. Countless hair-thin spatial cracks appeared in the void. "Little ant, you can die now. Kill him." Heavenly Wolf Sovereign waved his arm, and the 365 powerful figures charged at Gu Fei in the eye of the killing array below. The 365 figures pounced forward at the same time, stirring heaven and earth. This guy is finished. The show is about to come to an end. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances because the one attacking Gu Fei was Heavenly Wolf Sovereign, the one who controlled the 10,000 array diagram. Chapter 45:05. In the primal beginning realm, at the edge of the abyss of the southern domain, killing intent soared to the sky. Waves of power at the extreme Tao level spread out, shaking the entire void. A huge formation diagram descended from the sky, crushing down on a killing formation below. There was a person standing on top of the formation diagram. A huge wolf shadow emerged from the figure, howling ferociously. Sirius has finally used his trump card. Someone said, on the battlefield, Supremacy Sirius finally used his trump card. 365 powerful figures walked out of the myriad formation diagram and pounced on Gu Fei. Buzz. The void trembled. The eye of the killing formation was still there, and a strange burst of immortal Tao power erupted from it. The power around the eye was transformed into the most primitive spiritual energy of the world and absorbed. What kind of divine power is this? The old-timers who were watching the battle off to the side were all shocked. A tiny ant could actually fight a Paragon Formation Grandmaster, who was on the level of a Paragon in the extreme Tao. In everyone's eyes, this was simply a miracle. But now, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances, because Supremacy Sirius was furious. However, the moment the 365 terrifying figures that rushed out of the 10,000 formation image pounced on the eye of the killing formation below, they suddenly disappeared. The eyes of those old geezers almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this. How is this possible? The disciples of the Xiantian array sect were even more dumbfounded. The killing move of the myriad formation diagram was definitely a power that could kill a supremacy. But in Gu Fei's eyes, these figures were simply great tonics. Ha! It's a waste not to take something that's been delivered to me. Gu Fei laughed and operated the 9 secrets of immortal Tao with all his might. What's going on? Even Supremacy Sirius found it hard to believe. Rumble, a terrifying force that seemed capable of devouring the heavens, emerged from the eye of the formation below. This force was actually crazily devouring the essence of the world from all directions. Whether it was the power of the stars above the 9 heavens, the power of the abyss below the 9 underworlds, or even the power of the 10,000 formation diagram, it devoured everything. The 365 figures that were charging towards Gu Fei were directly swallowed into the array core. In the next moment, countless formation inscriptions rushed out from the eye of the formation and instantly enveloped the surroundings. A shocking killing formation once again appeared between heaven and earth. Moreover, this killing formation was actually much larger than the 10,000 formation image, and it actually enveloped the entire 10,000 formation image. Ha! So that's how it is. Looks like I was thinking too much. A loud laugh rang out from the eye of the formation. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force erupted from the eye of the formation. All the Taos of the heavens are Boolsh asterisk T. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. I am the strongest Tao. Gu Fei was extremely calm. He immediately removed the seal and recovered his extreme Tao cultivation base. It looked like everything he had done before had been a waste of effort. He had gone down the wrong path. Why would he need to comprehend and cultivate the Tao of the primordial beginning realm? There was only one Tao, and one could suppress all Taos. It didn't matter what kind of heaven and earth, or what kind of Tao it was. It would crush them all. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. Gu Fei roared into the sky. His voice instantly spread throughout the entire southern region of the primordial beginning realm. Billions of living beings trembled. At this moment, countless supreme beings in the primordial beginning realm suddenly turned their heads towards the abyss of the southern region. The great Tao of the primordial beginning realm was wailing. The world was trembling, and a rain of blood actually fell from the sky. Is this the birth of a peerless demon? There's no devil chi. I am the Tao. How arrogant. The supreme beings who were watching the battle outside the abyss were all extremely shocked. The sudden burst of extreme Tao power from the abyss actually made them feel a trace of fear. This power was truly terrifying to be able to make a sacred immortal of the extreme Tao feel fear. How is this possible? At this moment, Supreme Skywolf, who was originally standing on the 10,000 formation image, almost fell from the image. What entered his eyes were countless formation inscriptions. Formation with a single thought, Supreme Skywolf's forehead was beaded with sweat. I won't lose. I have the 10,000 formation image. Who in the world can compete with me? Kill, kill, kill! Supreme Skywolf roared madly, desperately activating the 10,000 formation image. One figure after another walked out of it. There were still 336 of them. As long as the 10,000 formation image was not destroyed, such existences would not be truly destroyed. Forge the 10,000 furnace formation. Gu Fei's voice rang out from the eye of the formation. In the next moment, the countless formation patterns in the world disappeared, and a worldly furnace appeared in the world, directly enveloping Skywolf Sovereign and the 10,000 formation image. What the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the worldly furnace that Gu Fei had conjured madly extracted the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the 9 abysses, directly refining the void within the furnace into nothingness. When did such a ruthless person appear in the primordial beginning realm? The ancient supreme beings watching the battle were all moved. Even Formation, Venerate by Chun, lost his composure and gaped. Someone is actually trying to break the 10,000 formation image like this. Formation, Venerate by Chun had never imagined that Gu Fei would use such a method to break the formation. Even if he couldn't, he could still trap the image in the worldly furnace. Moreover, the worldly furnace was extraordinary. It was connected to the power of the 9 heavenly stars and the 9 abysses, and it was madly devouring the surrounding power of heaven and earth. The entire abyss was shaking. Roar! A roar suddenly came from the depths of the abyss. In the next moment, a black hand reached out of the abyss and grabbed at the worldly furnace. There's a living being in the abyss, so we finally alarmed that existence. Supreme immortals who had lived for countless years muttered to themselves. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the black hand reaching out of the abyss. The black hand didn't move very quickly, but it grabbed the entire worldly furnace in an instant. Rumble. The worldly furnace shook violently and began to move slowly, about to be snatched away by the black hand that had appeared out of nowhere. Even extreme grade existences were terrified at this moment. This black hand was too powerful. It even wanted to take away the heaven and earth furnace. It should be known that even an extreme grade saint immortal might not be able to shake this heaven and earth furnace, let alone take it away with a single grab. Humph! A sneer came from the worldly furnace. In the next moment, a beam of light suddenly rushed out of the furnace without warning and slashed at the black hand. The black hand seemed to be frightened and shrank back, disappearing into the abyss. Chapter 45:06. The abyss in the southern region of the primal beginning realm was a terrifying land of death. The outer region of the abyss was nothing much. Even if it was dangerous, it wasn't a land of certain death. People often ventured into the outer region of the abyss because there were rare divine herbs there. Due to the lack of people, the divine herbs in the abyss were all very old. Some people even accidentally found a divine herb king in the outer region of the abyss. That was the king of divine herbs, over 100,000 years old. Just one stalk of such a great herb could revive a person. For cultivators, it could increase their cultivation and even help them break through bottlenecks. This was also the reason why people risked their lives to enter the abyss all year round. There were plenty of divine herbs and items left behind by cultivators who died in the abyss. It should be pointed out that countless experts had fallen in the abyss throughout the ages. Even the outer region of the abyss was filled with terrifying dangers. Even a sage or a quasi-sovereign might die if they were struck. However, no one was willing to set foot in the depths of the abyss because it was a land of certain death. There was once a supreme immortal who entered, and then there was no more. That was a supreme immortal, a supreme existence that stood at the peak of the primal beginning realm. The depths of the abyss was an absolute forbidden zone. No one knew what was in there, but even a supreme immortal had fallen in there. To be precise, he had died in there. At this moment, a pair of huge blood-colored eyes appeared in the depths of the abyss. The scene dumbfounded countless experts. What's going on? Is there really a living being in the depths of the abyss? Even the supreme immortals were shocked. They were supreme immortals and knew that some places in the world were filled with great dangers. Even sovereigns didn't dare to set foot in there. Only today did everyone know that there was a living being in the depths of the abyss. The pair of blood-colored eyes were the eyes of the unknown living being. Humph, a living being in a land of certain death. Goof Fei looked at the pair of blood-colored eyes that were larger than mountains, but he wasn't as shocked or terrified as the others. It wasn't like he hadn't killed a living being in a land of certain death like this before. He had destroyed many dangerous places in the heavenly realm and human realm. What's this? At this moment, even the heavenly wolf sovereign felt his heart palpitating. That pair of blood-red pupils seemed to be able to absorb the souls of all living beings. Even someone as strong as the heavenly wolf sovereign felt as though his soul was about to leave his body when he looked at those blood-red pupils. Not coming out. Could it be that he can't come out? Gu Fei looked at the pair of blood-red pupils and touched his chin. At this time, he had completely sealed Supreme Skywolf and the myriad formation diagram with the killing array he controlled. The heaven and earth furnace formed by the killing array stood between heaven and earth. An endless amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi frantically gathered toward the heaven and earth furnace. The heaven and earth furnace's power soared. Rumble, the heaven and earth furnace was rumbling. Within the endless heavenly fire, countless patterns of the Tao were faintly discernible and interweaving. Even immortal godly metal could be refined. Heavenly Wolf Supremacy was both shocked and enraged. The power of the myriad array rushed out of the myriad array diagram and blocked the mighty heavenly fire. Gu Fei couldn't do anything to Supreme Heavenly Wolf for the time being. At this time, the disciples of the mysterious Heaven Array sect who were roaming in the abyss rushed out. Master, the eldest of the mysterious Heaven 13 sons, Chu Ao, had returned with a group of junior brothers to report. All right. Array Master Bai Chen nodded, and then reached out to take an array disc from Chu Ao. This was the array disc of the 9 Heavens 10 Earths immortal slaying formation. This killing array had also enveloped Gu Fei. Once it was activated, neither Supreme Heavenly Wolf nor Gu Fei would be able to escape. Come out and fight if you have the guts. If not, then scram. Gu Fei said to the pair of blood-red pupils in the sky above the abyss. This guy, the group of experts, was shocked to hear what Gu Fei said. That was a mysterious and unfathomable life form. He actually dared to disrespect such a life form. Boom. The pair of blood-red pupils suddenly trembled. Although it was only a slight tremble, it seemed like the entire world was about to be destroyed. The mysterious life form seemed to be angry. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was going to be in trouble, the pair of blood-red pupils suddenly disappeared without any warning. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Humph! Gu Fei smiled disapprovingly and didn't say anything else. He used all his strength to refine Supreme Heavenly Wolf and the myriad formation image into ashes. You can't kill me if you're only at this level. Supreme Heavenly Wolf sneered as he stood on the myriad formation image. Rays of divine light rushed out from the myriad formation image and enveloped him, blocking the terrifying heavenly fire. Is that so? Gu Fei also smiled. He had used the heaven and earth furnace to seal the myriad formation image. Although the myriad formation image was powerful, it still needed energy to operate. Now that Supreme Heavenly Wolf and the myriad formation image were sealed by the heaven and earth furnace, they couldn't absorb any external energy. In other words, it was only a matter of time before Gu Fei refined the Skywolf Sovereign and the myriad formation diagram. It seems we don't need to do anything. Up in the sky, venerated Bai Chen couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He wouldn't be happy if Supreme Heavenly Wolf died at someone else's hands. However, it was better not to take the risk than to risk his life. Master, won't that traitor get away with it this way? Chueo asked. Yes. Venerated Bai Chen didn't respond. I didn't think there would be someone who could compete with Supreme Heavenly Wolf. The old fogies watching from afar were shocked. Supreme Heavenly Wolf had made a name for himself in the primeval realm countless years ago. He was a genius, a cultivation genius, who almost had the chance to touch upon the realm beyond the extreme Tao. Although he hadn't reached that realm in the end, his cultivation was so strong that it was a headache for those who tried to kill him. However, Gu Fei was also a genius. How boring. How about a fight? Gu Fei said to Supreme Heavenly Wolf, who was still trapped in the heaven and earth furnace. Humph. If you want to fight, then come in. Supreme Heavenly Wolf sneered. All right. After saying that, Gu Fei charged forward and entered the heaven and earth furnace. This guy's crazy. Everyone was startled to see this. Boom. Bam. A great battle erupted. Gu Fei's power was at its peak, punching after punching at the figure in the myriad formation image. Violent fist energy shook the heavens. Ha! You really dare come in. Chapter 45:07. Gu Fei's bravery was invincible as he charged straight into the million formation diagram. He directly punched out at Supremacy Skywolf. This punch directly shook the myriad formation diagram and sent the Skywolf Supremacy flying. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Supreme Skywolf looked at his right arm. His sleeve was shattered, and there were countless cracks on his arm. It was as if an exquisite porcelain had cracked and could shatter at any time. That guy can actually suppress Tianlang. Could it be that this guy is a great emperor? An old antique exclaimed. Supreme great emperors were many times stronger than ordinary supreme sacred immortals. In the primordial realm, supreme great emperors were the truly invincible existences. Supreme great emperors were like supreme supremacies in the ancestral realm. They could become eternal supreme existences with just one more step. However, there had never been an eternal realm supreme expert in the primordial realm, but there were Harmony Palace existences in the ancestral realm. Gufei's cultivation had broken through to the eternal realm, surpassing the extreme Tao. He was once an eternal realm expert. Although his cultivation had only recovered to the extreme Tao realm, it was still incomparable to Supreme Skywolf. You're courting death. Supreme Skywolf was thoroughly infuriated. This guy was so arrogant to break into the myriad formation diagram to fight with him, and even send him flying. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to my prestige if I don't tear this guy to pieces? Supreme Skywolf was furious. Rumble, the myriad formation diagram shook and countless formation runes rushed out, turning into countless swords and sabers that slashed at Gufei. Humph! Too weak. Gufei waved his hands and deflected the countless sabers and swords that were slashing at him. What did you say? Supreme Skywolf's eyes turned red. I was an overlord in the past, a genius who had the chance to surpass the extreme Tao. Although I'm not as powerful as before, I can still kill a large number of ordinary supreme sacred immortals with a single slap. Previously, even a supreme immortal ancestor had died in his hands. Is this guy stronger than supreme immortal ancestors? Supremacy, Heavenly Wolf, did not believe it. Extreme Tao immortal ancestor was an ancestor realm existence. Only a half-step great emperor was stronger than them, but they were much stronger than ordinary extreme Tao sacred immortals. Back when he was at his peak, he was an extreme saint immortal of the renting realm. Kill! Celestial Wolf Supremacy roared. In the next moment, one terrifying figure after another walked out of the myriad formation diagram. A total of 365 figures surrounded Gufei in an instant, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. After all, they were existences comparable to supreme saint immortals. 365 extreme Tao sacred immortals attacking together was enough to sweep through the entire primordial world. Even the extreme Tao immortal ancestor would be stunned. Come on, use whatever means you have. Gufei's body shook, and an extremely powerful wave of energy spread out from his body, blocking the 365 figures. What a guy! Even a half-step great emperor can't compare to him. The old fogies watching from afar were stunned by Gufei's strength. A half-step great emperor was an invincible existence in the primordial world. Is this guy really a half-step great emperor? Some people guessed that only a half-step great emperor would dare to ignore the myriad formation diagram and force the Skywolf sovereign to retreat with such battle prowess and cultivation. A half-step great emperor, Celestial Wolf Supremacy, gritted his teeth, with the myriad formation diagram in hand. So what if he's a half-step great emperor? It's not like I haven't fought with him in the past. Although a half-step great emperor is strong, he can't do anything to me with the diagram. At this time, the 365 figures once again pounced on Gufei. I have a sword that can slay immortals. Gufei grabbed the void with his right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he slashed with the sword, and the dazzling sword light instantly split the void. The sword light was like a ring, and it spread in all directions. In an instant, it cut the 365 figures in half, and they dissipated in the void. What Celestial Wolf Supremacy's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Just one sword just one sword, and he broke the divine ability of the myriad formation diagram. The divine ability of the myriad formation diagram was Celestial Wolf Supremacy's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. But now, even his trump card was easily broken by his opponent. Good, good, very good. In that case, let's go all out. Celestial Wolf Supremacy no longer hesitated. In the next moment, his body shook and instantly collapsed. His divine soul directly rushed into the myriad formation diagram. What the hell is this? Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Destroying his own body. Is this guy trying to commit suicide? Hey, I say, why do you want to commit suicide? Why don't you kneel and beg for mercy? And I'll kill you. You don't have to commit suicide. Gu Fei said. You bastard. Celestial Wolf Supremacy was completely going crazy. Go to hell. Celestial Wolf Supremacy directly merged with the myriad formation diagram. In the next moment, the power of the entire myriad formation diagram was activated. At the same time, Gu Fei only felt that the surrounding void suddenly distorted, and then he entered an unfamiliar void. Formation world? Gu Fei wasn't very nervous. This myriad formation diagram was really powerful. It could actually split the sky and earth, and it had its own world, just like his 9 heaven stars sword. But he was sucked into the world of the myriad formation diagram. Ha! You're dead this time. Celestial Wolf Supremacy's voice resounded in this part of the world. You're the one who's dead. Gu Fei shrugged and said disapprovingly, You're still talking nonsense at this time. I have to admire you. Celestial Wolf Supremacy sneered. That's the truth. Gu Fei said, Go to hell. Celestial Wolf Supremacy couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this fella. In the next moment, endless destructive power swept towards Gu Fei at the same time. This was the suppression of this part of the world. Even a supreme Tao saint, immortal, wouldn't be able to withstand this power. This was the power of the entire world. The myriad formation diagram was a supreme Tao artifact. The world of the myriad formation diagram could definitely kill supreme Tao saint immortals. Even supreme Tao immortal ancestors wouldn't be able to escape if they were trapped in the world of the myriad formation diagram. Hee hee, you want to compete with me in the world? Gu Fei laughed. Then a wave of heaven and earth energy erupted from Gu Fei's body. Rumble. It was as if 2 worlds had collided fiercely. The entire 10,000 formation diagram was shaking, and countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. What? Chapter 4508. Gu Fei's inner world had been refined when he was still in the eternal realm. It was more perfect, and the laws of heaven and earth were more powerful. Although his inner world was not as powerful as the primordial world or the ancestral realm, it was definitely more powerful than the myriad formation diagram. The inner world refined by an eternal realm expert was definitely more powerful than the inner world created by an extreme Tao expert. As soon as the aura of Gu Fei's inner world burst out from his body, the myriad formation diagram's inner world immediately became unstable. Rumble, the myriad formation diagram's inner world trembled in fear. This was a suppression in terms of realm, an absolute suppression. It seemed that this part of the inner world would collapse at any time. Once this part of the inner world collapsed, the consequences would be absolutely serious. The myriad formation diagram would not be destroyed, but it would be half crippled. How is this possible? The heavenly wolf sovereign roared. The aura exuded from Gu Fei made his soul tremble. Even though he had fused with the myriad formation diagram, he still felt that his spirit was about to collapse. At this moment, the heavenly wolf utmost being was overwhelmed with fear. This was a feeling as though his soul was about to crumble apart. This was something that he had never experienced before. Even when he was in front of the lofty great emperor in the past, he was fearless and dared to challenge him. But now he could not muster any thoughts of resisting. "Come out." Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With a shout, the entire myriad formation diagram shook violently, and a figure fell out of the void. This figure was the nascent spirit of the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign. The Heavenly Wolf Sovereign was shocked, angry, and terrified. However, he was an extreme Tao Saint Immortal after all. Although he was terrified, he still remained calm. The nascent spirit of the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign, stared at Gu Fei with a fierce glint in its eyes. What? In a flash, Gu Fei appeared in front of the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign. Then, the nascent spirit of the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign was kicked away by Gu Fei. The Sky Wolf Supremacy was so infuriated that he nearly puked out blood. However, he did not dare to retaliate because the moment he did, the other party would definitely kill him without any hesitation. He knew that he was finished, and it was even worse than the battle he had fought countless years ago. Back then, he had lost the battle and was even forced to feign death by the masterminds behind the scenes. Of course, his original body was completely dead without any signs of life. However, his soul had become extremely powerful during this long period of time. He sealed himself in a coffin forged from chaos grand mist divine iron, waiting for the moment he could return to the world. He even spread the news that he had obtained the legendary fortune divine fruit and wanted to lure his old enemy to the great abyss to kill him. One had to admit that the Heavenly Wolf Supremacy was really patient. He had schemed for thousands of years, even faking his death, all for the sake of drawing out his old enemy and getting his revenge. However, no one could have imagined that the Sky Wolf Sovereign's plan that had been laid down for thousands of years would actually cause a change that even the Sky Wolf Sovereign couldn't control because of Gu Fei's interference. If that happened, the Sky Wolf Sovereign, who was on the verge of success, would meet a tragic end. There was no more suspense after that. Gu Fei grabbed the Sky Wolf Sovereign's soul and directly read the Sky Wolf Sovereign's soul's memories, learning everything from beginning to end. An ordinary Shaoqing wolf has actually cultivated to the extreme Tao sovereign realm. Gu Fei couldn't help being moved after learning everything about the Sky Wolf Sovereign. The Sky Wolf Sovereign's growth was somewhat similar to his own. In the past, wasn't he also viewed as a waste by others? Initially, killing the Sky Wolf Sovereign was as easy as flipping his palm, but after reading the Sky Wolf Sovereign's soul's memories, he changed his mind. An emperor is making a move. Gu Fei released the Sky Wolf Sovereign's soul. In the Sky Wolf Sovereign's memories, he saw a giant hand descending from the sky, slapping an azure wolf bigger than a primordial divine mountain from the sky. That strike caused stars to fall and mountains to crumble. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. That was the emperor, the supreme extreme Tao emperor in the primordial world. Extreme Tao Sacred Immortal was just the name given to living beings who had just broken through to the supremacy realm. Above the extreme Tao Sacred Immortal were the extreme Tao Immortal Ancestor, extreme Tao Half-Emperor, and extreme Tao Emperor. It's just a supremacy realm existence. Gu Fei said indifferently. He pondered for a moment. Given his current cultivation, it would still be a little difficult for him to deal with those so-called great emperors in this world. Leaving the Sky Wolf Sovereign realm alive would probably make some of the great emperors in this world uneasy. Now, I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Gu Fei looked at the Shaoqing wolf beneath his feet, which had already revealed its true form. A chance to take revenge. The Shaoqing wolf was already in despair, but its eyes lit up when it heard Gu Fei's words. Didn't I set this up all these years to take revenge? What chance? A wave of divine sense came from the little green wolf's body. Recognize me as your master. Gu Fei looked at the Shaoqing wolf beneath his feet, indifferently. Recognize you as my master? Hearing this, a hint of struggle flashed across the little wolf's eyes. Master! The Shaoqing wolf gritted its teeth and lay down at Gu Fei's feet. Very well. Recognize me as your master and let me decide your life and death. I'll ask you again. Do you regret it? Gu Fei's voice was still indifferent. I don't regret it. The Shaoqing wolf's tone was firm. This was not only a chance for it to take revenge, but it was also a chance for it to survive. As long as it didn't want to die, it could only recognize Gu Fei as its master. Of course, it also had a second option, which was death. However, if the heavenly wolf supremacy were to die, everything he had would be gone with the wind. Revenge and whatnot would naturally vanish into thin air. His enemies wouldn't have to worry about him killing them day and night. All right. Saying so, Gu Fei directly sent a series of seals into the Sky Wolf Sovereign's body. The Sky Wolf Sovereign shuddered. He instinctively felt that someone had done something to his soul, but he couldn't sense the existence of anything. It could only be said that the other party's forbidden technique was very profound. Hand over the fortune, divine fruits, Gu Fei said. Yes, master. Heavenly Wolf Supremacy hastily opened his inner world, and a jade box immediately flew out of his inner world and fell into his hand. He respectfully raised the jade box over his head and handed it to Gu Fei. Gu Fei picked up the jade box and saw that it was made entirely of 9 heavens divine jade, and its surface was engraved with mountain birds, insects, and fish. This was only the surface. The inside of the jade box was faintly discernible Tao patterns, using these Tao patterns to suppress the things inside the box. Gu Fei carefully opened the jade box by a sliver, and an unimaginably vast life force immediately surged out from the box. Moreover, this life essence was extremely pure, and a sliver of it was enough to revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. Even if a mortal breathed in this vitality, they could live for several hundred years without illness or pain for the rest of their lives. This is the Fortune Divine Fruit. Chapter 45:09. The Fortune Divine Fruit was definitely the most mysterious immortal divine herb in the world. No one had ever seen it before. It was only mentioned in the most ancient legends. The conditions for the formation of this immortal divine herb were too difficult. The Fortune Divine Fruit seized the fortune of heaven and earth and took root in the chaos divine soil before heaven and earth were formed to absorb the power of creation. The chaos divine soil was not something that could be found anywhere. It was extremely rare. In the primogenitor's world, Gu Fei had only heard about this kind of immortal divine herb. He had never seen one before. Now, he actually obtained a Fortune Divine Fruit. The Fortune Divine Fruit was equivalent to a miniature heaven and earth. The divine fruit absorbed the power of opening the heavens and could reflect all the laws of this world. In other words, whoever obtained this divine fruit and ate it without exploding from the energy contained within the divine fruit would be able to defy the heavens and change their fate, becoming a creation divine body that would be immune to calamities and tribulations. When others cultivated to a certain level, they would face heavenly tribulations. However, those who possessed the Fortune Divine Body would not have to face heavenly tribulations. The Fortune Divine Body was also known as the Innocuous Divine Body. Interesting. Gu Fei used his martial path heavenly eye to look at the thing inside the jade box. He felt as if his gaze was piercing through layers of space to see what was inside. That is, when Gu Fei saw the thing that seemed to be hidden in the endless void, he couldn't help but frown. It was a fist-sized ball-shaped object. On this ball-shaped object, there were all kinds of things in the world. The inside of the ball-shaped object was like a heaven and earth. It seems a little similar to the chaos origin embryo. Not long after Gu Fei's debut, he obtained the mountain and river cauldron in the Dead City in the virtual sky world. The mountain and river cauldron nurtured a chaos origin embryo. That was the embryonic form of heaven and earth. Back then, he used the mountain and river cauldron as the foundation to open up his own inner world. Could it be the chaos origin embryo? Gu Fei was a little puzzled because the ball-shaped object really looked like the chaos origin embryo. Who cares? This thing is mine now. Gu Fei closed the jade box and put it away. Get up. He finally let Xiaoqing, who was lying at his feet, get up. Yes, master. Heavenly Wolf Supremacy quickly stood up and wagged his tail beside Gu Fei. No one would have thought that the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign would have such a side to him. If his opponents were to see this, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Aren't you going to put away your myriad formation diagram? Gu Fei said. At this time, the world of the myriad formation image had become extremely unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. Yes, master, Sovereign Sky Wolf hurriedly said. In the next moment, the entire world changed. The world outside appeared in front of Gu Fei, and an array diagram flew back towards Sovereign Skywolf. The myriad formation image entered Supremacy Heavenly Wolf's body. Hey, they came out! At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out. In the next moment, 9 towering pillars of light soared into the sky from 9 different directions. Boundless divine flames erupted from the 9 towering pillars of light, forming a light barrier that enveloped Gu Fei and the Sky Wolf Sovereign. A shocking killing intent swept towards Gu Fei and Supremacy Heavenly Wolf, and the temperature of the surrounding void dropped rapidly under the impact of the killing intent. What's going on? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the fire screen in the sky, and asked indifferently, Master, we've been trapped by the Xiantian Array Sect's 9 Heavens 10 Earths immortal vanquishing formation. Supremacy Heavenly Wolf said nervously. The 9 Heavens 10 Earths immortal vanquishing formation was a killing formation that the founding ancestor of the Xiantian Array Sect, Array Venerable by Chun, had specially researched to deal with the myriad formation image. Traitor Heavenly Wolf, come out and accept your death. At this time, a loud shout rang out, and a figure appeared in the endless flames. This person was an old man with white hair and beard, holding an array flag in his hand. Countless array patterns constantly appeared and disappeared on the array flag, repeating over and over again. Traitor Heavenly Wolf, you won't be able to escape today. Traitor Heavenly Wolf, die. One figure after another appeared in the killing formation, each holding an array flag in their hand. There were a total of 13 people, 13 array flags. The Xiantian 13 Sons, Supremacy Heavenly Wolf directly transformed into human form. At this time, he no longer had a physical body, only a Yuan spirit was left. Your enemy? Gu Fei glanced at Supremacy Heavenly Wolf. Yes, Supremacy Heavenly Wolf said hurriedly. It seems that I've been implicated by you. Gu Fei felt a little helpless. Yes, Supremacy Heavenly Wolf's forehead was beaded with sweat. He had a great feud with the Xiantian Array Sect. Back then, he had joined the Xiantian Array Sect to cultivate Array Dao, but he had betrayed the Xiantian Array Sect when he had made some progress in Array Dao. What made Array Venerate by Chun want to vomit blood the most was that Supremacy Heavenly Wolf had stolen his 10,000 formation diagram. This made Array Venerate by Chun want to tear Supremacy Heavenly Wolf into 1,000,000 pieces. You can solve your own problems. Gu Fei had no intention of making a move. But Master, how can I be a match for them in my current state? Supremacy Heavenly Wolf was anxious. He was only left with a Yuan spirit. So how could he contend with the Xiantian 13 Sons? Although the 13 mysterious sky suns weren't formation supremacies, many of them were half-step supremacies, especially their eldest senior brother, who was already half a step into the supremacy realm. Most importantly, the power of the 9 heavens, 10 earths, immortal vanquishing formation was said to be able to kill immortals. Under the control of the Xiantian 13 suns, this killing formation could definitely kill an extreme sacred immortal, not to mention that Array Venerate by Chun was watching from the side. An extreme supremacy can be reborn from a single drop of blood. You can just create a new physical body. Gu Fei did not want to help Supremacy Heavenly Wolf deal with these guys. This Supremacy Heavenly Wolf was speechless. He pondered for a moment, then took out the 10,000 formation diagram. In the next moment, he opened the 10,000 formation diagram, and a figure walked out of it. The person who walked out of the 10,000 formation diagram was Supremacy Heavenly Wolf. To be precise, it was his physical body. When he was fighting with Gu Fei, he had self-destructed his physical body and merged with the diagram. His flesh and blood had fused into the 10,000 formation diagram. Now his flesh and blood had reformed into a new physical body. Supremacy Heavenly Wolf had wanted Gu Fei to make a move. If Gu Fei were to fight the people from the Xiantian Array sect, it would be great news for him. However, Gu Fei did not fall for it. Whoosh! Supremacy Heavenly Wolf's Yuan spirit rushed into his physical body. Rumble. At this moment, the 9 heavens, 10 earths, immortal vanquishing formation was already in operation. Endless fire elemental power was rapidly condensing, and 13 fire dragons appeared in the killing formation. Roar! The 13 fire dragons roared at the sky, and the whole world seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Chapter 45:10. The 9 heavens, 10 earths, immortal slaying formation was the supreme killing formation of the mysterious heaven array sect. Only the founding ancestor of the mysterious heaven array sect, Array Venerate by Chun, and the 13 mysterious heaven princes could use this killing formation. The others couldn't even set it up. The 13 mysterious heaven princes had set up this killing formation together, and it could even kill a supreme Tao Saint Immortal. Back then, they had refined a supreme Tao Saint Immortal to death in the 9 heavens, 10 earths immortal slaying formation. This killing formation had once killed a supreme Tao Saint Immortal. Back then, when the news of the mysterious heaven array sect killing a supreme Tao Saint Immortal was spread, the world was shocked. It had to be said that supreme Tao Saint Immortals were existences that stood at the peak of the universe. All living beings were beneath their feet, and billions of living beings submitted to them. However, the mysterious heaven array sect had refined a supreme Tao Saint Immortal to death with a killing formation. How could people not be shocked? Now, the mysterious heaven's 13th son of the mysterious heaven array sect had set up the 9 heavens, 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation and trapped Gu Fei and Sky Wolf supremacy in it. Traitor Sky Wolf, die! Without saying anything, the 13 mysterious heaven princes used their killing move right away. Endless heavenly fire turned into 13 fire dragons that charged towards Gu Fei and the Sky Wolf sovereign. Hey, I'm not your enemy. Don't get caught up in this mess. Gu Fei couldn't help getting angry when he saw that these guys wanted to kill him. I'm sorry, fellow cultivator. The eldest of the 13 mysterious heaven princes, Chu Ao, said coldly, "What did you say? You won't let me off either?" This time, Gu Fei was really angry. These guys really wanted to kill him and the Sky Wolf sovereign. This had touched his bottom line. What Gu Fei hated the most was killing the innocent. They didn't even provoke you, yet you killed them. How unjust would that be? Who told you to be with this traitor? Another young cultivator from the Xiantian Array sect looked at Gu Fei, who was trapped in the Array sect. By this time, the 13 fire dragons had already arrived before Gu Fei and Skywolf Supremacy's group. The terrifying power of heavenly fire caused the surrounding void to distort and distort. Gu Fei only felt that his entire body was unbearably hot, and sweat poured down like rain, as if he was in an oven. The heavenly wolf Supremacy was in an even worse state. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Then there's no room for discussion. Gu Fei's tone turned cold. In the next moment, he raised his right hand and slapped at the 13 dragon shadows in the sky. Boom! A loud bang rang out, causing the void to tremble. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 13 fire dragons that were pouncing towards Gu Fei and the heavenly wolf sovereign were all blown away. How is this possible? The eyes of Chu Ao and the other disciples of the Xiantian Array sect almost fell to the ground. Even an extreme Tao Saint Celestial wouldn't be able to do that. No one knew better than Chu Ao and the others how powerful the 9 sky, 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation was. Even the antiques of the grand primordial realm watching the battle from afar were moved by this scene. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Could he be an extreme celestial expert from another world? Some of the antiques communicated with their consciousness. Although the primordial realm was huge, there weren't many extreme celestial supremes. Most of the antique extreme celestials knew each other. Gu Fei was an absolute stranger to them. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Even the super antiques from the primordial realm couldn't see through him. Is that all? Gu Fei stood proudly and said indifferently, "What did you say?" The 13 children were furious when they heard Gu Fei's words. How dare this guy look down on their 9 sky, 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation? He deserved to die. It should be noted that this killing formation had refined an extreme celestial to death before. It's a far cry from the myriad formation image. Gu Fei said. The myriad formation image? Chu Ao and the others were even more furious. The 9 sky, 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation was a killing formation that their master had specially developed to counter the myriad formation image. How dare this guy say that the killing formation was inferior to the myriad formation image? Eldest senior brother, what are we waiting for? Since this guy wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. One of Chu Ao's junior brothers sneered. That's right, let's send them on their way. Another formation grandmaster from the mysterious heaven array sect said. All right, in that case, junior brothers, let's show this guy what we're made of. Chu Ao stared at Gu Fei with a gloomy expression. Come on. Gu Fei beckoned at Chu Ao and the others with his finger. Change formation. Without any hesitation, Chu Ao directly activated another change of the 9 sky, 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation. The next moment, the void suddenly cooled down. The world immediately darkened as if it had suddenly fallen into night. Gu Fei felt the changes around him, but he did not show any expression of shock. However, the surrounding void seemed to solidify. He felt the existence of the power of the moon. This killing formation had actually attracted the power of the moon. Just now, it was still the power of extreme yang. Now, it had suddenly turned into the power of extreme yin. This killing formation could actually change these two completely opposite powers at will. Just this point alone was enough to show how extraordinary this killing formation was. This killing formation's control of power had reached an extreme. Although it was just a killing formation, it was actually not inferior to the myriad formation image. Ice purgatory. Chu Ao's voice sounded in the killing formation. The next moment, the sky began to snow, and soon a cold wind blew. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and even Gu Fei felt a trace of coldness. Supreme Sky Wolf had to activate the myriad formation image to protect himself. Rumble. It was as if a terrifying and extremely cold purgatory had appeared between heaven and earth. The power of the moon completely erupted, freezing everything. Only this level. Gufei did not move. The wind and snow could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Even though the surrounding void had really solidified, he was still not affected at all. Master, this level is already very good. Supreme Skywolf was really shocked by Gufei this time. He had to fully activate the myriad formation image to protect himself. Otherwise, the cold chi would invade his body. However, Gufei did not need to do anything. He just stood there quietly, and this purgatory actually could not shake him. Sword breaks purgatory. Gufei made a grabbing motion in the air with his right hand. In the next moment, a divine sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh. Chapter 45:11. There was no doubt about the power of the 9 heavens, 10 earths immortal extermination formation. It had to be known that this killing formation was specially researched by the mysterious Heaven Array sect's ancestor in order to deal with the Heavenly Wolf Sovereign's myriad formation diagram. The myriad formation image was the #1 formation in the world. It was a supreme formation that Array Master Bai Chun had painstakingly refined. A killing formation that could deal with the myriad formation image was naturally no small matter. At this moment, Gufei and Celestial Wolf, who were trapped in the 9 heaven, 10 earths immortal killing formation, felt as if they had entered an icy hell. The surrounding void was completely frozen by the extreme yin chi. Celestial Wolf was already shivering from the cold. Even with the protection of the myriad formation image, he still felt the cold chi invading his body. If not for the myriad formation image, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. How is this possible? Sovereign Sky Wolf was incomparably shocked. This cheap master of his was indeed worthy of being a sovereign of the Array Dao. This killing array was truly powerful, but his master was even more powerful. He looked at Gufei with a trace of fear in his eyes. Even though the extreme yin chi could freeze heaven and earth and freeze the void, it couldn't seal or freeze Gufei. It couldn't freeze Gufei. Gufei stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. Not even a trace of the extreme yin chi could touch him. Even though the cold wind howled around him and the sun and moon dimmed, everything within 10 meters of him was calm and tranquil. This guy, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Pan Jiaming, the divine son of the 5 elements sky sect who had been sent away by Gufei, was even more shocked. Damn, this guy is the ancestor of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Pan Jiaming's heart trembled. This so-called disciple of the Crimson Firmament sect turned out to be a supreme, and a supreme who could challenge the Xiantian Array sect. Fighting against the entire profound Heaven Array sect with his own strength was not something an ordinary extreme Dao Saint Immortal could possess. Could this guy be a great emperor? Pan Jiaming thought to himself. This kid, even Array Master Bai Chun, the ancestor of the Xiantian Array sect, couldn't help but be shocked. Whoosh! The sword came out of the 9 heavens chilling 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing array formed by the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing array was split open by the sword, and a sword mark extended directly outside the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing array. This Chu Ao and the other 13 Black Heaven Sons were scared out of their wits when they saw this. Ever since Array Venerable Bai Chun created the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing array, no one had ever been able to break the entire killing array. But today, the person who was trapped in the killing formation had actually broken the entire killing formation with a casual swing of his sword. Although it was just a sword mark, it quickly disappeared into the void. The entire killing array continued to operate, seemingly unaffected by it. However, only Chu Ao and the others knew that if the person trapped in the killing array could break it once, he could break it a second time. The entire killing array seemed to be unable to trap this person. Who the hell are you? The old voice traveled into the killing array. You don't have the right to know who I am. Gufei looked in the direction of the voice. His gaze pierced through the killing formation and landed on an old man in the sky. This old man was Array Master Bai Chun. Everyone was shocked when they heard Gufei's words. Who did this guy think he was? A supreme great emperor? Array Master Bai Chun was the founding ancestor of the Xiantian Array sect. His seniority was comparable to the 10 major heavenly sects of the primordial world. If even Array Master Bai Chun wasn't qualified to know this person's name, could he really be a supreme great emperor? The old antiques, who were watching the battle from the shadows, were all shocked. If a supreme great emperor appeared here, it would really turn the world upside down. A supreme great emperor was the true ruler of the primordial world. Even the sect masters of the 10 major heavenly sects weren't qualified to be on the same level as a supreme great emperor. This was because even the 10 major heavenly sects had to submit to a supreme great emperor. Array Master Bai Chun was shocked and furious. Kill! Array Master Bai Chun roared. If he was intimidated by this guy, how would he be able to show his face in the primordial world? His reputation would be swept to the ground, and he would be laughed at. Kill! Chuao and the others roared as well. They activated the immortal extermination formation with all their might. Even if the opponent was a supreme great emperor, he would still be killed in the formation. Rumble, the void of the killing formation, shook violently. Rays of terrifying divine light pierced through the void, like peerless immortal spears towards Gufei and Supreme Sky Wolf. Supreme Sky Wolf was shocked. In the next moment, the myriad formation image flew out from his body and enveloped him and Gufei. The divine light pierced directly into the myriad formation image. However, it only pierced a part of it. It didn't really penetrate the myriad formation image. This myriad formation image is really powerful. Even Chuao and the others had to admit that the myriad formation image was their master's supreme masterpiece. The true meaning of Array Dao was contained in the myriad formation image. Although the 9 Heaven 10 Earth immortal killing formation was a supreme killing formation created by Array Venerable Bai Chun to deal with the myriad formation diagram. No one knew if this killing formation could actually break the myriad formation diagram. Myriad formations returned to origin. Heavenly Wolf Sovereign bellowed. The myriad formation diagram immediately lit up, and one mysterious array diagram after another appeared on the myriad formation diagram. In the next moment, the power of the 9 Heavens 10 Earths immortal exterminating war frantically gathered towards the myriad formation diagram. Change formation. Chuao roared. There was a hint of fear in his voice. The myriad formation image was in his hands before. He knew very well how powerful it was. In the next moment, the power of the immortal extermination formation was immediately pulled back by the killing formation. The myriad formation image was actually suppressed by the killing formation. Heavenly Wolf Supremacy was taken aback. Could this killing formation really be able to break the myriad formation image? You want to break my myriad formation image? Dream on. Supreme Sky Wolf gritted his teeth. In the next moment, he shattered his physical body again. His spiritual soul merged with the myriad formation image. As long as the array image existed, he existed. If the array image was broken, he would perish. He was going all out this time. Buzz. The void shook. The myriad formation image once again glowed with endless divine light. The divine light illuminated the void. Countless array patterns dissipated under the divine light. This was the true power of the myriad formation image. This is the light of annihilation. Chuao exclaimed. He didn't expect the myriad formation image to be able to do this. Myriad formations return to origin, the light of annihilation. Any array that was illuminated by the light of annihilation would fall apart. The array patterns of the immortal extermination formation were dissipating. It's still a little lacking. Far in the sky, a ray venerable by Chun's side. Even he couldn't break through the myriad formation diagram. Interesting. Chapter 45:12. The myriad formation diagram actually emitted the light of annihilation, which made everyone extremely nervous. After all, the light of annihilation was very terrifying. Even an extreme grade sovereign would be in danger of dying if they were hit by it. This is the ultimate killing move of the myriad formation image. No one had expected that the myriad formation diagram could actually transform into the light of death. No wonder it was able to refine a supreme saint immortal to death in the past. At this moment, the old geezers finally understood that during the great battle outside the profound Heaven Array sect, Formation Venerate by Chun had used the myriad formation portrait to refine a supreme saint immortal to death. When the news spread, the whole world was shocked. Of course, there were some who didn't believe it. After all, that was an extreme saint immortal, an existence that stood at the peak of all living beings. Yet he'd actually been refined to death by a slaughter formation. Was this possible? In the history of the primordial beginning realm, there had never been an extreme sacred immortal killed by a killing formation. Rumble, under the illumination of the light of annihilation, the entire 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing killing formation was collapsing. Although the Black Heaven 13 suns tried their best to activate the killing formation, it was still not enough. Master, Chu Ao begged Array Venerable by Chun for help while coughing up blood. The 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing killing array was on the verge of collapsing. The Black Heaven's 13 holy suns all received a huge impact. Cracks appeared on the bodies of those with weaker cultivations, and their physical bodies were on the verge of shattering. What 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation? Just SOFO. Heavenly wolf supremacies spiritual will rippled out from the myriad formation diagram. That seems to be it. Gu Fei said, the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal slaying formation was very strong, but the 10,000 formation image was heaven-defying enough. It could even evolve the light of annihilation, which was really terrifying. However, although the 10,000 formation image was powerful, in Gu Fei's eyes, it was not the strongest Taoist treasure. Preposterous! You dare to look down on me? Venerate by Chun gritted his teeth and flipped his right hand. A small stone tablet appeared in his hand, and a powerful might of the heavens and earth erupted from it. It's the heavenly steel. To think that Bai Chun would possess such a supreme treasure. As soon as the old-timers saw the stone steel in Paragon by Chen's hand, their eyes went bloodshot. That was a legendary heavenly steel, and it was a world unto itself. Array Venerate by Chen's right hand seemed to be straining to lift the black stone tablet, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. This is when Gu Fei saw the stone tablet in Array Venerate by Chen's hand, he was taken aback. This stone tablet was very similar to the 3-boundary steel. The 3-boundary steel was an extreme Tao treasure. The 3 boundaries steel possessed the power of the 3 realms. It was one of the many supreme Tao treasures that Gu Fei had obtained. In the past, when his cultivation had broken through to the eternal realm, he had planned to refine all the supreme Tao treasures he had obtained. However, he had only refined the 9 heaven star sword and the sky blue immortal gold battle armor, 2 extreme Tao treasures, and he had fought against the first demon of the ancestral realm. In the end, the first demon of the ancestral realm had been ruthless to the extreme. He had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation, forcing Gu Fei into the cycle of reincarnation and stripping away his eternal realm cultivation base. Even his eternal martial body had lost almost all of its divinity, turning it into a mortal body. Fortunately, his sternum still retained a trace of eternal divinity. That was the eternal true bone. With the eternal true bone as a foundation, his cultivation base could recover quickly. The 3 boundaries steel had been damaged, and Gu Fei had tossed it aside. But now that he saw the so-called heavenly steel in array venerate by Chen's hand, his eyes lit up. He had an idea. This seemed to be an opportunity to repair the 3 boundaries steel. How could he have something like that? Even the Sky Wolf Sovereign was shocked when he sensed the aura erupting from the stone tablet in a ray venerate by Chen's hand. The heavenly steel was a heavenly steel that couldn't be destroyed by myriad tribulations. Although the annihilation light was powerful, it couldn't destroy the heavenly steel. Go! A ray venerate by Chen roared as he took out the heavenly steel in his hand. As the heavenly steel flew out from his hand, it rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone like a black mountain. Boom! The heavenly steel, which was even larger than a mountain, fell from the sky and slammed towards the myriad formation diagram. The space below the heavenly steel directly shattered. This strike was at a level that could destroy the heavens and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. The annihilation light that erupted from the myriad formation diagram was immediately dispersed. The 10,000-meter-tall heavenly steel ruthlessly slammed into the myriad formation diagram. One steel suppresses 10,000 formations. Buzz! The myriad formation diagram vibrated. Countless formation patterns rushed out from the myriad formation diagram and imprinted themselves on the heavenly steel. However, the moment the formation patterns touched the heavenly steel, they immediately dissipated in the void. The power contained in the formation patterns was also absorbed by the heavenly steel. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect that Paragon Heavenwolf would suffer a tragedy. Someone sighed. Array Venerate by Chun had many treasures that even extreme path Saint Immortals would covet. The myriad formation diagram and the heavenly steel were all heaven-defying treasures. At this moment, the myriad formation diagram was fiercely suppressed by the heavenly steel. No matter how Supremacy Skywolf, who was controlling the myriad formation diagram, struggled, it was of no use. It was as if a huge world was pressing down on the myriad formation diagram. The heavenly steel did not change apart from becoming larger. However, it was this heavenly steel that stood between the heavens and the earth, suppressing the myriad formation diagram. Master, save me! Supremacy Skywolf, who had fused with the myriad formation diagram, sent out his divine will. His voice was filled with panic and anxiety. Humph! No one can save you now that you're suppressed by the heavenly steel. What a pity for my myriad formation diagram. Array Venerate by Chen walked over from afar and sneered. Is that so? Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked indifferently at Array Venerate by Chun. No matter who you are, get out of here. Array Venerate by Chen stared coldly at Gu Fei. You're telling me to get out? Gu Fei laughed. If you don't get out, then die. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Murderous intent surged from all directions. Array flags appeared in the surroundings, each of them emitting terrifying energy waves. Gu Fei looked around. It turned out that the 9 heavens, 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation, which had almost completely collapsed, had not really collapsed. Sigh, a bunch of frogs in a well. Gu Fei smiled helplessly. You're saying that we're frogs in a well? The Black Heaven 13 sons of the Black Heaven Array sect were all enraged. Even Array Venerate by Chen's expression changed. Since you have a death wish, I have no reason to stop you. Array Venerate by Chun waved his hand, and the entire killing array immediately began to operate. Swoosh! Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand. A divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. It was another sword move. This time, it was a stunning sword move. Wherever the sword light passed, countless array runes were destroyed. What? Chapter 45:13. Before Gu Fei broke through to the extreme Tao realm, he cultivated many great Taos, including the 5 elements, yin and yang, primal chaos, thunder, wind, fire, sword, and so on. He even had a high attainment in the array Tao, and the sword Tao was also a kind of martial Tao. There were 3,000 great Taos, but there were countless minor Taos. The martial Tao was a great Tao, but it contained countless minor Taos. The sword Tao was a minor Tao under the martial Tao. The martial Tao was all-encompassing, and Gu Fei's sword Tao was equally amazing because he cultivated the killing sword Tao that could break all laws with a single sword. In the past, he had obtained the 9 heaven punishing swords from the heaven realm's east sky emperor Yuan Gu. This 9 heaven punishing swords was the killing sword Tao, and its murderous aura could shake the heavens and earth. But now, even the creator of the 9 heaven punishing swords, the killing sword ancestor, had become Gu Fei's subordinate, guarding the ancestral god realm. Gu Fei's cultivation of the sword Tao had long surpassed the sword ancestor. His sword had already polished away its fiery aura. There was less murderous aura, but it was more mellow. When he slashed out, there was no murderous aura, but the power was terrifying to the extreme. The sword can break all laws. I am supreme. Gu Fei's sword slashed out, directly breaking the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal extermination formation. The sword light swept through one of the mysterious heaven 13, and that person instantly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were directly destroyed, and even the array flag in his hand turned to dust. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, especially those from the mysterious Heaven Array sect, who were terrified to the extreme. How is this possible? Just one sword. The voice of the mysterious Heaven Array sect's eldest senior brother Chu Ao trembled. 7th junior brother is dead. The mysterious Heaven Array sect's 2nd senior brother Chiu Shao looked in horror at the terrifying figure in front of him. It was his 7th junior brother, who had killed them with one sword. Dead, his body and soul were destroyed, Chu Ao said with difficulty. You deserve to die. At this moment, Venerable Bai Chen's eyes were bloodshot. This fella had actually killed one of his direct disciples. These 13 direct disciples were like his own sons to him, and he had a deep relationship with them. Now that number 7 had been killed by Gu Fei, Array Lord Bai Chun was nearly driven mad. Array Supremacy Bai Chun took a step forward, and countless formation runes rushed out from beneath his feet. These runes imprinted themselves in the surroundings, forming a heaven-shaking killing formation in the air. In the entire primal beginning realm, perhaps only Bai Chun, the founding ancestor of the mysterious Heaven Array sect, could accomplish such a feat. Go to hell! Array Venerable, Bai Chun roared as he attacked Gu Fei. The entire killing formation was like a side of heaven and earth as it charged towards Gu Fei. I can even break the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation with one strike, let alone your killing formation. Gu Fei laughed. Without hesitation, he slashed out with his sword again. The sword light was like a dragon, shooting up tens of thousands of feet in an instant, directly splitting the killing array that Array Venerable Bai Chun had just laid down into 2. If Array Sage Bai Chun hadn't seen the situation and dodged immediately, he would have been split in 2 by Gu Fei's sword along with his array. Too weak. Gu Fei shook his head. It was hard to find a worthy opponent. At this time, the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation became unstable because Gu Fei had killed the 7th of the mysterious heaven 13 suns. What did you say? A raised sage by Chen was furious, but he couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. All right, I'm done playing with you. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his right hand and 9 sword lights immediately rushed out of his hand and slashed in all directions. 1 sword 9 kills, executioner of heaven and earth. Gu Fei roared as he used the trump card of the executioner of 9 swords. The 9 sword lights destroyed everything in their path. All the formation runes were annihilated in the void. The layers of formation runes couldn't stop the 9 sword lights at all. Array Sage by Chen's killing array collapsed in an instant. This time, although he still escaped quickly and wasn't hit by the sword lights, his disciples were in a tragic state. The 9 immortal sword lights flashed by, and 9 figures instantly disappeared into the void, leaving nothing behind. A faint smell of blood filled the air. This Chu Ao and the others were scared silly by this scene. 10 of the mysterious heaven 13 suns had fallen in one go. How was this possible? Chu Ao and the others weren't the only ones who were dumbfounded. Even the old fogies who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded, as if they were dreaming. Those were the mysterious heaven 13 suns of the mysterious heaven array sect. Each of the mysterious heaven 13 suns was a half-step supreme being and extremely powerful. Moreover, they had the array flags of the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal vanquishing formation in their hands. Yet, they were killed just like that. Even a half-step great emperor wouldn't be able to kill 9 array sage grandmasters in one go. Roar! Array Sage by Chen spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this scene. These were his personal disciples. How could they die just like that? Killed in one move. He was filled with hatred. Array Sage by Chen spat out a mouthful of blood on the heavenly steel that was suppressing the myriad formation diagram. In the next moment, the blood was absorbed by the heavenly steel. Rumble, the heavenly steel that was suppressing the myriad formation diagram moved, rising directly from the ground. At this time, the myriad formation diagram below, the heavenly steel had already dimmed, and the origin spirit of Supreme Skywolf was also extremely weak. This was the legendary heavenly steel. Since ancient times, even an extreme Tao supreme being would have died under the suppression of the heavenly steel. If it weren't for the protection of the myriad formation diagram, Supreme Skywolf's origin spirit would have long dissipated. Even so, he still suffered a great impact. This old guy is so ruthless. Supreme Skywolf gritted his teeth and said, "Kill." At this time, Array Sage by Chun used all his strength to drive the heavenly steel to kill Gu Fei. He was incomparably strenuous, as if he was moving a piece of heaven and earth. In fact, he was moving a piece of heaven and earth. This was because the heavenly steel was an existence akin to a large piece of heaven and earth. It was the supreme sacred object of this piece of heaven and earth. The heavenly steel contained the laws of heaven and earth. In the primordial realm, this supreme sacred object was also a legendary existence. No matter how powerful the myriad formation diagram was, it couldn't be more powerful than the heavenly steel. It's worth me taking this seriously. Gu Fei still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly looking at the heavenly steel that was coming towards him. This guy dares to ignore the legendary heavenly steel. The old antiques who were watching from afar all stared nervously at the heavenly steel that was even larger than a mountain. This thing was not to be underestimated, and accidentally touching it could put one's life in danger. This thing wasn't something that just anyone could touch. This Array Sage by Chen's luck was really too good to have even obtained this thing. Humph! The heavenly steel. Gu Fei chuckled. If it was an ordinary, extreme Tao Saint Immortal, he naturally wouldn't be able to block the heavenly steel's attack. However, he wasn't an ordinary extreme Tao Supreme Being. Chapter 45:14. Gu Fei's power belonged to himself, and had already surpassed the limits of any grand heaven and earth. He had walked out of his own grand Tao. He was the Tao, and no longer feared the heavenly Tao or any grand heaven and earth's will. The moment his power erupted, the entire world shook, and a grand heaven and earth's will awakened at the end of the firmament. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the depths of the firmament as if a peerless heavenly tribulation was about to descend. All the extreme Tao existences in the primal beginning realm felt a dangerous aura, and their hearts palpitated. However, there was no heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the heavenly steel was about to hit Gu Fei's head under the full power of a ray venerate by Chun. The power that emanated from the heavenly steel was extremely powerful. If it was an ordinary extreme Tao Saint Immortal, they would have been blasted into a bloody mist by the energy fluctuations. However, Gu Fei was still as calm as before. He merely extended his right hand. Bang! Gu Fei's palm pressed directly against the heavenly steel. This caused all the spectators to be dumbfounded, their eyes almost falling out of their sockets. This guy is crazy. Even an extreme Tao great emperor wouldn't dare to touch the heavenly steel. Is he courting death? All the old antiques were not optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. After all, this was the heavenly steel, a forbidden existence in the primal beginning realm. Its power was not something an extreme Tao Saint Immortal could compare to. Haha, little guy, you're too arrogant. How dare you block the heavenly steel with your bare hands? A ray venerate by Chun laughed. This was the heavenly steel after all. He had spent a lot of effort in order to obtain it, but he could only use a trace of its power, not even 1/10,000th of its power. Even so, he could easily defeat Heavenly Wolf Sovereign, who had the myriad formation diagram. How is this possible? A ray venerate by Chin looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. This guy actually blocked the heavenly steel and didn't get destroyed in both body and soul. He actually blocked it. Everyone was indescribably shocked. There was actually someone who blocked the heavenly monument. When this news spread out, the entire world was shocked. Even the most ancient existences were moved. Someone blocked the heavenly steel. How is this possible? An ancient voice came from the ancient lands. Strands of powerful spirit wills rushed out from various ancient lands in the primal beginning world. They instantly descended near the abyss. Blurry figures appeared in the void one after another. These were not true extreme Tao-level powerhouses. They were merely manifestations of their divine will. However, no one dared to underestimate these figures, even though they were divine will clones. This was because they were the divine will clones of the super antiques of the primordial beginning realm. Boom! A figure surrounded by 9-colored divine light descended from the sky. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. That is, Great Emperor Hao Xian has come personally. Someone exclaimed, "No, it's just a clone." One of the super old-timers muttered. At that moment, another figure shrouded in purple aura walked over from afar. When this figure appeared, the entire world rang with the divine sound of the Great Path. It was as if a supreme being was teaching the Great Path. Great Tao Violet Qi, that's the Tao Heavenly Emperor. Someone exclaimed in shock. The arrival of this Great Emperor clone made everyone extremely nervous. After all, these were great emperors, invincible great emperors of the primal beginning realm. You two are here too? A majestic voice descended from the sky. A figure shrouded in Yin and Yang Qi descended from the sky. The power of Yin and Yang turned into a yin-yang divine diagram in the void. The great emperor's divine, clones, were different from other extreme Tao-level existences. The great emperor's divine, clones, were not blurry. This was the yin-yang great emperor of the primal beginning realm. A great emperor had appeared in the human world before. He was known as the yin-yang great emperor. That great emperor was the ancestor of the Qin clan. The three extreme Tao great emperors divine, clones, appeared near the abyss. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. These were extreme Tao great emperors. Rumble, at that moment, the heavenly steel trembled continuously. A powerful force surged out. However, even though the heavenly steel emitted wave after wave of power, Gu Fei's palm was still pressed against it. Moreover, he was still devouring the heavenly steel's power. Even the three extreme Tao great emperors divine, clones, were shocked when they saw this scene. Blocking the heavenly steel with a single hand and devouring the heavenly steel's power. Since ancient times, there had never been such a heaven-defying existence in the primal beginning realm. Even extreme Tao great emperors wouldn't dare to do this. The heavenly steel's power wasn't something that anyone could refine. All right, let's begin. As Gu Fei spoke, an ancient steel rushed out from his body. He grabbed the ancient steel with his left hand and smashed it against the heavenly steel. Boom! With a loud bang, the so-called heavenly steel in the primal beginning realm shattered into countless pieces. After the huge steel broke, the pieces flew in all directions. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It was as if they had turned into stone statues. Everyone was speechless. The heavenly steel broke. A ray venerate by Chen's voice was trembling. Good heavens! The three extreme Tao great emperors divine clones were also shocked to the extreme. They couldn't believe that this young fellow had actually smashed the heavenly steel. That was the heavenly steel. When the heavenly steel broke, the origin energy flew out. It was as though a real world had appeared in the void. Gu Fei threw the ancient steel that had smashed the heavenly steel into the origin energy. In the next moment, the entire world shook violently. The divine sound of the great Tao lingered and resonated with heaven and earth. At this time, Gu Fei's figure flashed and appeared in front of the dumbfounded array venerate by Chen. Bam! Kacha! The sound of collision and bones breaking rang out at the same time. Array venerate by Chen screamed and flew out. His face was covered in blood, and his nose had collapsed. Gu Fei didn't stand on ceremony as he sent a punch towards Array venerate by Chen's face, directly breaking his nose bridge. Without the heavenly steel and the 10,000 formation image, Array venerate by Chen was no match for Gu Fei. Whip! Array venerate by Chen extended his right hand. A beam of divine light flew from afar and landed in his hand. A 9-section whip appeared in his hand. A powerful force immediately erupted from the 9-section whip in his hand, and around him, stars appeared one after another. Chapter 45:15. The driving stars and moon whip was another supreme treasure of the Xiantian array sect. This supreme treasure could control the sun, moon, and stars to set up a powerful astral killing array. At this moment, the chasing stars and chasing moon whip displayed its greatest power in the hands of Array Master Bai Chen. In the blink of an eye, the chasing stars and chasing moon whip transformed into a terrifying killing array that enveloped Gu Fei. Rumble, at this moment, the heavenly steel's origin energy shook violently before converging. At the core of the origin energy, an ancient steel was faintly discernible. Gu Fei wanted to repair the 3-boundary steel, and this heavenly steel was the best material to do so. Die. Array, venerable, by Chen, naturally wouldn't let Gu Fei snatch the heavenly steel's origin energy so easily. In the next instant, countless stars appeared and bombarded Gu Fei. Humph! Even the myriad array diagram couldn't do anything to me, let alone this astral-killing array. Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and grabbed at it. In the next moment, a wave of heaven-devouring power rushed out from his hand, and the countless stars that were hurtling towards him rapidly shrank before he grabbed them in his hand. The powerful astral energy was directly refined and devoured by him. Seeing this, Array, venerable by Chen, turned pale with fright. In the next instant, a fist smashed in front of him. Array, venerable by Chen, hurriedly retreated. Layers of runes appeared in the void in front of him, sealing the void in an attempt to block the incoming fist. The fist pierced through the layers of runes and was about to smash into Array, venerable by Chen's body. Array, venerable by Chen, hastily used the 7 stars and moon whip in front of him. Bam! Gu Fei's fist smashed into the driving stars and moon whip, and the driving stars and moon whip slammed into his body, sending him flying. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking came from Array, venerable by Chen's body. The powerful impact had caused a great impact on his body. Of course, at Venerable Array Master by Chen's level, he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. In just an instant, his broken bones were restored. Starry Sky Sword. Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he slashed out with his sword towards Array, venerable by Chen. Sword light, sword up tens of thousands of meters. And wherever the sword light passed, countless array runes dissipated in the void. This sword strike directly broke through the stellar killing array and almost split Array, venerate by Chen, in half. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly walked out of the star-killing array. This Chu Ao and the other disciples of the Xiantian array sect were shocked and angry when they saw this. Sword shakes the sky. Gu Fei continued to attack. His sword was different from the others. Although the sword light didn't carry any killing intent, its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of him. Blood splattered as Array, venerate by Chen, screamed. The driving star and moon whip in his right hand was sent flying. Gu Fei reached out and directly grabbed Array, venerate by Chen's broken arm. Rumble, countless stars appeared, one after another, and terrifying starlight power frantically gathered. With the driving star and moon whip in his hand, Gu Fei instantly controlled the star-killing Array, venerate by Chen's star-killing array. Array, venerate by Chen was indescribably shocked. He never would have imagined that this guy was also an array grandmaster. At this moment, Gu Fei turned the tables and trapped Array, venerate by Chen, in the star-killing array. Submit or die. Gu Fei said indifferently, "You want me to submit?" Array, venerate by Chen was shocked and angry. He was the sect leader of the Xiantian array sect, and now he wanted him to submit. This was worse than killing him. At this moment, a huge hand suddenly fell from the sky, grabbing at the myriad formation image floating in the void. It wanted to directly grab this Supreme Array Dao treasure. Inside the myriad formation image, Supremacy Skywolf's Yuan Shun was seriously injured. Someone wanted to take advantage of Supremacy Skywolf's weakened state to take the myriad formation image. Buzz. The myriad formation image shook, and a powerful force erupted from it, trying to block the huge black hand that was grabbing down from the sky. However, the huge hand was so powerful that it directly crushed the entire void where the myriad formation image was. The myriad formation image was grabbed by the huge hand. After the black hand grabbed the myriad formation image, it directly retreated into the depths of the sky. Humph! Gu Fei was furious. These guys were really despicable. They didn't make a move, but now they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Was this even possible? Swish! An immortal sword light flew out from Gu Fei's hand and instantly slashed into the depths of the sky. Roar! An earth-shattering roar immediately came from the depths of the sky. In the next moment, black blood rained down from the sky, and a huge black hand fell from the sky. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned by this scene. This guy actually slashed the black hand in the sky with a sword. The powerful existence in the depths of the sky was probably no weaker than those supreme great emperors. The huge black hand was like a small mountain falling from the sky to the ground, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise into the sky. At the same time, a terrifying figure appeared in the sky, and an unimaginably powerful pressure erupted from the figure. The entire world was shaking. How dare you provoke that guy? The incarnation of Great Emperor Hao Xian's divine Will looked up at the figure in the sky that seemed to be able to crush the world, and his expression was extremely solemn. The incarnation of Great Emperor Dao Tian's divine was also extremely shocked. He just in time to collect some blood to refine medicine. The incarnation of Great Emperor Yin Yang took out a huge cauldron and collected the blood that was falling from the sky into the cauldron. You're all courting death. The guy in the sky was completely enraged, and he actually opened his mouth and spat out a black flame. The black flame instantly turned into a monstrous black fire that burned everyone below. The old fogies who were watching the battle were extremely cunning, and when they saw that the situation was not good, they immediately fled. How dare you provoke the ruler of darkness? You're simply courting death. Many old fogies were extremely afraid of the figure in the sky. It was the ruler of darkness from the primordial world, an existence that could contend with supreme great emperors. TCH, it's just a divine phoenix that has been demonized. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. In his eyes, the so-called ruler of darkness was just a divine phoenix that had been corroded by demonic qi and had undergone a shocking mutation. This divine phoenix could be called the divine phoenix of darkness. At that moment, the black flame descended from the sky. When Gu Fei saw this, he waved his hand, and the black hand and the myriad formation diagram immediately flew towards him. Chapter 45:16. Gu Fei slashed at the huge hand that was formed by the dark divine phoenix in the depths of the sky, causing everyone's eyeballs to pop out of their sockets. That was a taboo existence in the primal beginning realm. It had lived for countless years and was a demon emperor. It had once caused endless slaughter in the primal beginning realm and almost plunged the realm into darkness. In the end, several supreme great emperors took action and chased the dark divine phoenix back to the tenebrous demon realm. Dao Tian, Great Emperor, had also participated in the battle and fought against the dark divine phoenix. His heart still trembled when he thought of that battle. Too many people died in that battle. Many supreme great Dao sacred immortals who stood at the peak of all living beings perished, and even the great emperors couldn't protect themselves. The great calamity of the primal beginning realm was later called the tenebrous demon realm chaos by the cultivation world of the primal beginning realm. The entire cultivation street of the primal beginning realm had to recuperate for hundreds of thousands of years before recovering. I didn't think that even the demon emperor would be alarmed. Some of the old antiques of the primal beginning realm saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. The dark demon emperor was absolutely powerful. No one dared to underestimate this supreme demon emperor. But now, a fellow who seemed to have appeared out of thin air had actually severed one of the dark demon emperor's arms with a single slash. This had shocked everyone. Rumble. At this time, the dark demon emperor spat out a mouthful of black flames. The entire world was immediately enveloped by the pitch-black demonic flames. The entire world immediately darkened as if night had suddenly descended. The people who were watching the battle near the abyss all fled in terror. "It's the dark demon flame," someone exclaimed. This kind of demonic flame was extremely terrifying. A wisp of it could burn an supreme great Tao's sacred immortal into ashes, directly destroying both his body and soul. In the past, the extreme Tao demon emperor had directly destroyed an immortal sect that had existed for countless years with a mouthful of demonic flames. Even the Tao heaven martial monarch Hao Xian, and the Yin-Yang martial monarch backed away, unwilling to face the extreme Tao demon monarch. As for the others, such as Pan Jianming, the divine son of the five elements sky sect, and the third and eldest princes of the Heaven Union God dynasty, they had already retreated. With their cultivation, it was very dangerous for them to stay here. Even with the protection of an extreme path secret treasure, if they were caught in the shock waves of the battle, their lives would be in danger. Everyone below extreme grade had retreated. Only existences above extreme grade stayed nearby to watch the battle, and only extreme grade existences were qualified to watch the battle. You dare to challenge the Demon Emperor, you're dead. Array supremacy by Chun immediately retreated. He didn't dare to snatch the 10,000 formation diagram and the driving stars and moon whip from Gu Fei's hands at this moment. He immediately left the battlefield with his 3 surviving disciples. Gu Fei did not attack Array Venerate Bai Chun. Instead, he raised his head indifferently and looked at the monstrous demonic flames sweeping down from the sky. "Master, save me." At this moment, Supremacy Skywolf's weak will waves came from the 10,000 formation diagram. Just now, he had been suppressed by the sky steel. Even with the protection of the 10,000 formation diagram, his spirit was still injured. It had suffered a great impact and was on the verge of dissipating. Gu Fei directly opened his inner world and shook the 10,000 formation diagram in his hand. A shadow immediately flew out of the 10,000 formation diagram and was directly thrown into the immortal transformation lake in his inner world. The current immortal transformation lake was no longer the immortal transformation lake of the past due to Gu Fei's continuous refinement. The immortal peach trees by the lake were still full of fruits. These immortal peach trees had also undergone a transformation, and the immortal peach fruits they bore were infinitely close to the immortal divine medicine. Such divine medicine was very useful even for the current Supremacy Skywolf. After Gu Fei threw the spirit of Supremacy Skywolf into the immortal transformation lake, he directly closed his inner world. At this moment, the billowing demonic flames burned. The myriad formation image unfolded in Gu Fei's hand and directly blocked the demonic fire descending from the sky. The demonic fire caused the myriad formation image to flicker chaotically. Countless runes continuously dissipated and condensed under the demonic fire in a cycle. This guy is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He's overestimating himself. Someone said disdainfully, "This guy actually dared to challenge the extreme grade demon emperor. This was simply courting death." So what if he had the 10,000 formation diagram in hand? He would most likely end up with a tragic death. That's the Dark Demon Emperor, the Dark Dominator, who almost swept through the entire primordial realm. Someone knew about the Dark Demon Emperor's background. It should be known that this guy's name had shaken the primordial realm countless years ago. Even after countless years had passed, there were still people who remembered his ferocious might. This guy can even shatter the heaven steel. Maybe he has the strength to challenge the extreme grade demon emperor. Some people held another opinion because Gu Fei had even shattered the heaven steel. That was the heaven steel, not an ordinary extreme grade Tao treasure. The Heaven Steel's strength was absolutely unquestionable. At this moment, the three boundaries steel was still devouring the Heaven Steel's origin power. The Heaven Steel's origin power was repairing the three boundaries steel. Soon, three great voids emerged from the three boundaries steel and frantically swallowed the spirit chi of heaven and earth. An extremely powerful wave of energy erupted from the three boundaries steel. Is that the Heaven Steel? The Heaven Steel reformed? Someone exclaimed. Even the extreme grade Great Emperor stared at the three boundaries steel. It was an extreme grade Tao treasure that was even more powerful than the Heaven Steel. This was because Gu Fei had used this ancient steel to directly smash the Heaven Steel. Buzz. At this moment, Gu Fei activated the driving stars and moon whip in his hand. One after another, stars revolved in the void, as if a real star field had appeared in the void. A shocking, murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth. This guy, a ray venerable by Qin, could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. This guy's array Tao cultivation was unfathomable. He could casually use his driving stars and moon whip to set up an array. The star-killing array revolved crazily and actually refined the dark demon fire that swept down from the sky into the killing array. Kill! The dark demon emperor in the sky was enraged. In the next moment, a demon mountain directly descended from the sky, crushing down on Gu Fei below. Even the void cracked one after another. Gu Fei looked at the demon mountain in front of him after breaking through the dark demon fire. He simply stretched out his right hand, and the entire demon mountain stopped moving. Boom! The entire abyss shook violently. The area under Gu Fei's feet instantly crumbled, and dust rose high into the sky. If this wasn't the abyss, but somewhere else, it would have been plunged into misery and suffering. He single-handedly blocked the demon mountain. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This guy's physique is simply too freakish. It's actually this strong. The Tao Heavenly Emperor looked at Gu Fei. Does this guy really have the strength to contend against the extreme Tao Demon Emperor? Could it be that the fortune divine fruit in the Heavenly Wolf's hand has already changed owners? Chapter 45:17. Gu Fei actually managed to block the descending demon mountain with a single hand. This caused everyone who saw this scene to be dumbfounded. That was a demon mountain, yet he could block it with a single hand. Just how strong was his physical body? Moreover, this demon mountain was the Dark Demon Emperor's supreme demonic treasure. One strike was enough to destroy an area of billions of li, but now it couldn't even kill a single human. Rumble, the demon mountain shook. Countless demonic runes appeared on it. Rays of demonic light surrounded it. Countless stars shattered. A terrifying destructive aura spread in all directions. However, no matter how much demonic energy the demon mountain emitted, it couldn't threaten Gu Fei at all. He blocked the demon mountain with a single hand. How is this possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. The Dark Demon Emperor's strength was absolute. In the past, it took several Supreme Emperors to chase the Dark Demon Emperor back to the tenebrous Devil Realm. The Dark Demon Emperor had been recuperating in the tenebrous Devil Realm. Today, he had appeared again. His demonic might was as shocking as ever. This demon seems to be stronger than before. In the distant sky, the Tao Heaven Emperor stared at the demonic figure and said, "What's the background of that unfamiliar guy?" Great Emperor Hao Xian had his eyes on Gu Fei, because Gu Fei might have something he needed. The strongest expert from another world. The Yin-Yang Emperor frowned. At this time, the primordial world collided with another world, creating a chaos rift that connected the two worlds. As long as one was strong enough, the experts of the primordial world could pass through the chaos rift and enter the other world. This wasn't a secret to the experts of the primordial world. The people of the primordial world could pass through the chaos rift and enter the other world. Naturally, the experts of the other world could also pass through the chaos rift and enter the primordial world. Of course, this kind of thing rarely happened because the beings of the primordial world were far stronger than those of other worlds. Before the beings of other worlds could enter the primordial world, they would be killed by the beings of the primordial world in the chaos rift. The beings of the primal beginning realm were very averse to the beings of other worlds. Once they found beings of other worlds, they would often kill them. At this moment, the three extreme grade Great Emperors became hostile towards Gu Fei. "Little guy, I've underestimated you." The Dark Demon Emperor's voice echoed down from the highest heavens. The true body of this Demon Emperor was still outside the 9 heavens, but even though they were separated by an endless void, no one dared to underestimate him. Everyone hid far away. "Humph, you're not just looking down on me." Gu Fei pressed his right hand against the Demon Mountain. Boom! The entire Devil Mountain suddenly exploded. Countless devil runes exploded and dissipated into the air. The destructive might of the mountain directly obliterated everything. The terrifying destructive storm spread out and shook the entire abyss. Countless mountains were wiped out and turned into dust. The outer area of the abyss was in a mess. The abyss was a dangerous place, after all. When the destructive energy of the Demon Mountain came into contact with the depths of the abyss, it actually dissipated. The power in the depths of the abyss was very terrifying. Even the extreme grade Great Emperors couldn't see anything. No one was willing to set foot in that mysterious area. Roar! At the same time that the Demon Mountain exploded, a furious roar came from the 9 heavens. The entire starry sky shook, and countless stars exploded. An extremely terrifying demonic aura descended from the 9 heavens, shaking the heavens and the earth. Billions of beings in the southern region of the primal beginning realm were trembling under this demonic aura. Even the extreme grade sacred immortals were trembling. Only the extreme grade Great Emperors could resist it. Too terrifying. Is this the power and terror of the ancient Demon Emperor? The extreme grade sacred immortals watching the battle had no choice but to retreat further. What's happening over at the abyss? The divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm, who had long left the abyss, sensed the terrifying demonic power in the sky. It was a supreme pressure that made their souls tremble. "He can't come down with the 9 heavens demon sealing formation," Tao Heaven Great Emperor said indifferently. That's right. The 9 heavens demon sealing formation was set up by the extreme grade Great Emperors in the past. Unless the demon's cultivation level exceeds the extreme grade, he can't come down. Yin Yang Great Emperor smiled. He was very happy to receive some of the Dark Demon Emperor's essence blood. This kind of thing could only be found by luck. Who would dare to go to the Dark Demon Emperor in the Dark Devil domain to ask for essence blood? So there's a demon sealing formation above the 9 heavens. At this moment, some young extreme grade sacred immortals finally knew the secret of above the 9 heavens. It was actually related to the legendary demon. 9 heavens demon sealing formation. Even a Ray Venerate by Chun was very interested in the demon sealing formation. It was a supreme Great Emperor level formation. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to set it up. The 9 heavens demon sealing great formation was created by a formation Dao Great Emperor in the past. That formation Dao Great Emperor died not long after setting up the Great Formation. I only obtained a part of that formation Dao Great Emperor's inheritance. Array Venerate by Chun looked at the 9 heavens. His eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky. There were demons above the 9 heavens, but there were also all kinds of great fortunes. Legend had it that the Formation Tao great emperor left his inheritance in the 9 heavens demon sealing formation. That was the complete inheritance of the Formation Tao great emperor, not the incomplete inheritance that Array Venerate by Chun had obtained. Who said I can't come down? The dark demon emperor's voice resounded through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, under everyone's horrified gazes, the terrifying demonic figure actually passed through the layers of the 9 heavens and appeared below the 9 heavens. What everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene. What's going on? How could he come out? Did the 9 heavens demon sealing formation lose its effect? That's a formation jointly set up by an extreme Tao great emperor. How could it lose its effect so easily? The extreme Tao sacred immortals on the ground panicked when they saw the dark demon emperor descending. That was a god of slaughter that had once caused rivers of blood to flow in the grand beginning realm. There were even a few extreme Tao sacred immortals who had died at the hands of the dark demon emperor. It's just a clone. Gu Fei's martial Tao heavenly I could see through all illusions. He could see through the demonic figure at a glance. So it's a clone. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Gu Fei's words. A clone dares to descend into the grand beginning realm? You're underestimating the people of the grand beginning realm. The Tao heavenly emperor stared at the demonic figure with a solemn expression. Humph, you're not qualified for my true body to descend. The dark demon emperor's clone sneered. What did you say? The Tao heavenly emperor, great emperor Hao Xian, and the Yin Yang emperor were enraged. They were extreme Tao great emperors who looked down on the world. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? All of you, come at me together. The demonic figure glanced at everyone and stood with his hands behind his back. There was a hint of disdain in his arrogance. What? Chapter 45:18. The dark demon emperor was extremely powerful. He was only a clone, yet he wanted to challenge Gu Fei and the other 3 supreme emperors. They were supreme emperors, not ordinary existences. Once a great emperor was angered, the heavens and earth would collapse. They were supreme existences that stood at the peak of the extreme Tao. However, even if they cultivated to the extreme Tao realm, they might not be able to advance all the way. One had to know that even eternal existences that surpassed the extreme Tao realm would fall at some point. Nothing was absolute. No living being could be absolutely immortal. Of course, eternity might not be the end. If one took another step, they might truly be immortal. This was just Gu Fei's speculation. There was no path to the end of eternity, but he firmly believed that he could walk his own path. If there was no path, then he would walk his own path. This was Gu Fei's belief. It had never changed. A mere clone dares to be so arrogant, facing the incomparably arrogant Diablo monarch. The Tao Heaven Emperor was extremely displeased. Even though the Diablo monarch was strong, he was still just a clone. For a clone to dare to challenge them, this was simply a joke. Humph! Great Emperor Hao Xian sneered. He didn't say anything, but a murderous intent emanated from his body. He wanted to kill the Dark Demon Emperor's clone. The murderous intent of a great emperor was no small matter. The temperature of the surroundings immediately plummeted under the impact of the murderous intent. Hee, be careful, or I'll refine you into a cauldron of great medicine. Yin Yang, great emperor, stared at the demonic figure in the sky with a fiery gaze. It was as if he was looking at a delicious dish. This great emperor might seem aloof, but he had a hobby, alchemy. He cultivated the grand Tao of Yin and Yang, so he was an expert in alchemy. He was the first person to cultivate the grand Tao of yin and yang in the grand beginning realm. Moreover, he was an alchemy sovereign. In fact, dual Tao sovereigns were not rare in the primal beginning realm. Some people even cultivated 3 great Taos to the extreme and became extreme Tao sovereigns. The more great ways one cultivated, the stronger one's combat strength would be. This was an absolute fact. Moreover, when the various great ways clashed within one's body, the power that erupted was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. You want to use me to refine medicine? Ha ha. The Dark Demon Emperor's avatar stared at the Yin-Yang Emperor and laughed. In the next moment, he pointed a finger with his right hand. Whoosh! A beam of demonic light shot out from the tip of his finger and instantly arrived in front of the Yin-Yang Emperor. Roar! The Yin-Yang Emperor was shocked. With a roar, the shadow of a huge cauldron immediately emerged from his body and enveloped him. Boom! When the beam of demonic light hit the huge cauldron on the Yin-Yang Emperor's body, it produced a sound that sounded like the beating of a heavenly drum. The surrounding void began to tremble. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions like water ripples in the void. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Yin-Yang Emperor was sent flying. What even Great Emperor Hao Xian and Great Emperor Dao Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Was this really an avatar of the Dark Demon Emperor? It was impossible for an avatar to fight against an extreme Dao Great Emperor because the Dark Demon Emperor himself was an extreme Dao Demon Emperor. His main body might be stronger than the Yin-Yang Emperor, but how could an avatar send the Yin-Yang Emperor flying with a single blow? The Yin-Yang Emperor was also shocked. He flew back from the sky and stared at the demonic figure in front of him. Haha, you guys are still so weak. You haven't improved at all. The Dark Demon Emperor's avatar laughed with a tone full of disdain. The Yin-Yang Emperor was both shocked and angry. Could this guy have taken that legendary step? How was that possible? In the history of cultivation in the primal beginning realm, no one had ever surpassed the extreme Tao realm. The peak of the extreme Tao was the limit. There was no more path ahead. Could it be Great Emperor Hao Xian and Great Emperor Dao Tian thought of a possibility at the same time? Their faces turned ugly. If that was really the case, they were in danger. Not only them, but if the Dark Demon Emperor's main body broke through the 9th heaven sealing demon array and descended on the primal beginning realm, it would be a terrible disaster. Back then, this fiend emperor entered the Tao by killing, and it was unknown how many living beings he had killed. Half-step eternal realm. At this time, Gu Fei also frowned. A mere avatar could easily defeat an extreme Tao Great Emperor. This meant something was wrong. Although the avatar of an extreme Tao Great Emperor was strong, it couldn't be stronger than the main body. All right, all of you come at me together. The Dark Demon Emperor's avatar glanced at everyone and said coldly, "What are you hesitating for? Since he asked us to gang up on him, we have no reason not to agree." Gu Fei stood up. "Little guy, you have guts. You're not like these cowards." The voice of the Dark Demon Emperor's avatar spread across the entire region. Countless cultivators were terrified to the extreme. Who are you calling cowards? Great Emperor Dao Tian was unhappy. He glared at the Dark Demon Emperor's avatar. That's right. He's looking for trouble. We have no reason not to fulfill his wish. Great Emperor Dao Tian laughed. Kill. The Dark Demon Emperor's avatar became impatient. He directly roared and attacked Gu Fei and the others. For beams of demonic light rushed out from the Dark Demon Emperor's avatar and directly turned into demonic arrows that shot towards Gu Fei and the others. These dark demon arrows were very powerful. The arrowhead of each arrow was specially processed. It was as if there was a ball of demonic fire lingering around the arrowhead. Swish! Gu Fei leaped up and dodged the incoming demonic arrow. However, the demonic arrow instantly turned back and continued flying towards him. He pointed a finger at the arrowhead of the demonic arrow. The arrowhead exploded and turned into demonic fire that instantly engulfed him. However, in the next moment, the demonic fire was continuously refined by Gu Fei. What? He can actually refine demonic qi? Great Emperor Dao Tian and the others were all dumbfounded. One must know that the Dark Demon Emperor's demonic qi was no ordinary demonic qi. Even an extreme saint immortal would be peeled off a layer of their skin if they came into contact with it. A single strand of demonic qi was enough to devilize countless living beings in an entire region. Haha, again. Gu Fei laughed loudly. The demonic energy contained within the demonic fire was very strong. This was the perfect time for him to replenish his depleted vital energy. At this moment, Great Emperor Dao Tian and the others used their divine arts to block the demonic arrows. However, the three extreme Great Emperors weren't as carefree as Gu Fei, who could easily block the demonic arrows. Even they were struggling to block the demonic arrows.